Eh. How's it going? I do have a question. You guys think you're some kind of hot shots or something? You guys think you're a bunch of hot shots over there? Bunch of cool customers? Bunch of cool cats? I got a cool cat around me, I'll tell you that. She's lingering around. She knows what's going on. She's hip to the scene. And I will say this, that I hope you're ready to party, because we're doing it big time. How's it going? How are you? And what is shaking? And also what is baking? Hope that you're having a very good day. And you're ready for some surviving. I'll say this. I'm definitely ready. We're going to continue as much as we can the energy that we had on Friday and try to implement some seriousness and excitement. I think so. And I know that we can do it if we put our best foot forward. Hey, Aretha! Got my gal with me, waiting for her big moment. And she's ready. One thing I know is that it's gonna have to be diligent and well planned what we do today. We're gonna try to have a heart of fire and I don't know. I can't think of any more cliches, but I'm very happy to be here. And it's good to see you guys. I hope you're doing awesome. It's Tuesday and it's time to thrive and strive. And we're in it for the long haul. We got a lot going on. What's up, Claire? And we're just getting set up over here, talking about the craziness. Oh, what's up, Fire? What is shaking, my friend? It's good to see you. Fire, I hope that your endeavors on Great Bear Island have been going awesome. You have been kicking butt from what I've been seeing. And I hope that you've been storming the steeds appropriately. The steeds of the coastal highway variety. And maybe other places. Yo, what up, Ryan? Oh my gosh, the code breaker is here. What is shaking, Ryan? Here's the thing. We have a lot of complicated things, a lot of ones and zeros of the binary variety, and we might need your help, Ryan. It's good to see you, my friend. These challenges are nuts. I can't imagine finally getting the hammer or something and then failing it because of the mending fail. Yeah, so I'm thinking, Ryan, we're going to make some animal clothes because when you craft those, they come out at 99%. And so since we're not going to risk mending, if we get animal clothes, we know they'll be fresh. So if we find clothes, we're subject to whatever percentage they're on. And since the settings are put to the hardest, we might not find the best condition. I think we got some solid RNG on our first day and got some decent pre-made, which helped us travel a little bit more. And then once we make the animal clothes, we'll have even more warmth so we can accomplish the hunt successfully. There's a lot of things that go into it, but there are downsides and upsides to the length of this one. So we'll try to lean into the upsides of it. And animal clothes, I believe, is there. I could have potentially planned for those animal clothes a little bit better in our first session, but there's always today to make up for it. So we can storm in there positively and make all kinds of animal clothes today. And we got big plans, baby. We're going to do the thing. It's good to see you guys. I have a cougar on deck who's obviously not the patient type. She's more of the Pavlovian type, and she believes that it has something to do with her. A little tidbit about Aretha. She also gets beachside crunch when I have my dessert after dinner. My dessert is, of course, cereal. I omitted a little bit of carbs last night after dinner and thought I wasn't going to have the cereal. And then she started nosing around in here. She started biting the box that has more treats in it and kind of gnawing on the side as almost a way to say, hey, I noticed you haven't had your dessert cereal today, and I would like something over here. And she was getting pushy about it. Classic Aretha. I love that cat. It's very good to see you guys. Are you ready for some action, baby? We're doing big things. We're getting ready for a serious session of survival extravaganzas. As usual, I have one major task to start off with, and it's simple. It's you're really excited to be here with your friends and playing your favorite video game. Settle down, control the adrenaline. There it is, Pac. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much, Pac. He hooked up the old girl. Pac, you're the best. What an entrance. She's gonna love it. So, let's get this party started, baby. Yeah, I think we might go down to the beach. What do you say about that, Pac? You know why? Because it's time to party, baby. It's Party Mix. This is by Friskies. It's the Beachside Crunch edition. It's got ocean whitefish, flavors of shrimp, crab, and there's even one more ingredient in there that I don't know that anybody could ever predict. That's the crazy part. There is one more ingredient. It's got tuna, Pac. That's it. And it's the Beachside Crunch edition. This is one of her favorite daily treats, and she loves getting a nice little handful of it. So thanks to the great Pac, we're going to give her a little bundle here. We're going to get it mixed up nice and fresh. And she's, you wouldn't believe it, Pac, but she's crawling around behind back there with all the wires, just risking everything. Classic. She lives on the edge. All right, I'm coming backwards, sweetheart. Thank you, Pac. Thank you very much. Aretha appreciates it as well. Attention, Friskies. Give this man a contract. That's true. And it might be an unprecedented contract. A contract that absolutely involves a feline in it as well. It's not going to be like those situations where the parents get all the money when they got their kid acting or something. There's going to be some sort of stipulation in there before she puts her paw print on the ink. And it's going to say, the money has to go to Aretha. Unbelievable. Friskies, man. It's Friskies Party Mix. Thank you, Pac. We're just getting settled in over here. He only accepts rose hips, though, so it may be an issue, but legal can figure that out. You're exactly right, Pac. We're going to get our executors on this one. I was just talking about what's going on today and how I'm excited and fired up and how I need to settle down, Pac. And we're just getting started, baby. And it's great to have a legend like you in the mix. I hope things are going very well, my friend. So here's the situation. We're rocking out today, and we're doing some serious stuff. Aretha mentioned before she left one of the things that she wants me to mention. And I know this is going to be tough to think about, but she actually goes on the internet. It's true. You know what she likes to do. She likes to go to Larone.net, baby. The best website in the world, where you can click on the YouTube link and check out things like our playlist for these challenges that are crazy. Also over there, we got the Aloni Jabroni playlist where we run a video store in 1990. Things have been pretty wild in the video store as well. And it's her favorite website. There's no bias involved. It has nothing to do with the fact that I distribute treats to her. And she loves it. She goes over there and checks it out, and she recommends it highly. In addition to Larone, oh, what's up, NL? Happy Derp Tuesday to NL. It's good to see you, bud. And I want to say this, NL. I think you're awesome, and I hope that you're feeling very well. And I send all of the derp love to you, and I want you to know that you are very awesome, NL. You keep on keeping on, and you're amazing. You bring the northern lights, and you protect us in the auroras. So here's the situation. There's a couple things that I know very certainly that are going on right now. And I'm going to tell you this, NL. I'm pretty sure what we're doing here is short and bright. You couldn't convince me any other way that this game is short and bright. I won't hear otherwise. We go through this often, but I'm pretty sure for sure this time that it's short and bright. Yo, what up, Metal? Opening up a can on the morning. Good to see you, Metal. I hope you're doing very well. I was just telling everybody how this game that we're about to play is short and bright. And you would agree most likely that this is exactly what the game is described as. Wait a second. Is it the short bright? Wait a minute. It sure can be short. Yeah, when I'm playing. Or will. Wait a second. This isn't the short bright. It's something else. It's the long dark, baby. And we are back. This is the best game ever. It's a survival game where you're going against the bad guys, and the bad guys are the animals. The animals are crazy. When the northern lights come out, they get even crazier. They have a green fur on them, and they're even more intense. We encountered these guys last time. And man, I'm telling you, we have to survive against low supplies. The elements are absolutely rigid and freezing here in this fictitious island of Great Bear Island in Canada, and it's wild. We got all the things going against us, and we're going to try to still even survive and thrive in the midst of it all. And we're doing serious craziness stuff within the long dark. We're doing really serious stuff. But last episode saw us doing a lot of things, getting in the mix, and absolutely starting our run here in the Franklin Challenge. The Franklin Challenge is pretty intense, man. It's been pushing us to the limits of what we can handle, and amongst the many things, it's at the top of the list: survive for 100 days, 100 minimum bow shots, and we can't miss any shots. There's other stipulations, of course. You can't mend your clothes, no fire, stand by the fire and hunt. There's all kinds of stuff going on here. But at the long and dark of it all, it's intense, and it's the hardest one in the entire world. What I know is that today, it's likely we're going to get our bow created, and that's when things have a chance to go off the broken railroad, if you know what I mean. So we're going to do what we can to kind of be strong and patient. Last episode saw us getting a little bit behind, maybe a 6 or 7 day bow creation, but we were planning for a marathon, not a sprint. So we were trying to set things up for us. And today we're going to try to hopefully expand upon our animal clothes as well. Get more hides laid down. I think we have a couple backup guts and bow, and we're going to try to just kind of get things going, given the fact that we're going to need 2 total bows if we ever plan on doing this, a steady hand with that bow, and warm clothes for Will to wear during the whole endeavor. Responsibility is the key, Metal. You're exactly right, my friend, and I hope you're doing very well. So, we've detailed that this game is in fact long and dark, and we know what we're getting into over here. So I think we should not mess about. And I do think we should get right to it, because I'm going to say this. We're playing the long dark, baby. Let's do it. Okay, so let's get in here. This is the long dark, the coolest thing ever. We're going to get Franklin Will 1 over here. This is our first attempt at this insane challenge. We've been alive for 11 days. We've explored 1/4 of the entire map. We actually did a decent amount of traveling, and if today goes on schedule, we're going to be doing more. We have designs of going to Ash Canyon and grabbing the tech backpack. I've been there maybe 2 or 3 times, and every time it's a huge ordeal. So if we do that, We're going to need to be responsible about traveling and how we handle the whole situation for sure. Right now, we're sitting at the Carter Hydro Dam in environs. Looks like we're in our usual spot in the top where we like to make the bow before the hunt. And we're going to probably get settled down. I think we're on the doorstep of cooking 3, so we can get our roasted empanadas on the menu and stay up all night and party with our friends and watch scary movies. That's going to be exciting. Our condition is 22%, which might not look like much on paper, but I'll tell you this. That's probably better than what it was the whole episode last time. We were running around right on the cusp of Heartbeat Alley pretty much the whole time. And I think Heartbeat starts around 10 HP maybe. Thank you, Pack, for those hips. Thank you very much. Starting the party off. That's what I'm talking about, baby. We're going to get out there. We're going to try to do our best and probably source our responsible notes that we attempt to make for ourselves at the end of episodes so that we can kind of anchor ourselves at the beginning of the new ones, knowing how high our adrenaline is running just by virtue of being here pretty much. So let's get in there, not take too much of a drip, get in there, check out those notes. I'm wondering as well if the notes are going to mention any sort of Saved by the Bell actors by any chance and which direction they sat in the chair as well. Because it would be great to be enlightened in that department, I'll tell you that. All right, let's get in there. Great Bear Island. Okay, so there is an aurora happening right now. Oh man, it's good to be back. Look at this. We got all kinds of activities planned here, as you can tell with all of our saplings lined up. This is about as good as you'll ever see organization for us because we stay so nomadic. We really never settle down and make a nice organized base. So to have things laid out like this is a big deal for us. So we're going to have the ability to craft right now if I don't mess around too much. Looks like we got a couple hours left in the evening. What's up, Sanders the man? How are you? How's it going, Sanders? How are you and what is shaking? We're over here at the Carter Dam, and we're just getting started. We're trying to come up with a good plan of what we're going to do today. We're trying to settle in. So we're just going to get reintroduced to what Will's up to. This is the first attempt at this one, and I'm very proud that we're actually still rocking over here. We were on death's doorstep a couple times last time, and I think to even survive, this is what's really crazy about how hard this challenge is. We were in a town last episode where you don't even get bad guys. We were in the ravine, and there's only deer and frolicking rabbits over there, and we still ended up having to use an emergency sim to get out of there because the weather was whooping our butt. So that's how tough it is for us to sustain here, that we had to use a stim in the ravine last time. So the stim got us out of the woods, and we just kind of have been scraping and clawing to just manage to stay alive over here. Let's see what we got. Here we go. Here he is. I think he reached double digits at the end of last episode with 10 Celsius warmth bonus. No big deal. He's got 62% Hawkins, 2 raggedy sets of socks, 1 underpants, and double jeans. There's nothing more comfortable than wearing 2 pairs of jeans at once, right, Will? He's got good work gloves at 89%. And the other highlight condition-wise is this jacket here that we found pretty high percentage-wise. We got the settings on this challenge set all the way to your clothes basically are disintegrating at every moment. More realistic to how things would likely be if you're walking around in blizzards and frigid temperatures all the time. So in addition to this 83% decent simple parka, we got a nice bear sweater and a hockey jersey. Both good at windproof. This one's getting 2 points.
I feel so tired.
All right, take it easy, Will. We're just talking about things. We got this Amelia Earhart hat, which really makes us feel like a pilot. And if you don't know, this guy here, Will McKenzie, was a pilot before everything broke down and his plane crashed here on Great Bear Island. He's just been trying to figure things out since then. And we got this amazing Canadian toque over here. So it's pretty sweet. What he does have is well fed, so we'll try to keep all calories in his belly for as long as we can. That'll give us over here 5 kilograms of extra carrying capacity. So if we didn't have that well fed, we wouldn't even be able to be close to what we have in our backpack right now. So that's pretty sweet having that. And the sprained wrist would go away the second we are not encumbered by getting rest and just being well vitalized. You can see these are our vitals over here. They'll be in the bottom left of our screen today, and we'll just try to keep them stable. The temperature is the most important of all the vitals because you have 20 HP per hour if it goes to absolute zero that you lose on your health bar down here. So each one of these has a certain drip factor on your health, with temperature being number 1. So with this island being as cold as you can actually make it, it's going to be a serious situation and more imperative for us to get those animal clothes together for sure. So, you've seen what he's about over here. He's got patches on his jeans, but 10 Celsius. No big deal. All kinds of stuff. Looks like we got a couple saplings in here we should drop down. So let's start with a nice responsible sapling drop. And we got some clutter going on over here. And I do believe that this food right here is past its prime, so I'm going to try to put it back in the corner and make sure I never drink it. I try to do that with dirty water too. So we got this hide and we got a sap. Okay, look at us. That's our backup maple for in the future when we make our second bow. This challenge will require us to shoot 100 wildlife hits, which is going to break down this first bow we have over here. So this one right here, this maple, is going to be our second one we have to make to complete the goal. We're living in a world, of course, in that situation where we're kicking butt and we've shot so many times. So let's hope that that is exactly what happens to old Franklin Will 1 over here. He's got good things. He's got 3 alien burdock root au gratin potatoes to make into food, and he's usually what we have here is not a lot of supplies. We live off the land. Running river oats, which gives us warmth bonus, and cattails, you know. A true survivor's diet. Very serious situations. What we do have is 2 thermoses. No big deal. We are rocking, I believe, a color of purple thermos over here in honor of Oprah's great movie. And we also have this one right here, which is The Gambler, starring Mark Wahlberg and John Goodman thermos. Yo, what up, Mayo? What is shaking, my friend? How are you, Mayo? We're back at it. This is the stuff you love. Serious hunting, we can't miss, and we gotta go after it head on. It's good to see you. You've been there for a few of our instances where we've hunted in the John Candy strat, where we've had to shoot bear in the butt. And it's likely we're going to need a few of those to get us through this 100-shot requirement over here, Mayo. And it's good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing very well. We're going to be doing a lot of candy, I imagine. A lot of John Candy. All right, so we got all this stuff happening. We got our outfit taken care of. And what we're definitely going to aim to do this episode, if we get an opportunity, use a lot of hides to make outfit stuff. We're going to probably look to make some sort of moose things, like a moose backpack with 1 moose hide. And then there's a bear thing I think we're going to aim to make, which is a bear coat, by getting 2 bears early on and throwing a moose hide with 2 bear hides down, likely in Pleasant Valley somewhere. And then we'll get some sort of action happening with animal clothes from those while we're doing a big journey. Is it loper settings for loot and weather or harder? Mayo, if you were to go into the custom sandbox settings and put everyone, make it as hard as possible, that's what it is. It's the craziest. You have a can opener, she can't lose. Metal is exactly right. We have acquired a can opener, an implement for opening cans. And you'll see down here that it was necessary to have that listed on the stat sheet with all the other important things. Look right to the left of this mouse cursor. Can openers found. 1. So, what do you have to say, you know? I mean, we're coming for everything. In addition to that 1 can opener, we have lived for 11 days. We've run amok. We've gone all over the place. We've encountered a lot of wolves, 128 wolf encounters. And of course, we can't use stones. So we're not allowed to use the drop your lit torch stone pump fake So we have to kind of play a little more elusive when we're dealing with wolves. We got to take wide berths. We got to get serious. And by the time this is all said and done, we're looking for bow shots taken 100, wildlife bow hits 100. Let's get into the mix with the man. So we've been well set up over here. We know exactly what's shaking. We just got to kind of now get everything set up. During this aurora, of course, we can craft a bunch of arrows with our cured birch saplings. That would be good. And we have 53% on the guts and 84 on the maples. So when those two things are done together, that's when it's going to go down for the bow itself. These things will be made into arrow shafts right here. So we got all ourselves set up over here. We're in the dam and we can craft in the night. Probably the second the aurora dies, we'll be able to do some stuff with the daytime too. We'll just make sure we have the calories to sustain during the big craft and get in there. I do think we will have some issues. That's good info. Every setting is set to Insano mode. It sure is. So, calories are going to be a little short. We have the porridge bowls, and we have rosa bepanadas coming up. I imagine we're going to want to keep those as much as we can for when it's time to hunt. So it would be good to live off the land somewhere and be able to find something we can actually harvest out there, maybe a deer or something. And we're going to be crafting these things in the stead. So let's start doing something. What do you say? And break down these pallets over here too. Requires a hatchet, huh? I dropped my... We got this. It's probably the heavy hammer that you break down the pallets with, and I think I left that over at the forge. So that's probably why I'm not able to break down these pallets for reclaimed wood. Got it. So there's, I guess, one upside to having the hammer with you. Hammer's pretty heavy, so we left it at the forge. Now let's think about how we're going to sustain calorie-wise in an educated fashion, knowing that we have 6 tails and porridge to basically get us through it. I think we could probably start off with a responsible sleep, too. I'm going to grab some cattails. So I hope everybody's ready to party and survive. We're in it for the long haul. We're going to be responsible. I imagine the last thing we should do now, before we really get going here, is make sure we go and check out our notes. Here we go. Franklin Will 1. We're on Loophole 4, which means we got an early bedroll with our start over in Desolation Point. And we're thanking Raph for the bedroll, implementing the Christmas morning strat. Oh, thanks for this bedroll instead of a hacksaw and a fire striker. This is great. So we got an early bedroll, but I will say this. Though I like an early hacksaw, I often do good when I push myself out of my comfort zone. I wouldn't even say good. I would say I do okay when I go out of my comfort zone, and that's what we did today with Loophole 4. In addition to that, Mario Lopez sits in a chair so cool that people question the definition of cool itself. So that's definitely something to think about. We've checked bunkers, one of them at Forlorn, and it was stocked, and then empty in the Bleak and Mystery Lake ones. So since there's a 1 in 4 chance, Duncan the man! We're doing Lopez checkups over here. We're also going to be checking the bunkers. We know that there's a 1 in 4 chance of getting them stocked. So right now, we're going to add to our list today with more bunkers that we're going to check in the different towns we go to. And we'll eventually maybe find a second one that's stocked. That's pretty exciting. Responsible notes for Tuesday, guy. Say thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for always being here and helping me when negligence kicks in inevitably, basically out the gate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Duncan. So, Being responsible by crafting arrows. Okay, we know that. That's very important too. We have a lot of birch saplings on the floor there, so we will do that. We want to read the cooking book, and then level 3 cooking, roasted empanadas all day. And I think we only have 1 hour left on M. Hunter's Wilderness Kitchen. Make moves to create bow number 2 in the future. That we have done. We've set up the maple and the guts that we need for that. So the question is we're probably going to leave it here and then come back here, I suppose, at some point. Gather hides with downtime. That's true, too. We got to get our animal clothes going so that we're warm when this world turns the temperature up. The world kind of ramps up over the first couple weeks, and then it just becomes minus 40, minus 60 in some places. It gets crazy out there. Gather hides and prepare for the hunt. That's another one. Maintain happy but adventurous state of mind. And this is probably the key to last time. What we did was we went out of our comfort zone. Our boy Dunk pointed out a double rope when we were going down the river that we'd never done, and we took it. We learned a new route, and we're just adventuring around and kind of keeping that Indiana Jones mindset, you know? It's exciting. So happy but adventurous state of mind. We got it all. And also we know that Mario Lopez is pretty darn cool. Okay. So another element to this challenge that we're taking part in is that you don't rebuild HP when you go to sleep. So for us, it doesn't benefit us to take big chunks unless we're just trying to get a bunch of sleep and it's okay for us. But we're not going to get a multiplier for sleeping in chunks, the other stuff that happens. I found out the other day they actually canceled Access Hollywood earlier this year. Oh my gosh. You know what it probably was, Dunk? Mario had so many offers with other places. They said, you know, if we continue this show without the greatness of Lopez, will it even be the same anymore? Let's just close up shop. You know? That's probably what went down. Because he's doing that movie with Tony Danza on the Hallmark Channel. Well, you want to talk about a movie we need to check out. The two backwards chair sitters united in one movie. Greatness squared. This summer. Alright, so we're basically just heading into the morning over here. I'm getting a little bit of old school rest. And it's probably more beneficial to me to do old school rest during the night, because we can do some crafting. Let's just get our energy up as much as we can to build some more bows and get some of these arrows crafted. So, as far as roasted empanadas go, we have no trader, and there's a finite amount of things to do to get things. Food stock's pretty low there. Food stocks are desolate right now, Dunk. All we're down to is bowls of running river oats, and that's it, basically. So we kind of gotta do more adventures. I think we got a decent amount of the tails along the river, and we even went around the lake last time to get those. That's it. So we're gonna live off the land once we have the bow. We just gotta get through it. And I'm talking now roasted empanadas. I don't want to just eat them flippantly, and I want to conserve them much like our trusty brand matches. So I'm hoping I could find other sustenance during the bow creation so I don't have to run through empanadas kind of willy-nilly. So, let's check out M. Hunter. This should roll over, and we should hear the glorious level up sound effect of greatness. Boom! Cooking 3, baby! And this is huge. Cooking 3. You're a pretty good cook. Thank you, Rav. You figured out some good ways to improve around the lack of modern utensils and appliances. Cooking times reduced by 10%. No calorie loss when smashing open cans. And 15% calories from cooked food items. So that'll add up. And what's not listed there is what's on the menu, baby. You go over here to your skillet and you'll see it. Roasted empanadas are on the menu. So we pick up those 2 cooking ingredients from the floor to go along with our rose hips and water. And we make rose hip pies, a thick crusting pie overflowing with rose hips. These are wonderful. They give you calories, a little bit of a side effect, but it's just a visual thing. And they also allow you to have reduced fatigue. So 2 out of your 4 vitals are affected by these pies in a positive way. Pretty cool. Okay, so that was awesome right there. So we'll have empanadas if we pick up this stuff right here. What are we going to do to sit, like, food-wise while we're dealing with all this, given the fact that we've done a decent job of taking most of the cattails and ravaged from the local area? So that will probably keep coming up. It might just be running river oats like wild. We got 10 bowls of running river oats to get us through bow creation. So, coming up with a good plan. What party makes this to Aretha is what rose hip pies are to Larone.
Just need to close
Yeah,
my eyes.
it might even be CHURUs too, right? I can't even say it around here, in fact. I'm just going to pop my head out here. It's going to be pretty much guaranteed Grandpa Simpson. Okay, we got about an hour or so before it's the nice time of day. What I do think is that over there on the river, we've acquired most of the cattails. I remember last time kind of setting out to try to supply ourselves, and that's what we got. What I just remembered, we have meat. Boom! Now I'm going to sprint to the door and see if I can save this trusty brand match. We're going to try to be smart with our trusty brand. We are going to be traveling a lot, but we got to live for 100 days. There's no trader, no games. What I would say about our day 1 RNG with regards to those glorious blue boxes is we barely found any. The Fire Striker we acquired was pretty low percentage too. So fire starting, we got to preserve the brand. Very responsible. That's it. You've got it, Dunk. So if it's a sunny day, we're going to be starting our fires out there, carrying the torch in here, so the match is conserved. I really don't know what our Kindle situation is. I'm going to try to be conservative with my lumps like always. With 100 days here, we might be pretty lump supplied. It'll just be about going and getting them from the mines. At the places like the mine next to Pleasant Valley, the one that goes from Coastal to Pleasant, I think that is probably the greatest source of coal. So going through there and just gathering them all up so they can be replenished is a wise move.
That's done.
Man, I love this game. It's so good to be back. Oh, Yinzers, the man. What is shaking, Yinzers? How are you, my friend? I think it goes without saying at this point, Yinzers. We've had you at the beach with us 2 weeks in a row, and it's never been more fun. You are the absolute best. And it's great to see you, Yinzers. We're just over here getting settled in. Trying to cook up some old green deer meat while we plan for the bow. Putting teas around a barrel, you know? Okay. Yeah, it's good to see you, bud. Since we're on a 100-day run, we're thinking about like long-term skill building. Different things like survive the outdoors for fire starting. I believe that we have a sewing primer over here. What I'm probably going to definitely avoid is stay on target, because I'm going to want as many shots on archery 1 as possible. So I should probably burn Brian Gold, stay on target. As much as I like this book, I do think it's necessary. Beautiful. We got a nice piece of fresh venison, and we should get 15% more calories from it thanks to our cooking 3. Look at us. Man, I'm having such a good time. We got red tools over here, so it should be 45 minutes per hour. Let's check our feather numbers. 43. That's a pretty responsible amount of feathers. We also have 3 alien burdock root for all gratin, so we should definitely craft these bad boys for some calories while we're making the bow here. We're basically going to be chilling here, trying to get some work done in the Carter Hydro Dam to make our bow. Once we do some arrows, this thing should be finished. And then the guts. Okay. So now we're just going to be balancing sleep as often as we can in between bow creation so we don't take the drip. We don't want to sleep during the day too much because we would love to use this time to make a bow, but it's necessary. We're going to get our belly full. We're going to try to replenish our stuff so we can do a big chunk, similar to how we prepare responsibly for the big forge. Probably should start doing that for the bow too. So we left our heavy hammer. Can't break down reclaimed wood and save our lumps, but we do have an extra supply of lumps there, and I think we're going to have more opportunity for lumps on this run, so I maybe can be a little more loose with my lumps, if you will. Get a little looser. Now, not negligent, but just, you know, let out the belt a little bit like it's Thanksgiving. Here we go. First arrows of the run. So you use the birch sap to break down that into arrow shafts. Then you add the feathers and the arrowheads to the arrow shafts, and you get a simple arrow. And man, it's so rewarding in this game to make your weapon. They don't just hand it to you. Most games, you can find a gun right on the floor pretty much the first second it starts. Not this one. Raph says, if you want something, you will have to work for it, eh? All right, Raph. Is it a teaching moment? Some games let you have 2 employees to do everything for you. Oh, yeah? Is that so? A second hire, if you will. Duncan's, I think, referring to our video store called Dave's Cave, of course, where we now have 2 employees. One doing the return desk and one doing the checkout. You know what I really wish, Dunk? Is that they could do marketing for me. And they could be out handing out flyers. Two Mustache Guys video rental store. I love that store, man.
I'd better find some water.
All right, we may have taken the drip on thirst. So you can see a little thing popping up too every time we make an arrow over here that indicates you're getting an archery skill for simply making the bows and arrows and things. So if you go over to shooting skill basically with your bow, you can see we've gotten off the starting line even though the bow's not created yet, and that's simply by just putting the arrows together. For us and our strategy, we actually like being on Archery 1 because we're going to try to farm accuracy using the John Candy strat. There's a cul-de-sac cave that has a specific little kind of a ceiling in it or some sort of thing that's raised, a shelf if you will. When you go on that shelf, the bear's too wide and lumbering to get up there, and even though we're shooting him from his own house, it's actually the best opportunity. So we're looking for cul-de-sac bears, middle-class bears, trying to do big things. Get as many shots as we can while it's Archery 1, because once we start getting up in the archery skill, we're going to drop these bears even when we're implementing the candy strat. Alright, we're about to lose sunlight over here. And this is where you have to kind of improvise with what you do when it gets dark, or put lumps on the fire. Alright, yeah, we just lost light. So it's an aurora or a lump fire to craft during the night. Let's craft some of this. I have to imagine that the flyers aren't meant to be that relevant, otherwise that's a bit tedious. Yeah, so maybe you're going deep in this with me, Dunk, and you're thinking, we're of course talking about our retro rewind endeavors, where we're trying to figure out the economic system of a simulation game that might not have as complex as an economic system that we're giving it credit for. That's what I'm thinking. Alright, so we are out of water too, and I believe we've sourced all 3 of the dam's toilet waters over here. So it's probably time to start a lump fire, do some night crafting or something. It would be good to sleep, but I think we're short on thirst right now. Like that day Owen was sick and you couldn't fly her was your highest earning day. Yeah. Man, you got some solid knowledge, Dunk. That's amazing. It's hard to understand the economics in that game. Okay. I think I should boil a bunch of water and then we'll get some sleep. So it'll just be a quick... And this is where we go back on what we tried to do. Maybe this is a good thing why I saved a match earlier. Now I can use it tonight. A little less inhibited by it, but definitely we want to conserve on these trusty brand. We have a total of 15 matches and an 18% striker. And we're always going to use our torch to light the fire, because then of course we can strike the fire multiple times if we have to re-roll basically and don't start it. You have a pretty solid chance of getting it going at 75%. But if it's that 1 of 4 chance that you don't start it, you can light it again with the lit torch and not waste another strike or match. Yeah, because in terms of economic, having Johnny 5 robot in the store should make you a millionaire. Have you ever seen Mac and Me, Doug? I actually kind of like those old school robot movies. He also didn't give Owen sick pay. That could have been factored into the earning. Man, you guys are killing it. Yeah, things are very complex over there in the retro world. Alright, so we got over here 2 birches too. So we got about 10 HP left for us. And we're headed to Pleasant Valley for the hunt in a couple days. That's definitely a town that has the best source of birch. Lovely town to do a good amount of hunting in, and it's a pretty central location, so you can kind of go through there a few times. If we leave our 2 bear coats and 1 moose hide there at the Red Barn or something, we could come back to it pretty conveniently after acquiring our tech backpack, implementing the Duncan strat. And I like that strat. I think I'm going to drink some birch here. And also, what I just learned about this barrel is that I jiggled these teas with the fire that was on here before, and the jiggle carried over after leaving the teas, so I don't see any timer here to burn them. Pretty awesome to know that, too. I'll make sure to forget that and bring it up 1,000 times. So sewing primer is likely also going to be busted up. Let me think about sewing skills and if they would pertain to animal clothes. Also, if you get your sewing skill all the way up, you can maybe try to fix clothes. Probably mending 5 allows you to fix clothes. So maybe I don't want to burn L. Kingley's sewing primer. I know I can use Small Arms Handbook, though, because we don't have any guns on this one here. It's just bow or bust. Bow knows. So we'll burn S. Eastern Small Arms Handbook, knowing we're never going to get a gun on this challenge. And now that we are at Cooking 5, Wilderness Kitchen. Because if you get to level 5, you can eat all the bear meat you want. And that's going to be our biggest source of the hunt. So it would be awesome to get up to Cooking 5. So with these 2 skill books, I would love to open up the conversation with you guys as to whether it's prudent for us to actually dedicate time to Sewing Primer or Wilderness Kitchen with attempts of getting to level 5 by all is said and done on 100 days. I guess it's really feasible to get level 5 on anything in 100 days. Maybe. I don't think I've had it with reading the books. Sorry, no way to get to level 5, so in 100 days. Yo, what up, Zert? Man, Zert the Maple Man. Zert knows his saps. What's up, Zert? How's it going, buddy? You haven't missed too much. We're just over here getting settled down and making bow-related things before the hunt. All right, I'm going to go 1 hour at a time and keep an eye on the auroras that could come. I still don't really know the aurora rules with regards to how often they could spawn or how that works. You've survived 12 days and 18 hours. There might not be any rules to the aurora. I reached level 5 harvesting and cooking before mending level 2. Okay, so it seems like the consensus is LL Kingley can go in the fire. Now, cooking level 5, we one time attempted to spam towards it, and that level of 4 to 5 was so slow leveling up, and it was very insane. So, I'm not sure if we're going to get cooking 5 either. Because to go from 0 to 2 is pretty easy, but those later levels take much more XP to level up. It's kind of a weighted system, if you will. You do think so on cooking, huh, Pat? Mending 5 is impossible. Oh, Cal Riley is out of the slump. Nice. Cal Riley, one of the rising stars for the Mariners, hit up to plate and hitting 3 bombs out of the field. Holy. Our boy is back. I love Cal Riley. I'm guessing, I don't know anything about him, but I'm guessing he has a great set of hair, a chin like an astronaut, and just, you know, just a wholesome, you know, serious guy. I really only got it by broken ribs and being in the hunting lodge, so nothing else to do. Only rules for Aurora is after fixing a radio tower, an Aurora response. Oh. You'll hit cooking 5 on a day 100. Okay, the maple is done, and the guts are next. Beautiful. It is happening!
I need to drop something.
Now's not the time for dropping. We're crafting the bow, baby. Oh, that Aurora's pretty short. But it's morning time. The sun has crested over the moon. Key to cooking 5 is making lots of teas. Yeah, and I'll tell you, Zert, our settings, I played on Interloper recently. I found teas around every corner. The bushels were plentiful, but on this one, you get like 1 in 4 chance of maybe even a little less on the bushes for tea stuff. So it's probably going to be a lot of birch bark and a lot of bear meat, maybe. Yeah, big time bow height. Okay, we are resigned to empanadas and porridge over here. We are cranking away on the bow. I'm gonna go check the weather. Yeah, we want to stack meat piles like there's no tomorrow and plan ourselves for a nice supplied future. I think that's one of the big obstacles of this one, is that we've kind of adjusted our gameplay for short challenges. So now we're going to have to think more of that marathon style, where we plan responsibly with these meat piles and things. Animal clothes, meat piles. All the necessities. Alright, I'm flipping coins with Raph. I've seen people bear dance to get bow skill up, but I'm too chicken to do it. Yeah, the bear dance is possible, Zert. You're gonna have a few of your shoes stolen, but if you stick with it, you'll figure out the mechanics after a little bit of how they operate. And what you'll really conclude is the best dance
Turned out pretty well.
is the middle class dance. He lit the fire, but it's embers. There we go. So we lit the torch with the sun fire we started by conserving the match, and of course bring the lit torch in here to start the fire and save the match again. In here we're going to boil water and some running river oats for porridge so that we can eat a little bit while we craft this bow. We got 2.5 hours left on the bow.
That did it.
And we are getting loose with our lumps, no question. All right, we're doing the water trick to just get off the drip there. And in 2 minutes, we'll drink this while the rest of the water's boiling. Fishing book also could be. Classist will. Oh! Bring a bear back to the farmhouse or bingo hall, and you can crank out that cooking skill 0.5 at a time. That's very true, Pack. And I'll tell you this about the farmhouse. I don't know if it's the Signal Hill bear or the Birch Forest bear, but one of those two kind of meanders into that exact area next to the farmhouse. So if we're able to bust him down close to one of those little indoor locations, you're exactly right. Meat piles for the future, since it's a transient town. And definitely we're going to get our cooking skill up. So let's talk about arrows too. I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about not wanting to maybe make too many more than 7 or 8, which would sustain us for the first hunt. So our archery skill stays low. So I think we can make a total of like 13 or 14 if we wanted to. There's definitely pluses and minuses to making more. Alright, we're getting a stick for each one of these broken down harvested torches, getting some water in ourselves, and now we can make some running river oats here in this cooking pot. And we're going to always keep those calories from getting to absolute zero, so we keep our well-fed buff, giving us 5 extra kilograms of carrying capacity. Yo, what up, Joel? What's up, man? Hope you're having a good one. We're having an awesome one, Joel. We're getting things started over here, just kind of responsibly, making a bow for the beginning of the hunt, and planning for the future with as much responsibility, I guess, as possible. We're going to try to stay happy and adventurous. Going to new places. Maintaining positivity. I'm going to take a peek around this dam. I can't exactly remember if we hit the safe and all the other little places for loot here. We are back, man. We are doing it big. Got a desk there. Yeah, that safe is empty, but I can guarantee you really great stuff was in there, not just 1 tinder of cash or something. We're searching a filing cabinet. I hope you're sitting down for this. Wow. We're doing it. Nice, really enjoying watching you play. You're so upbeat. Love it. Thank you, Joel. Thank you very much. That's going to keep ourselves at the happy state that we're trying to accomplish pretty well. I appreciate that, Joel. That's awesome. Sending good RNG. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's just going to be a day of responsibility, you know? We're going to plan right. I think what the game plan is in Pleasant Valley, try to do some early hunting. 2 bears, 1 moose, put it in the red barn, and then travel to get our tech backpack. The moose is the trickier part. We have a big chance of missing a shot with the moose hunt because he's such a scallywag. There's no rocks to spaz him out or anything. It's just hit him and avoid him pretty much. We know he's not going to bleed out, but we're just going to have to run him up. What was that cloth filed under? C or F for fabric? I think it was filed under E for excellent loot that you just found. Worth your time. I think there's a few more lockers maybe up in the upper area where the bear sweater is. Let's go ahead and get some rest here and get back to it.
I'm so tired. I could just lay down right here.
All right, we're about 2.5 hours away on the main ventilation duct. Main ventilation duct, bingo. Oh, wow. I don't know what any of that means. We're doing it big, though. I'll tell you that.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother...
Man. I like to pop over and watch it with you guys. That was prime John McClane right there. Just saving the day. All right, I'm going to bedroll nap here right after this. One or 2 hours of sleep, and then back at the bow with the rest of our daylight and try to finish her off before tonight. See how many simple arrows we got. We got 2 shafts and 4 arrows made. And 10 remaining of these guys. Best Christmas movie ever. Yep. That's usually the debate, right, Joel? I'm sure you've heard from a lot of people when you say it's your favorite Christmas that it in fact is not. But I would consider it Christmas. Because Joel watches it at Christmas, so I think a lot of people do. You'll also know that if you own a video store, Christmas movies run out pretty well all year. For some reason. Alright, let's do this. Alright, this is it. This is it. Let's do an outside debut for it.
I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Woo! And we are armed for the first time in weeks. We are ready to storm the steeds. Okay, we now have a bow and a couple arrows to our name. We're going to want to make at least 9 arrows before we go to that first bear. And we're going to keep this archery skill where it is for as much as possible, because it's likely it's going to roll over within the first bear hunt if we get a guy over there in PV. It's exciting. Okay. So I think this will be 5. And that score thing right there lets you know either that you hit the bear when you shot him, but you got an XP point more than anything. And you get that from both activities. Looking for my backpack and number of arrows. 6. Oh yeah, I love that debate right up there with is a hot dog is a sandwich. Oh, now you're opening a whole can of worms, Joel. We've had that hot debate around here. And it heated up quickly.
Too tired to
Oh,
think
I'm taking the
straight.
drip for fatigue. Negligence! Dang old ketchup doggers. Dunk, you're the guy who doesn't mind a 7-Eleven hot dog every now and then too, right? I think you were one of those 7-Eleven doggers, right? On the spinning little rotating wheels. Rolling weens. Yeah, a Sev dog is fine. You just better not put any ketchup on it. So he raw dogs his spinning weens. What type of guy he is. Alright, we got some stuff we want to do. We're going to need an aurora or a fire to get it done. We're also back to the situation of being out of calories again. I do believe we've sourced the deer out back. I don't think we did the 2 in the winding river. That is a little far for us. I think we just need to do porridge and get out of here and then move our location. So let's talk about backup bow stuff. We're going to be stink walking if we leave with these guts. They might be done by the time. It would be great to be able to bring all our curables with us and take them over to Pleasant. We're probably going to be centralized over there for a minute. This is tough. I'm just having a tough time sustaining my vitals right here while we're staying put. Supplies are so limited. For your information, the wolves on Mystery Lake are easy kills, nice and flat. Yeah. I'll tell you the biggest downside to wolves, Zert, is that they juke you. So your odds of missing a shot wolf hunting are so much higher because they always do those juke moves on the way up to you, and you're kind of due for a juking wolf every now and then. So they just add a big opportunity for us to miss one of those shots, and that's the tough part about the wolf hunt. I lived in Chicago for a month, so that's my favorite style of dog. It's like a salad on top. Oh, you like the works. My 7-Eleven has Pico de Gallo. Nice. You like a little spice in your life, Dunk. I don't mind some spice. I throw a lot of cayenne in my famous soups. Unless you want to get fancy and add some queso and nacho cheese. Here we go. See, this is what happens, Joel. It's on. It's completely on. There's nothing like a hot dog talk, man. You know, they have sometimes creative buns. I've seen hot dogs in pretzel buns. That's something to talk about, too. Who's cheese? I don't know. Gas station cheese is usually a coin flip as to whether your stomach's going to agree with it. I usually equate gas station cheese to like the Tostitos little jar that's kind of stubby and short. It's pretty gas station-y, but it's also good at the same time if you're watching maybe a football game, dipping some tortilla in some gas station cheese. What a thrill.
Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, you're doing great. All right, I'm also going to burn sewing primer. You guys mentioned I'm never going to get the sewing 5. Nachos! Add some chorizo sausage. Holy. Chorizo. Alright, so our hide situation is 2 deer hides. If this stuff cures, which I think it might by the time we leave, we can walk without it being smelly. I don't believe hides are smelly. But I don't know either. Don't do a lot of hide games. It's going to be a pretty heavy walk. I think we're also due for a batch of empanadas here pretty soon, given the hunt being around the corner. And we're going to have 3 kilograms to start with. I might be able to shed a couple of these bottles of cooking oil because I'm pretty sure you actually don't use a lot of cooking oil when you make these things. Let's check out the formula. Roasted pies. 0.05 of cooking oil. So the math on 1 jar, if I have 0.75, is that I could make a bajillion batches, basically. And this over here gives me 15 batches. So what is 0.05 times 15? I think I can do it in 1 bottle, really. I'm over here doing crazy jabroni math. Also, you can make cooking oil very easily. No need to lug a bunch around. Right, we'll drop to 1 bottle. This is going to be a heavy walk with all these hides and saps and things. Probably going to establish ourselves at the Red Barn if possible. You never played hide and seek? No. But Aretha goes... my kitty, Jekyll and Hyde, if she doesn't get her beachside crunch. She does the one who's a derelict, not the normal scientist or doctor that's a human. Guts, meat, and animal fats do. Okay, cool. So I don't think we will be smelly. right, we're planning for war basically right now. Doesn't this guy look like a war horse right here? He's for real. It's pretty daunting going into a hunt like this. What you really do is just try to put it out of your mind. You know you're about to do something that you're in over your head with. So basically, I just act like I'm in denial about it for a long time. And then when it comes, it's just fight or flight. Just hope I fly. Or fight, not fly. I can't even get the phrase right, let alone the hunt. Doing this big. Responsible Tinder check, or did you just do that? Well, yeah, and we learned that we have such a responsible number that I'm getting my weight down for the big trudge through Winding River to Pleasant and all the way over to the Red Barn. It's kind of an intense travel, especially being heavy. You have to go through a bunch of wolves and derelicts. And then there's going to be a bear on the way, and if he's there, it might be hunting time. Which again terrifies me. I think I'm going to try to make about 2, maybe 3 more arrows before we get out of here and go with a total of 9. My usual record for John Candy amount of arrows that I put in one bear, I think is about 8. I don't think I've gotten past 8 yet. Because what we're trying to do is not hit him in the head or the places where he takes more damage. We're trying to hit him in his area where he has a ton of natural armor so that we can get more shots accurately on a bear. All right, first batch of empanadas. It's happening. Here we go. A lot of firsts going down. We're doing it! Happy and adventurous. I might take the drip for fatigue there.
Tired.
It's time to go off the rails wild and crazy, zonked out on pies. Yeah, I think the majority of the time we do the hunt, we have the headache, like, Technicolor thing going on. Yo, what up, Sweet Potato Melito in the house? The Dodo Queen. What's shaking, Melito? Hope you and the family are well. I'm so hyped right now. Do work, Joel. Thank you. I really appreciate that awesome mentality. All right, I'm going to sleep kind of just 1 hour at a time over here. Keeping an eye on auroras and the sun. Tomorrow is probably going to be the day we leave the dam and make moves. Once the sun crests over the moon, it's game time. Probably going to pop a pie. Get things popping and rolling. Crazy like that. Oh, it's going fantastic, Melito. So far, we've been doing a lot of the activities that are pretty impossible to fail. So we still have a run going from last time, but we're heading into the part where we have every opportunity to fail. So it's just about being happy and adventurous during our hunt today, seeking the first cul-de-sac bear on our way into Pleasant. Right when we turn right out of the Winding River Transition Cave, the bear cave is there, and we'll find out if he spawned in or not. Alright, let's make our last shaft, and then we're going to be carrying 5 arrowheads with us to go with these birch saplings we bring to potentially make into more arrows over there. It quiets. Alright, let's think about it. We're about to do some traveling now. I'm going to go out here and check on the sun and see if we can get a free match. We cannot. We have 3 down arrows. It looks like a brisk cold morning here. Would be good to get a warming up bonus. I'm going to tell you, what if I can do a couple old fashions to try to get the sun out so I can get a free match and warm my belly with a tea before we do this walk through Winding River. You have to think about, I'm literally over here planning my day around saving matches and things and stuff. It's pretty intense. And being well prepared, you're working hard to cover all situations. That's it, Joel. Right there, we slept for 1 hour, and we took that overcast into a sunny cast, and are now able to conserve that match and use it for something in the future. And let's hope we run into a well-supplied Trusty brand situation in Pleasant. I do believe that we have a guaranteed box of Trusty brand at the gas station next to the bingo hall. So when we go over there, we're going to get a box of Trusty brand, and we have a good deal of POIs to check, along with what I believe is a prepper's cache where it could be completely stocked at the North Star location in Pleasant, at north-north direction.
Damn it.
Take it easy, Will. It's over here swearing. Hope you guys had a really solid weekend. Friday was amazing. All right, we flipped the coin 3 times, Raph. Sun's gonna go down. Went to bed last night with a killer headache, but so far it hasn't returned. Okay, Melito. You drink some of that water. You get some water games going on.
Come on.
Probably been out there gardening a lot in the sun. Yeah, he goes Joker on a couple failed fires. Sometimes I feel for him though. He's out here actually having to deal with it. I'm over here hanging out with Aretha. Okay. So all this is with the idea of conserving matches, and then minutes from now, I'll misclick over a lit torch on the ground and completely waste one of those matches. One of the benefits of finding a fire striker is that when you do misclick trying to chain your torches together, you actually don't waste the match because you have 2 options. And so it'll ask you in that moment the second you misclick. All right, last call for all of our gear. %98 on that one deer hide. All right, I'm gonna keep those instructional books. We're going in with 9 to the first hunt potentially. Man, it would be super cool to bring this backup bow stuff too. 98% on these guts. They can roll over, then we can carry A non-smelly gut. Wow. I say leave the backup stuff here. By the time you're ready for it, you'll be back over here. Thank you for acknowledging Craig T. Yeah. I mean, if literally 1% more, we could carry it with us and have a central location for everything at Mystery. That would be convenient. Get that chair into the Great Bear Art Museum. It does look very nice. And it reminds me of a sitcom actor from 1990s and the star of Poltergeist, Craig T. Nelson. It makes me think about having those great coaches back in the day when we played organized sports. That was so beautiful what you did with the chairs. Thank you, Caffris. It is beautiful. It's in commemorating Craig T. Nelson, one of the greatest sitcom and film stars of many generations, really. He was a man who stuck up for those who were not as follically blessed as the rest, but he still came through and was a hero for them, much like John McClane and Bruce Willis. Did you know Poltergeist was rated PG? And I think this was in the time before PG-13 existed. Same reason Jaws was PG. I think.
So hungry.
Because there was no in-between at that moment. The blockbuster movies that Spielberg pretty much came up with literally invented that in-between realm.
Thirsty.
And we've also definitely thought about the fact that we're going to have to plan for the future with regards to another forge. So the other forge might basically just have to be either at Forlorn Muskeg or some other location. I have a scrap over here I could bring with us. See if we got any other scrap. Okay, we don't have any other scrap. I'm going to be leaving my goofy storm lantern behind, I believe. Either that or I'll use it through the dam and then drop it at the dam exit for free juice. No, that's not going to work. I need a lit torch. Serious math. Serious plans. Gonna want these to make arrows in the next town over. Come on, boys. Want to take another passive ravine for birch bark? We could. We're heading to Birch Bark Forest too, Dunk. Just out of excitement and wanting to get over to to Pleasant. You know, the weather's so good over there. How could you not? I think it's yeah, I vaguely remember when PG-13 got to be a thing. What's up, Goblin? How's it going, Gobs? How have things been going on Great Bear for you? It's good to see you, Goblin. Life is good in Larone land. It sure is, Melito. We're happy and adventurous. We're just breezing around. Craig T was born in Washington, my home state. Nice, Joel. Coach was a great show. Joel, you're amazing. I had a great weekend at Monday as well. Had the day off and my wife took me to a spa for a massage. Oh my, that's very Allen's Cave of you, Joel. And took my daughter out for sushi. Nice, wholesome, good time. Excellent, Joel. So I think for birch, we're going to have to acquire all of ours over at Pleasant Valley. So I'm waiting on these guts to potentially bring them with us so that we can make our second bow in mystery. It's probably not the most important thing to bring it with us. I do believe if there were a central location, it would be somewhere like the camp office here in Mystery or like Pleasant. Because Pleasant feeds off into a lot of the territories in different directions. So it's kind of like the central station of like the metro line or something. And I think that red barn will kind of be the heart of the situation. We're going to be in the warm part to travel. 3 empanadas in our satchel. It's time. It is definitely wise to get birch, though, before we do too much hunting, or our first mistake will be our last. Getting mauled wise, for sure, or taking a drip. Come on, boys, roll over.
Find something to drink.
Okay, so that was probably a little too close for comfort on my well-fed there, and I should have eaten a little bit sooner. I can't be pushing the envelope with that. Come on, boys, what do you say? Alright, so we are patiently waiting for the last percentage so we can carry our backup bow stuff with us. It may make little sense to do it. At this point, I'm just so committed. And then we'll plan and talk about where we want to do a second forge. We know that the heavy hammer is already located right there at the forge in Forlorn. So any other hammers we find, we could of course set ourselves up with some scrap and bust out some more arrowheads at a forge, as long as we got the appropriate coal to heat it up to 150 degrees Celsius. This last percent is like watching a pot to see if it'll boil. So I do believe we have our 3 responsible old man lichen beards to craft into an antiseptic if we do get mauled by a bear. So we're good on that. I have 159 rose hips. You can see that it's an odd number because we did leave one behind for Dave when we visited Dave's quiet clearing. More the reason why I think it goes without saying that I'm going to need some rose hips. I'm going to need them in bountiful amounts, and I'm gonna need them all day. Let me get some of those hips. Come on, man. I know you guys got them. Don't be holding out on those hips. Thank you, Duncan and Goblin, for those hips. That's what I'm talking about. We're gonna be making empanadas all day, every day. That's very nice of you guys and very generous. I think it's going to be one more lump on this ridiculous weight for the guts. We're going to get some more lumps when we go between the cave, between Winding River and Pleasant. That'll be a little amount of lumps, and then the majority is going to come in the Cinder Hills mine, I believe. Okay, this should get us there. Thank you, Fire, for those hips on YouTube. How is it going, Fire, the absolute man? How are you, Fire? Fire is the man. Just in time to see the cured guts. How's it going, Fire? Are we ready for this? We doing it?
I could eat anything right now.
All right, a hit for the road. We're going on travel, so we need to take the edge off. We're going to throw these in the Gambler thermos. And then inside of the color is violet thermos, we're throwing these Rishi teas. A smarter man would have drank the tea right before he went outside, rather than right before he walked through the dam for a little while. But sometimes, you know, that's all I got. There's no defense to it. It's just negligence. It's a lot to think about in the procedure here in the long dark, and day by day, you just have to get more responsible and hope that you learn the ways, the survival ways. But one of the things I've been talking about since basically day one is that this game is absolutely amazing, even if you're a jabroni. So we have absolutely loved all of it. Thank you for the warm welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Fire. How's it going, buddy? We just made our bow, and we're going in for the hunt now, potentially. We're going to check that first bear and try to go through the bingo hall for a few essential items, and then really put all our stuff down at the Red Barn. Though it's not warm in there, it does have a workbench. I always end up at the Red Barn rather than the farmhouse. The farmhouse does have an inside workbench. You just have to go in the basement. But the Red Barn feels more centralized because it's really close to the birch forest. So I always end up there just sleeping in that pickup truck. I believe we came through here when we were checking for Winding River supplies. So this place usually has a couple wolves in it. We'll just try to be ducking and dodging. And it's the reason I'll be taking kind of a parkour route when I'm going around these blind sides on our descent. Look at him over there. You see him skulking? He's already ready to play games. Raph, I can tell, is... He's not going to give us an easy day today. Don't just howl at him. Get him, eh? I still hear him skulking around over there. We're gonna have to walk this guy over to the transition. So, The prospects we have in the Winding River Cave are a potential ravaged deer there and maybe 7 to 10 lumps. So that'll be a warm place for us to walk through while we get over to Pleasant Valley, a town that's name definitely will deceive you. It's a town that basically always has blizzards. I think it has the highest opportunity to give you blizzards on the daily. You'll end up going through a ton of lumps if you go through there ill-prepared. Or you'll just go through lumps no matter what, because it's intense. Busy doing yard work today. I'll be mostly listening. Nice fire. I did some yard work yesterday, too. I was back at it, cleaning up some siding and doing gutter games, and it was pretty good. It's satisfying, probably like those who like those power wash simulator games, when you have a really dirty siding, and then at the end it looks beautiful. The after picture was nice. So some good old-fashioned stuff. You know, getting things done. Long gone are the days of Team PV and no blizzards in PV. Now we're just becoming realist. We're admitting the truth. I'm worried about our trusty brand here. I think we are going to have to waste a match because this is my last torch here. And with Scruffy barreling down on me, I can't really stop to smell the fire-starting roses. I gotta get these rose hips, Scruffy. Alright, let's get in here. And this is the one that'll take us to PV. We've done it a lot. It's very disorienting walking around these parts, so we just take this route very frequently. So you can see that from the dam, you can get over here to this cave, and this will pop you out at PV. Someone wants to play. What's shaking, Lily? Do we got Aretha sightings or something? How's it going? How are you, Lily? You'll be happy to know that she has been given her beach side and that she loved it. She partied. Thanks to Pat. Pat cooked her up. He's looking out for my gal.
I could eat anything. Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, doing awesome. Alright, I never like to use torches from a coal fire because it feels like I could use those coal more wisely. But sometimes when you're in a 100-day run, you can say, hey, it's okay. And that's the cope I live in. Alright, little empanada and a couple tails. And we're walking through grabbing lumps and finding a ravaged deer, hopefully. I took down my first cougar this week. There it is, Lily. Keep on storming the steeds. Cougar's no joke. Oh man, I always feel bad for this guy. Alright, grabbing the lumps. Staying organized on our travels through here so we don't get turned around too. think there's a dead end with lumps. Yep. Got a little bit more M Hunter to get us to cooking 5. We just reached the encumbered level. Okay. All right, no lumps left behind. We're checking any of these little patches here for some reclaimed and lumps. And there should be a deer around the corner up here if we're lucky. What happens is the son of a gun wolves will actually bring deer back into the cave. So they can transport the deer. Will can definitely never move deer off the ground from where they stand. He's got his limits. All right, Will, looks like you're eating empanadas today, buddy. No deer for us. Scruffy's out there getting ready to whoop our butt instead. Raph is keeping the wolves hungry. You know, he's not feeding them. They're going to be ferocious. Yes. I've been giving them salads and they don't like it. So they're even more furious. Come on, Raph. You know they're carnivores. They don't like salads. Everybody likes salads. I don't know about that, Raph. All right, we're getting the lumps. Oh, what up, Bean? This pack is getting kind of heavy. How's it going, Bean? What's going on? I heard about what's going on with Versette. So I had just a quick moment hoping before we got going that he was doing good. So I hope that everything gets situated with Versette. Versette actually had a flat tire on his way into work today. And I was just thinking how much that would be tough to deal with and how it could obviously set you off on one of those frustration trails. Guy like that, though, is probably going to be graceful and positive about it. And we're with it. Okay, we are out of empanadas now. So we're raw dogging life. I'm freaking out, man. I can't take it. All right, it's a nice warm evening, hopefully. We'll see what the weather's like.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
New location, Pleasant Valley. Our first trip into the Pleasant Valley. So let's go right wall strats here and check for this first bear and see if we're going to have a hunt situation right now. Man, I am so not ready for this. Mercedes having a rough day, unfortunately. Hopefully he'll be done before stream is over so we can chill and watch for a while. Nice. Okay. But keep me updated, Bean, and it's great to see you, bud. Alright, his cave is right here. Usually by this point you'll hear him scruffling and ruffling around. Let's go check for bones in his cave. You could also see high-fidelity footprints if he's been around, too. Of the John Cusack variety. Well, looks like since there's no bones here by the entrance, we actually got skunked on this first cul-de-sac bear. This is one of 4 cul-de-sac bears that exists in Pleasant Valley. So we definitely would love to see a few of these guys here, but it's probably for the best that this one's not here so we can take all this heavy gear with us and settle down in the red barn after looting the bingo hall and the gas station. It always starts to get scary when we enter PV. It does, Bean. Now's that moment when you hear what you always talk about as the moment when I get a little more quiet, a little less Mario Lopez references, and a few more moments of intensity. But Lopez is with us at all times. And we will be just like Cal Riley and knock it out of the park with a happy, adventurous mentality. I still remember when Goblin talked about where the old man Beard was that saved our life up this hill, too. We talk about it all the time with this game, but you have associative memories with locations in this game because the moments are so poignant in your endeavors and stuff. So it's like it becomes like a real memory when you pass a location. You're like, I remember getting mauled by a wolf there or something like that. Yeah, remember that, Goblin? You told us about the old man Beard and saved the day? Kept that run going? That was a big deal. All right, looks like we got company up ahead. Double time. I always think of that wolf that killed you by the derelict cabins, and I kill that wolf every time I go there. Nice, Lily. You know, I don't wish harm upon any wolf, but that wolf, he was coming for us, man. And now we know that that fireplace will not save our life if we light it. And this is daunting. All right, I got issues. I got empanadas that need to be cooked or running river oats at a spot fire. He earned it. Only one down arrow in PV is pretty dang good. Some solid RNG for some of the ragtag clothes we found so far, Bean, and we're actually at 10 warmth bonus right now, 10 Celsius. That's always pretty much decaying since our clothes are set to destroy themselves every step we walk. But as soon as we make animal clothes, they're going to come out at 99%, and we're going to be set up. We have 2 deer hides so far. Just need to get a few guts and a couple more hides, and maybe we can make some boots and pants or something with some of the deer hides we find. And we're going to throw down 2 bear hides and a moose hide if we do things the way we aim to here. So those things will be curing while we take an adventure to the northeast part of the map, where there's likely to be a technical backpack for us in the gold mine. Okay, and the cougar did make her appearance last time with her sweet cinematic cutscene. So she is completely on the scene as well. Let's talk about cougar clothes and knives. We do have a little experience hunting the cougar. She's a pretty big pain in the tail. But if we're on a 100-day run and maybe getting that sweet head wrap she has or the knife is really going to benefit us on a 100-day run, I would love to hear any sort of strategies. We have the cougar at Pensive Pond. And we could do... hunting. Alright, sorry. The paranoia is kicking in. Listen, man. I'm freaking out. I'm hearing wolves. Sometimes you'll just hear rustling in the leaves. And it'll be the last thing you hear in your whole life. Yeah, so the calories are the one thing I didn't plan for very well on this trip. I think I'm having tea lunch. That knife is awesome. And cowl is really nice too. Guessing the cowl's the head wrap, right? And so, as part of our long-term plans, I have your strat dunk that we're thinking about. The 2 bears, 1 moose thing for the coat and the satchel. And I'm just trying to think if there's anything that makes sense to do early and in what order to get clothes prepared for us for our stuff. The knife reduces harvesting time by a whole lot. Yeah. And so our equation is basically like when to do it and if it's worth it on a 100-day run, and like would it make the best sense to do it on week 2 or week 5 or whatever like that kind of. So just kind of doing one step at a time while having the other steps sort of fleshed out. Alright, so we're getting minimal calories from these teas we're drinking for lunch. We should get some prepared food like peaches and granola bars and things once we get over to the bingo hall. So that's going to be a nice treat for us. If anything, some dusty old carrots. So I might take a shortcut here as the crow flies, and I'm going to keep an eye for each wolf that could be here. Most of the wolves around here are set to be right there when you walk out of the door at the bingo hall. And they'll jump you wearing leather jackets. And their jeans will be rolled up at the bottom. They'll be wearing black boots. Like the Tommy knockers. You guys ever see the Tommy knockers? Cougar takes a whole lot of bow hits at low skill, so it's a trade-off of getting extra hits or making the fight more manageable. Yeah. The Cougar's not ideal, so I would love to just put the Cougar down. So that probably is one in the thing for later. Since the Cougar's so skittish, I'd love to do all my early archery stuff with Cul-de-sac Bear. It's really tough to approach the bingo hall without having a blind spot. There's a couple hills here where the ninja wolves will hide behind. I'm trying not to lower my eyes to an enemy, like the great Master Tatsu would want. All these little snow bands are tricky. Here we go. Thompson's Crossing Bingo Hall. Wednesday at 8 p.m. That's tomorrow. For all you bingo fans. We've done it. No bow shots taken yet. That's it, Bean. We just got the bow created, and now we're here at the bingo hall. Potentially going to grab a bear sweater, and definitely want to start with calories, baby. Here we go.
hungry later.
Boom. Well fed, maintained. Dog food. We're going on a frenzy. Pork chops and applesauce, baby. The best in town.
This stuff will come in handy.
Ooh, RNG matches, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Second we get here, we're getting some serious stuff going. That dog food with the can opener was so smooth. That's your brand, don't? Sure is.
I can always use more food.
Man, we're hitting on almost every cabinet here. Rummaging through our neighbors' cabinets is a fruitful endeavor for us thus far. So we got about 3 little locations here we could check and make our way to the Red Barn with the remaining sunlight. It's likely going to be a tricky situation if we go fatigued. So maybe I'll take some opinions as to whether it's good to rest up tonight and then maybe travel tomorrow. All right, we are rummaging like nobody's business.
I'll be hungry later.
Hey, we got a lot going on today, but you just be happy and adventurous. I'm the coho salmon of positivity.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
It sure is. Get a good Morgan and start fresh in the morning. Okay, double bear sweater situations. So since it's the inside layer here, warmth is probably more important. So let's put the best bear sweater on the outside for that windproof, since wind matters on the outside layer. But again, here's the situation. Since the coat is covering, the wind won't matter either. So it's now warmth over everything for this layer here. And it looks like the bear sweater reigns supreme in both departments. So we're going double bear, and we're putting the hockey jersey in the rafters. It's a bit dark in here now. So we're going to get some rest. And then probably when I can see, do the rest of this stuff here, because this is going to be a bit dark. So we're going to go over here on this sweet floor bed. Let's see what condition our coho is. 96. I think we can afford to sleep with this guy. I probably would like to micro cure some stuff if I do go down for a Fat Morgan, so I should probably drop some of these things here. What are the odds I remember them? Let's hope high. All right, it's time to get some rest. We're going to sleep for a 7-hour Morgan Freeman chunk. We have 2 other places we want to loot in this little circumference. You will remember the things you dropped in the bingo hall. That's it. His name was it Alan Parsons? No, it wasn't Alan Parsons. I'm trying to remember the guy's name from Fight Club. The random guy. right, we got a couple hours till morning here. We could get a few more hours of rest. Get up, do a little fish fry, get some torches pulled. Robert Paulson, there it is, Dunk. You know your movies. Gonna cook some stuff in here before leaving. Stinkwalk seems not worth the risk. That's exactly right, Beam. We're gonna cook this Affliction Cabin Fever Risk. It says you've been indoors so long you're starting to feel very uneasy. Listen, man. Spend some time outdoors before it gets worse. All right. Raph is turning us insane. We seek the bear. I should have lit the 6-top stove.
That's done. Could eat anything right now.
All right, let's get some of the rest of the loot here. We have checked most of this stuff. We'll just go into the bathroom, grab some of that delicious potable toilet water, and any of the remaining loot before we take off. What's the deal here? How is that even possible? I never see you get cabin fever since you're always on the move. I'm not sure, Bean. I think it was during our bow creation. I was doing a lot of camping during that. So hopefully we'll eradicate our cabin fever risk pretty shortly after by seeking the bear. Thompson family stew. Yo, what up, Sil? The LeBron James of TLD. Oh, I definitely put the jabroni in that name, that's for sure. Not as much the superstar basketball skills, but I appreciate it. One thing we do set out to have is a championship mentality. Can we bring that to fruition? Most likely not. Trusty Brand. Alright, we're getting some pre-made food over here too. That'll help us munch on a few things until we get our live off the land food. But we're in a brand new town that has plenty of cattail dream opportunities.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Probably the ragged cotton toque. That's your bread. How we doing, brother? We're doing pretty good. We're just getting settled in our new town in Pleasant. and we're going to begin the bear hunt here. We just kind of want to go centralize ourselves over at the Red Barn, where there's going to be a guaranteed stim for us to get us out of intense situations. And then we're probably going to do birch bark forest actions to get our health back to a place where we can actually sustain an attack when we inevitably blow it during the hunt. Let's go pull some torches and get our coho salmon off the stove. I think we got a couple hours till morning time, and we'll have some sunlight for our travel. It still will be cold in those first couple hours. All right, 100% coho salmon with 1,500 calories. Ho! Stale granola bar. All right, in 3 minutes, we're grabbing these off here. More water, and then we go to the guy with the Canadian flag's house for the last little bit of loot before we head into the heart of this town. Also, let's put some stuff on here and take some torches. So the loot in this one is going to be limited with regards to the stuff that's pre-made in the way of like peach cans and clothes we find. So each little bit counts. So we're hitting as many of the major POIs that will potentially have some of that stuff for us here before we're heading into the place where we're kind of settling down. So this is the last stop on this little part. That was a calorie bomb. Nice. Yeah, and he gave us really sound advice too, Bean. He was telling us, you know, to keep our mentality about us. And it's nice how those fish give us advice. And it's totally not a side effect of my cabin fever risk. The fish are talking to me. It's real. It's real to me.
Could end up being useful.
It sure could. Oh, rancid rabbit cooked. 7%. Now is when we have to talk about this rancid rabbit, because I think I might have to leave it since it's 7%. Alright, I'm keeping it in the fridge until I hear otherwise. Drop that rabbit.
Too heavy.
He was tainted. Toss it. Oh, look at that. A flapjack picture.
Could end up being useful.
Well, it might be, but I think it's an inner shirt. So we're going to go ahead and drop that, buddy, because we have that inner layer covered. Aha. Once he eats my poisoned rabbit, he'll be forced to eat salads for life. Oh my gosh. Raph is in a nefarious mood today. He's laughing at our downfall. All right, some more delicious toilet water for us. And then we'll make sure that we have the appropriate amount of strength to handle this big journey we're about to go on, because we're going to go past 1 million wolves and things on the way. Okay, morning is here.
not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Yeah, I did think about... Listen, man, that fish was talking to me, man. I thought about some stuff. I've never made really any of those intricate recipes, so we'll be talking about those as the run goes on. There's all kinds of different buffs you can get besides staying up all night with roasted empanadas. And I would like to talk about those buffs. All right, now back into the Gambler and Color of Purple Thermos goes a bunch of these teas. I'm sorry, the Color Violet. Yeah, we are super slow. I'm gonna have to drop some stuff. Gonna pick up our curables.
I need to drop something.
I'm gonna think about making a responsible note about this loot. As pointless as it is, potatoes and firewood isn't that bad. Unburdened. Autocorrect. I really like the meatball unburdened buff. Unburdened. Does that take away all carrying limitations for that hour? You could have like 80 kilograms, no problem, because he's full of that meat pie. Meat pie. You know I didn't put that in the game. It was for all you derelict meat eaters. It had to be done. I wish adds like 3 kilograms, good for ropes. Okay. Yeah, and there's rumors that we're gonna get like these pre-made premium crampons from the Ash Canyon mine where the backpack is. And we're pretty excited about that. Okay, I already see a couple jabroni wolves in the distance. It's a cold morning in Pleasant Valley as we walk with a ton of gear to the Red Barn. Very often I get turned around trying to simply just get to the middle of this map here. We got right there on the left the power lines for the road. So if we run parallel to the road, we know we're heading in the right direction. These guys seem to be white in our walking area. Eating good in Pleasant Valley. Yeah, and we also have another bag of flour we're going to pick up at the farmhouse for 7 more batches of roasted empanadas, basically. All right, his fingers are starting to feel numb. We're going to pop a tea in here. And that'll give us just a little bit of time there on our temperature that currently has 3 down arrows. Brutal stuff. The improvised crampons are better for climbing, but a bit heavier. Okay. Yeah, so we're thinking we might get some of those crampons at the Ash Canyon mine. The proper crampons aren't supposed to be as good as the improvised ones you can craft. Though it's apparently bugged. Holy. There's even multiple crampons. I thought it was a joke at first, but there is a difference between the pre-made ones and the improvised ones. Wow. We're always learning. All right, I'm taking the drip. It's a cold walk to the farmhouse. I'm trying to prevent from having to stop for a spot fire right now so we can just plow through with these herbal teas we have. Unfortunately for us, we can't use the herbal teas to rebuild health at night. Our only opportunity to get health back is going to be that sharp pencil forest over there with the birch lying all around on the ground. All right, we have the red barn in sight. Let's get there. We're taking a drip.
Just a little lay down for a bit.
Pleasant Valley Outbuildings. There's always a Dave's Cave version and an Alan's Cave version of everything in my game. Yeah. And you know, judging by this guy's past history, I'm guessing he prefers the Allen's Cave variety of things. Yes, my crampons are always proper. Don't ever think you're gonna catch me in those improvised crampons. Those are for derelicts. Onion ring eating, margarita drinking derelicts. Jeez, Raph. Alright, I'm checking around for all the cool stuff here. Then we're going to grab our stem. So I think we'll be throwing Brian Gould's Stay on Target over here, one of the greatest books, onto the fire as Kindle. Okay. Oh. We're prepared for emergencies. I think it's terrible that you offer all that junk food at Dave's Cave now. Apologize and say it won't happen again. Jeez, this is a new side of Raph. He's demanding apologies now. Golly. I think he's upset at our past success. And now he's trying to come after us. Demoralize us. Stuff like scrap lead unfortunately can't really apply to us since we can't ever make any sort of weapons. Alright, let's drop all this stuff. I knew you'd back down. I don't pay no fees. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk at some point about the attitude of this town. The floating idea is that maybe this town's been taken over by aliens. And it seems to make everybody act unusual. We did have a UFO encounter. All right, so we're getting the hides taken care of and all of our curables centralized. Our backup guts right next to our backup maple will be good over here on the workbench that we can bring down. And we'll start to kind of get established here in the little red barn. This will be our pseudo base. And though it might not have great decorations, it will be a central hub for a super successful run where we're happy and adventurous. Look at this. Look at this strong man Will carrying a workbench down the stairs. Okay, backup bow initiated. And then we seek the bear. We got to make sure we don't get cabin fever over here. Apparently that's an issue. Raph says we've been talking to ourselves. Adventure Hub. That's it. It's very Giga Chad Adventure Hub that we're setting up here. Backup bow already laid out with 2 of the hides needed, and I think you can make boots with 2 hides and some guts. So we could replace our Sadie Hawkins at a certain stage if we're interested. This is all very important. Okay, we're getting some of that stuff down. Now let's drop a little bit of weight if we can and start thinking about how we're absolutely going to approach a bear situation. I probably want to throw these heads inside along with the red tools. And we'll drop any of this
stuff to carry.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you out here, bud. Okay, probably be good to make a responsible note about those arrowheads and all this stuff. Maybe some Adventure Hub notes. Yeah, we're just trying to basically get underweight here. Make sure we're nice and light for the big hunting endeavor. Okay. We're now at 31 of 35. Our outfit is just going to have to be what it is. We're hoping that we can get 2 bear and a moose while we're here and get them curing before a trip to Ash Canyon to recover a backpack. That's going to help us even further. He's close by and can provide the proper meat stack. There should be a bear in that birch forest, but with the janky cave, are we going to take him on? Well, it's up to the sequence of events we think is important for our upcoming future. We would like to get that strategy that you're implementing for us, the 2 bear, 1 moose strategy, set up before an Ash Canyon trip. We could do that by checking first the Cinder Hills Mine Bear and doing a Operation Recon for lumps as well, which might be a responsible stack situation. Oh, what's up, Naku, the man? How's it going, Naku? How's the run going? The run is going fantastic, Naku. All the variability is in the future for us in the way of things that we could blow it with, but we're keeping our mindset as close to what we believe will set us on a trajectory for success. And it's great to see you, Naku. I hope the songs have been coming well and that you've been writing. I look forward to more gems like the Cheshire cat staring at you in the mirror and all those sweet lines. Here's another thing that's just very small and it's not a big complaint. I would love for when you drop a stack of books for them to just stack up in a pile rather than a glitchy mess on the floor. Just like a stack of books would be cool. Don't even ask me for anything. You're a jabroni. Come on, Raph. So what do you guys think about that? We have 22 lumps. We could go on a recon mission to get lumps from the Cinder Hills mine and check for the second cul-de-sac bear. That could be an option. And then we could get Birch on the way back, maybe, or on the way there. That bear is there for us. We're going to be going for pretty much most things, and we're not as much on a time crunch. Bear can come right outside this barn sometimes. Yeah. And if he does, we'll be trying to use him to farm our cooking skill up towards cooking 5 too. And it'll obviously give us a solid meat supply. Yeah, we're heading into the nice warm part of the day. Right now we have about 20 lumps on us and we could go on a lump mission with Birch as part of the mission as well. Good to see you. I got some coming, but it's been hard with only being able to hear from one ear currently. I'm going to the doctors to get it looked at. Okay, Naku. You're the man, bud. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm hoping it's something that we can get taken care of pretty quickly. And doesn't bother you much longer. I know how that could be annoying, especially at being such a sick songwriter. Okay, cool. Well, what's cabin fever risk at? Okay, we're at least still keeping it on the bottom. We've never quite figured out exactly how it works. It's been explained to me several times, but I have issues and I can't retain the information. Just went up to 13%. And we are going to do some traveling, potentially to the Cinder Hills Mine Bear for a lump recon and Birch, along with a potential bear at Cinder Hills, of course. Yeah, that's what I'll keep telling myself too. All the things I forget, like that wolf named Scott, everything. There is cabin fever bug. It seems to go away if you go to the back of a cave. Yeah, I think somebody's mentioned that, Zert. Well, we're headed to a cave. Yeah, I can't believe you never remember about Scott. Okay, I think I'm drinking a tea here. All right, this is the type of mission that you go on when you're hoping to get some supplies for a 100-day hunt. there's a hunt part of it and also a health future part of it for us. If we see any ravaged, it would be super wise for us to do some ravaged stuff too. Grabbing the hides and guts for future things. I believe that the boots are 4 guts maybe and 2 hides, and we got the hide part covered. Yeah, 4 guts, 2 hides, and the pants are 3 hides, 4 guts. Can you imagine how ridiculous those pants would look? Will making them by himself. The mysteries of TLD. Cabin fever risk. How are the days counted in the log? Why are roasted pies so addictive? And so on. That's it, Pack. You've got it. You know, the way I think about this, we're going to be encumbered on the way back. Birch is probably good at the top of this journey. I can tell you this too, it's likely we might see a bear come back to life in 100 days. If I mess with this bear right here. Now I have to think about losing the arrows too. Maybe I fight him on the way back. Birch on the way there. This jabroni over here on the way back, because he's going to take our arrows with him. What's with this grass? Be drama. Looks like the zone of contamination. All right, Pleasant Valley is doing its thing right now. It's a special garnish for my salads. Sure is. Sliced up radishes or something. If you fight this guy, you gotta harvest him. He's the meat pile. Yeah. And he's also an arrow stealer, too. So I would go into the cul-de-sac bear fight with potentially less arrows than I could get if I had them all. So I want to fight him on the way back. I know that he always is active, meaning he'll never not be here. You just gotta find him lumbering around the forest. Alright, each piece of bark is half of what we need for a cup of it. 2 pieces of birch bark gets you a fat cup of the liquid gold that gives you 5 HP back over an hour or 2. And sends your health bar going the positive direction with the up arrow. I should probably keep an eye out for the bear a little bit more. He could be walking home. His cave is directly behind us. Carved out in a little rock formation over there. Yeah, you do. But I think this guy might take off with our arrows too, don't? I'll hit him from a rock formation and then he'll scurry off. The whole reason we implement the John Candy strat is so we didn't lose our arrows. And right now he might take off after he gets hit. Went to get food. So glad you're still alive. We're doing it, Joel. We're trying to get food ourselves. And right now we're freezing our butt off.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up again.
Looks like a spot fire's in our future. We're recovering all this, and we're going to have a serious health revitalization.
So cold.
Fire striker has been broken beyond repair. Ah! Never heard that sound effect before.
That did it.
We struck one too many times and it has been ruined. I suppose we'll be dropping this bad boy. Actually, no, I'm not going to drop it to save matches, maybe. That's tough. Heavy drama. All right, let's whip up some birch bark teas. Hate to hear it. I know, Fire. I've never seen it before. Yeah, I don't know what happened. She just had enough. She wasn't really high percentage when we found her, and it was quitting time. How many arrows do you have? We're going into this first hunt, Bean, with 9 arrows. The hope was that we don't put our archery skill too high, since we were getting points XP-wise by just making the arrows. So at least that first cul-de-sac bear, we can put 8 shots in him. Because once we get up to archery 2, even with the John Candy strat, it's probably going to be 6 to 7 shots per cul-de-sac bear. Ah, son of a gun. Pleasant Valley. Okay, so navigating experts unite. I'm going to try to find a way to get to the Cinder Hills mine in the southeast corner of the map. It's likely going to be another spot fire. Who knows if the wind's going to change direction 17 times while we do it.
Can't feel my hands.
All right, it was a great and responsible plan that our boy came up with to get this birch. And we could be closer to 50 HP by all is said and done.
Something's making me feel tired.
Heading to coastal or just go in there for the lumps of coal? That's it, Bean. We're going to the southeast corner. There's a cul-de-sac bear there who hangs out on the bridge zone, kind of. He's got a cave there. And there's also a big lump supply there that we can grab. It's probably going to be an encumbered walk home, so we tried to shed most of the stuff weight-wise. And we were kind of overdue for a blizzard.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Yeah. All right, we're in the warm part of the day, so if the blizzard ceases, it's good to get going. We'll likely want to be at full warmth here before we take off. Fatigue's also becoming an issue, so we could take a cheeky 1 hour, which is even more risky here in the town of Pleasantness. Might be roast of empanadas for us. So we're jiggling the tees to make sure they don't get burned by picking them up and doing a unusual mechanic that somehow does that. We don't question it because the world's tough out here. We need all the craziness we can get. So we double right click it to make sure it's jiggled. It keeps it from needing to be babysat while other stuff is happening by the fire. And we seek the Cinder Hills. Saw that. Okay. All right, responsibility and seriousness as we approach the Cinder Hills Mine Bear. I see the birch bark forest bear over here, kind of sauntering over the hill. And we're coming back for that guy. I tell you, that's probably one thing I would tell folks is a tough part. This game is so, don't mind me, just sauntering. It's hard to resist the thrill of the hunt. That's what got me into a lot of situations early on. You make a plan, and then a 30 blizzards hit, and then all of a sudden you're so anxious to go out there, you start to get hasty. And so your responsibility goes out the window with excitement dictating how your run is going. So I think we're going to end up at a little fork in the river over here, and hopefully we'll be able to find the road so I can get to Cinder Hills. I think there's a chance a moose may show up over here. So far, I haven't seen any markings on any of the local trees. All right, let's go to the bridge. I can see it in the distance up there, and that's pretty much behind the houses that are right next to the bridge. That's where the Cinder Hills cave is. There's plenty of nature over here for you guys. All right, you guys better run. They're coming.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
Yikes. All right. So we've been greeted properly by the Pleasant Valley weather system. Save yourselves! I know, I threw him under the bus, then I act like I'm looking out for him, telling him to run. Okay, church is up there on the right, and we're just going to kind of go right to the other side of this bridge over here. Spot fire's probably incoming. I'm gonna have a tough time hunting this guy with this low of fatigue right here. Reishi mushrooms. I'm always drafting behind trees, just trying to get little moments of alleviation from the 3 down arrow temperature that we're subject to right now. I see a wolf right where we're headed. Let's see if this cabin allows you to go inside. Sometimes it's burned down, but I see a flag waving. I might be able to get in there. That little house next to the bridge not worth going to? Yeah, it actually is perfect and it's saving our lives right now. Yeah, rare house spawn here. Look at this wallpaper in here. Holy. This guy's nuts. This guy had cabin fever for sure. Yield hypothermia. Oh! Well, at least Raph is out to lunch today with some of the RNG we're getting in the little things here. This is great. I'll take it. The moose is kicking. And I'll tell you this. I haven't had a cup of coffee in real life in a while. I'm due. So I'd love to ride the moose. House. Mm-hmm.
My energy is just disappearing.
All right, we're gonna have to take a nap here to get off the drip. Couple hours of daytime. We definitely have to hunt this bear during sunlight. If you've ever tried to hunt a cul-de-sac bear with the John Candy strat as the sun's going down, it's kind of a nightmare. So it might be resting wallpaper guy's house, waiting for full rest to do the hunt. If the weather stops, we'll go scout his spot
Here.
and find out if he's there or not. We could use another set of underpants. Maybe a fresh pair of wool socks. Wow, this guy's got a flat screen in his little setup here. Every time someone searches an oven, I think, are there pots and pans stored in there? Yeah, it's going to be too sketchy to hunt him tonight. We'll find out if he's there. Maybe. One hour at a time, we're getting an old-fashioned sleep over here. It's not always the flashiest to be responsible, but I think that's what we're experiencing right now. Going to a house, getting rest up before the hunt so that you don't go into it too hasty, maybe supplying yourselves with birch bark and lumps for all your future endeavors. These are the moves that you do when you have control of your excitement a little bit more and don't just go in there willy-nilly. Not the flashiest, but responsible. Now we're going down for as much rest as possible till the sun comes out. If he's there tomorrow, we're doing the hunt, and it's on. We're shooting this bow. And I am scared. I'm scared. Good responsible sleeping. Yeah. And we'll be strong like bull for the hunt. So it'll give us that agile aspect too. 21% carrot. Uh, 15% on the cabin fever. Still no idea of why it's going up or down, but 15 seems manageable. Alright, sun is about to come out tomorrow. Looks like this guy with the wallpaper doesn't have a little potbelly stove here, he just has a shelf. There's not going to be any indoor tea crafting games. do a little Grandpa Simpson and see what's shaking out here. It's still pretty dark out. We need about an hour's worth of time. I'm trying to do anything but the dreaded solitaire. Better to plan ahead than fall behind. Wow, nice, Joel. That was beautiful. I know a tea company that you should write for. Right now, their current batch of quotes are pretty hippy-dippy ridiculous. All right. Yeah. It's happening. The dreaded solitaire. All right, let's go see what the weather's like this morning. I have a million of them. Well, keep them coming, Joel. They're beautiful. That one's actually pretty good. Beauty of a day here in PB, yeah. We'll just go between solitaire and rest. Like, common sense ain't so common. Your folksy witticisms. You got southern ones, too. Hey, this guy really went out on a limb when he chose this. For his whole house, by the way, not just the kitchen. He said, to compliment my flat screen, I mean, he really was one of the high society members of Great Bear. To have a flat screen is a big deal in this town. He has a big cow picture or a big deer picture there. And he's got this wallpaper all over his house, not just the kitchen. This wallpaper would be tough to tolerate even if it just were the curtains. But no, it's the whole house. Pretty crazy. Honey, I've got just what we need. Insane wallpaper. And not the trusty brand, the flowers of great... are not the trusty brand, the flowers of Great Bear Island. Yeah, I think they might be. Far and few between. But definitely the flowers. All right, we're waiting for this giant blizzard to end so we can travel to the Cinder Hills Mine Bear Cave location. It still sounds like it's whipping around out there. I think we're just going to be doing another Grandpa Simpson. Golly. Tough other part about the blizzards, you can't really see the bear from a distance. But usually, after a blizzard, there's a beautiful calm time. And maybe that is our moment to find him. I didn't really need much sleep right there, so that got kind of wasted. The calm before the storm. The calm before the storming of steeds. Well, our morning has been occupied by a great deal of snow coming down here. Crossroads house. Okay, so as usual, the most surefire way to indicate whether this bear does exist is to check his cave for the bones at the entrance. If there are bones at the bear's cave, he absolutely exists and he'll be patrolling the local area. we're close to his cave. It's right over this hill. Okay. It's time. Yeah, it's time. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick Bezos, gather myself, prepare for this bear hunt, because it's about to be on the second it happens. He's there, and we're going to battle this guy like nobody's business. We're going to do Bezos, and we're going to make sure that we're centered. And I'm going to come back ready to storm this guy's steed all over the place. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Don't you need a coffee? I do, Joel. I think I'll get one at the chicken banana break that I have here in a couple hours. I will be grabbing a Big Moose Kicks and a cup of Throat Quote tea, of course, so that we can learn about flowers and nonsense. Bear, what's happening? I'm just sauntering.
Bear, what? What's happening? I'm just sauntering here.
You gotta really slow down for Boris's impression.
I'm about to steal your girlfriend, man.
Jeez, Boris. What was that about? Okay. Let's get ready to shoot a bear. If this is your first time, we're going to be implementing John Candy strat, which is our strat where we try to shoot the bear in the butt, a la John Candy from The Great Outdoors, starring Candy and Aykroyd, where you shoot the bear in the butt, you blow his hair off, and then the whole family comments on it. But the real strategy part is you can get as many shots into a bear, and there's a decent... That's it. That's the exemplification of what we're trying to do here. Shoot the bear in the butt. He's going to get embarrassed, walk out of the cave. We're going to re-aggro onto him and attempt to get 7 to 8 arrows into one bear, maximizing accuracy and bang for buck. The tough part is that I feel like my heart's going to explode every time because it's so serious. So I'm just going to be still like water, calm like water, and here we go. he knows. So, we get in this area here. Then, in a scared fashion, I run up on here to try to bust him up as he's walking out of his own cave. Okay, gotta get serious over here. Gotta get super serious. Mario Lopez, man, just like Lopez. And then we'll find out where exactly his aggro is. This one might be one that aggro's at the back of the cave. You never know what the deal is. This guy's also got some blind spots. Yeah, so I think I'm safe in the back of the cave with this guy. I don't like ever testing that, but it seems like his aggro gets lost. Pretty quickly, actually. It's just insanity. Yeah, his aggro is like halfway through the cave, it feels like, that it gets lost. So this is a tricky one. Because we like to get him inside the cave. Yeah, it's almost like he's adapting to the John Candy strat. This is... I got so much 8 Mile happening over here. It's so weird. It's a digital bear, but I still get intense about it, you know? Problem with shooting him as he's leaving the cave is he'll spaz and run away with all the arrows. This is tricky, man. I have to get him to saunter into the cave somehow instead of out of it. Because this aggro happening midway through this is keeping him from following me into the cave and getting that clean shot on him. Yeah, big time bean. Yeah, it sure is. The Great Outdoors. I think it's 1988. It's a good family movie from back in the day that's got some pretty good comic moments. There's some scallywag raccoons in it, and 2 comedic geniuses. Some of Canada's finest. Very related to The Long Dark in a lot of ways.
I would drink almost anything about now.
Blind spot. Can't see a 2-ton bear. Gosh, I'm freaking out. So each time he stops, that's his aggro being broken by some weird rock in here or something. And I'm trying to get him to come into the cave more so I can get that one shot on him. Haven't quite figured out how to make him go in that little corner over there, but that's when we get our shot. So I'm trying to dictate the pathing of the upset bear by getting him to go in that little corner over there. Once he commits to that, I can go up on the shelf and get ready to fire. Empanada. Man, this is a showdown.
I need to eat some.
Alright, I'm gonna start trying to go left and see if that gets him in the cave. It seems like he's starting to slow down from all the shots, getting a bit belabored. So I gotta make sure I get these shots in soon.
The guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Will, I don't think it's time for those lines. Okay. I was real close to taking that one. No! Boris! The dreaded spaz. we're tracking. This is why we try to do the John Candy strat in the first place, is because you keep him from running away with your big bushel of arrows that we farmed into his bare butt. His high fidelity footprints are going away pretty quick. Golly, what a scene, Boris. Yeah. Twinkle toes, they call him, huh? He was lightning in the ring. Alright, so I'm looking at it as we're lucky to get one more shot on him if he's still walking, so I'm just going to go for the kill if I see him.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
I went on the road. I can up. Yeah, he did. He's done with my games, Bean. He's sick of it. Now he's got me where he wants me, away from my glitch caves. Freezing my butt off. I gotta put this guy down. We got one, baby. Woo! Okay, we gotta stop the drip. Let's go over there and get a bear snack while also starting a fire to get off the drip, baby. Let's get our arrows back. We'll try to do a insulated fire here. That was freaking intense, man. Holding aggro in cave without a scent meter is so finicky. Yeah, that was the craziest cul-de-sac situation we've had with the aggro braking brings so close to the front of the cave. Usually it's you have to get up on the shelf or it's the very back of the cave, and it varies between each of them. Thank you, Pack, for those hips.
Fire's life out here.
Oh, fire starting 3, baby. Man, what a moment for us. So, we got archery 2 over here, so we're going to be putting these guys down with a little bit more damage, 10%. So we'll still implement John Candy, but we're just going to be hurting him more. So it'll probably be 6 to 7 instead of 7 to 8. Bow sway is good. And then also over here, fire starting 3, which means we can start fires without tinder, amongst other things. So that'll help us be able to go bang, bang, boom, and drop some extra weight. Now let's make sure we have enough calories here to not lose our well-fed. I'm probably going to drink a tea for reassurance. That was a thrill. No more tinder, baby. We'll always go and check the stat sheet to make sure we're still qualifying for this thing. After a big, long extravaganza like that. See, we got... Nice. All right, we got 6 in Boris to start with. We're just going to have to take the small victories in this one because it's 6 down, 94 to go. Oh my gosh, that sounds insurmountable. But anytime you're still qualifying in this one, it's a success. Let's get our arrows back and get a kilogram of bear meat out of this boy. Sorry it had to be this way, Boris. But we were meant to be rivals, man. $19.94 to go. Great year for movies. That's it. Where we have Jurassic Park. Some absolute blockbuster hits. All right, so each time you basically use your simple arrows, they're going to lose integrity too. So the ones that we shot there are down to 73%. And our fresh ones are, of course, at the starting. Like all the Jim Carrey movies that year. Yeah, we had Ace Ventura, maybe The Mask. Might have been Dumb and Dumber's year, too. Farley Brothers, this week, 1,000 days, 1,000 cougars. What up, Cubit? How's it going, buddy? We just shot a bear. And here he is. And we're probably wise if we grab a kilogram out of him. How's it going, Cubit? Don't forget speed. How could we? I guess we're saving the best for last. Great point, Fire.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, listen! There's a certain mile per hour that this bus has to go, and it's 50 miles an hour. And if it goes any slower, I'm gonna tell you something. The bus will blow. Please keep that bus going 50 miles an hour. If you see Sandra, you tell her one thing. 50. 50. No slower. Because if she goes slower than that, the bus, it'll blow. Alright, we're making some serious moves here. We've upgraded to fire starting 3, so we're shedding weight. It's coming into the evening time. It's a pretty big to-do when you hunt a bear here. This is 17 on the calendar, maybe? And I think we should make notes about the bears that we go after so that we know when they're going to replenish. Was it 17, 14? So, animals will respawn after about a calendar month or so. So we can know if we make a list about the day that we go after the bad guy to come back maybe a month from now and that he might be back, the Cinder Hills bear. I suppose I have a question for experts. Will the spawn of the specific bear, like let's use this Cinder Hills bear for example, will there always be bear bones in his cave throughout my whole 100 days? So I basically know he will respawn when he does respawn. It won't go from a bone cave to an unboned cave after you shoot him or not shoot him, will it? It'll be bone for the whole run. Okay, so before sunfall, we should get back to some nice stuff. The bones signify the spawn point, so when he comes back, he'll be there again. And likewise, no bones means no be there forever. Okay, so we'll have a pretty solid roster of the bear we're going to be going after cul-de-sac wise for sure. And the more responsible notes, the better for us. I don't think I've ever seen the bones disappear. That seems to be the consensus, Bean. So now we'll know on day 47. This guy might be back in the operation. I got a question. Should we grab his hide? We're looking to get 2 bear hides and a moose hide before Ash Canyon. I think we should get his hide. So I'll throw some water on here once this stuff's done cooking. And for the last thing we do here, we'll grab his hide and take it back to the bear or to our adventure hub. And then we're going to check tomorrow for the derelict cabins bear, which is basically just up this hill. And there are a total of 4 potential cul-de-sac bear here in Pleasant Valley, and we're 1 for 2 right now. Yeah, I'm gonna grab this hide, Dunk, because I think your thing is satchel and coat. I would like that. Okay, we're gonna eat 1 big kilogram steak of the bear to make sure we don't get that parasite risk and keep the risk at only 1%. We also could grab the extra guts we were aiming to get for our shoes or pants. It's good to get it early, you know? I really don't have one, Dunk. So if we do omit something, it would probably be smartest to omit the satchel and just use well-fed in the tech backpack.
Dusk. So night can't be far behind.
Man, we're not gonna have a torch for this stink walk. Trying to hug the left wall here. It's not bad, though. We still haven't gotten the coal since we did find a Boris here, and we haven't been to the Cinder Hills mine bare. The climbing area is right there. I might be staying at Crazy Wallpaper Guy's house where I'm throwing the guts. Then I'll be local for the coal recon mission and also more Boris related activities. He's got me funneled. Who are you calling crazy? That's a premium European wallpaper. Is it? It looks like redneck, you know, the heart of Kentucky. We got a double skulk.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, listen! We said it before and we'll say it again. It's 50 miles an hour. If that bus goes slower than that, there's going to be issues. And the LA Expressway might have problems too. So please, if you see the lady with the last name Bullock and the first name Sandra, you tell her one thing. That this bus cannot go below 50 miles an hour. Because if it does, it'll blow. So please. How are you, Neo? The man. What is shaking, Neo? How's it going down in the bayou? I got myself in a bit of a situation here. Gotta remember not to run around wolves, because I'll draw their aggro from further away, I believe. Oh, you're in Jacksonville working. Nice. Down in Trevor Lawrence country. Duval. Well, it's good to see you. And that's cool that you're hanging out with us even remotely, Neo. Let's go drop these curables and make a note about it. wallpaper guy next to bridge / Cinder Hills. 4 guts and 1 bear hide. I'll centralize those things if they're not smelly. Like, you can take the bear hide tomorrow or something, but the guts will probably stay here until they're cured. Since stink walking, you can see, draws the ire of the local wolves from miles away. Between the wind and the whole deal, they can detect us from ranges beyond the scope of normalcy. Oh my gosh, Allie is here. What's up, Allie? How's it going? Long time no hips. Well, I've been very fortunate to get a good supply of hips, Allie, but thank you for setting the tone, because that is exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you for those hips. Oh, Blake Bortles in the mix. Here we go. Okay. How's it going, Allie? And how have your endeavors with Milbourne been going? Thank you for those hips, Pack. Allie and I were talking about one of my favorite board games growing up called Milbourne. It's kind of a off-to-the-side French board game, and it's like a road trip, and everybody that you play with is on their own road trip, and they have to get a certain amount of miles. You could sabotage your pals with accident cards and different things. It's brilliant. And what it's best at is being a game that's not a million rules, and you could kind of teach new people, and it's pretty fun. And you can put a movie on in the background. It's not the most, you don't have to pay attention the whole time. But we all know how I love board games. I'm always talking about them. I do. If we all ever hang out, you better believe we're playing board games. Sorry, Hungry Hippo, Monopoly, Candyland, Chutes and Ladders, Milbourne. Not played it yet. Waiting to get the fam together. Excellent. That's the way to do it. Man, this is so fun. I'm having the most fun. Okay, now this night travel is a bit sketchy. My aim is to get to the climbing area and get the coal. We can take cheeky sleeps in the mine if we need to. But it's a good activity to do at night, I believe. Oh, PV the man! What is the King of Light Rules games? War Jenga. Holy crap. I'm not sure what any of that means, but I do know that Jenga is a great game we'll be playing too. Oh, it's a Dolly Parton reference. Holy crap. You're getting respect in the streets. There's a lot happening right now. How's it going, PV? How are you and how have you been? And my question is have you had a chance to get back on Great Bear? Because I sure hope you do. I know you've been busy and you've been kicking some absolute butt out there. And I just want to say, here we are in PV, the town named after the coolest guy ever. So we have a Ravage there. I'm not going to engage with them so that... No, Candyland is the most simple game? Yeah. Candyland and Chutes and Ladders are up there with just blind luck, pretty much. I have a wolf on both ways to get to the mines right now. I'm thinking about grabbing a deer hide. It's kind of a side quest.
It worked.
You know, I hear you skulking around over there. All right, you asked for it. That's it. Had to be done, everybody. His incessant growling was not what we needed right now. All right, I'm gonna boil some water. Once these teas are done, we got it jiggling. That's it. Boil some water up while we're taking the hide out of here. And we could also get the venison if we're interested in a little snack. Since we're kind of living off the land right now, that would be smart. And if the weather provides us, we'll get all of the goals taken care of, and we'll throw that hide in the wallpaper guy's house right there.
Get off of me!
Classic Chubbs. Oh boy.
Can't keep my feet.
It is beautiful out there. Would love for that wind to die down. So I'll just toss this hide here next to our firewood and other things and make a note about it. Here we go. All right. Beautiful. Got our dusty floor potatoes here we can munch on before we take off. Let's throw these teas in the thermos. And then if we do start a fire, you bet it's going to believe it's going to be on that 6-top stove. See, the weather's trying to break out there for us. You think Dolly wants me to get some sleep? Well, to appease Dolly, I can at least get an hour or so of sleep. It's either that or I could heat up a tea and walk over there. The reason I wanted to do some stuff right now is because I know I can sleep in the mine if I can just get over there. And I would love to go gathering some stuff in the dark and doing that 2 birds, 1 stone. Since it's a dark time activity, you can kind of do it, you know, while you're while the night is falling. I'm gonna get a cheeky 1 hour with dusty floor potatoes on the stove. That didn't even ask me about the broken thing, so it's out of here. Misclicks are back on the menu. There's so much happening. Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking, Pac. I might have to be slightly more conservative with my empanadas. I have a finite amount of flour. There's no trader. And I'm thinking they're most valuable to keep me from being encumbered during the hunt. And I think that's the most valuable time to have them. If the hunt goes on long or something. So that's kind of what I'm hoping I can save them for. And then getting old-fashioned sleep knowing that I have 100 days on the calendar to get through. I used to write programs C++ to simulate simple games and figure out if there's any strategy whatsoever, even just playing first. Well, PB, I might have a task for you. It's a simple simulation game called Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator. And it's got quite an unusual economic system that I'm not sure makes any sense. So if you have a program, see if you can figure out what's going on in that game so we know if it's even prudent for us to put out those flyers all day. A bunch of maniacs. We're basically just talking about a simple simulation game that we're pretty sure doesn't have a complex economic system to it. With the cheek. We're playing hot potato. Yeah, we're getting little 1 hour sleeps with the potatoes cooking. Making some serious moves. 16 days and 21 hours. And what I'm hoping to do is do a lot of this coal recon plan during the night so that when the daytime hits, I can check for the Cinder Hills bear and find out if he's around. Because if he is, we're going to want sunlight to be there. It does appear like it's a blizzard out there, and I think we will be taking a couple cheekies. The wolves have been pretty good about keeping sketch on me recently and hasn't allowed me to do too much of my go get coal plan. They've been blocking the way and I see one troving around. Let's go by the river. So here we are. We're trying big things. We're doing some bear hunting over in Pleasant Valley. There's 2 more cul-de-sac bears we're trying to check for. The derelict cabins bear. Son of a gun! Alright, I'm gonna try to despawn him from where he is right here by going in and out. Reverse Grandpa Simpson. We're always watching you. Yep. That's the thing. Raph hired guys who smoke cigarettes on his roster. So now he has outside people who are always looking, you know, they're standing on the front stoop, seeing where we are. Yeah, I see him, Raph. He's coming this way. Get him. I've checked several times for stink lines. I don't think we have stink lines. Just got to keep going. Before I was rudely interrupted by Scott the Wolf over here, I was going to tell the story of 2 more bear locations we're looking for. Derelict Cabins Bear,
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
kind of along the east coast of this town, and then the one over by the plane crash. I don't know if I have any more heating mechanisms. Spot fire. Just found out about Miss Dolly. She would have given you her last tip for sure. Man, yeah, I didn't know that was the case. I guess that's what's going on with Dolly today. That's sad to hear. She's a legend.
That did it. I'm about to go to a place with 50 lumps, so I can get loose with my lumps here. I know Dunk mentioned that we should probably get some more steaks off of this guy, if anything, and just leave him before the hide disappears. So while I'm here, I'm not opposed to doing that. Yeah. Stack that meat up! You know, I don't think we need any of your input right now, Scott. And the bear even jiggles around when you take the meat out. It's so cool. All right.
Anything right now. Looks like a new day is dawning.
Don't you dare remember Scott. That's not a real name. It's Larry the Rabbit, you always forget. Larry Scott or Dennis Scott, NBA superstar. Pretty sure one time Dennis Scott made a scene at a school during like a speech. I think he kind of had a breakdown. The more you know. All right, so there's a wolf over here to the right. I'm trying to stay off his radar. He turns around, he's going to see us. All right, the top of this hill is our destination for coal. Day has broken, and we're into tomorrow. These 50-plus lumps we get here are going to basically keep us alive. We're down to a couple that we have, and then maybe a pile of 10 or 15 back at the Red Barn. So this will be our lump supply. We usually are going to try to leave home with a good amount of them to survive these 4-way Pleasant Valley blizzards. Some of them will last upwards of 6 to 8 hours, and they'll change direction several times, so you'll have to spin around the rock formation to try to get shielded by the wind and live in minus 20 Celsius weather. Got enough torches to make it through the mine. I do have 6.
Can't feel my hands.
I'm hearing him. Man, I gotta remember not to sprint from wolves. I also think there might be some sound design that's very similar to the wolves rustling around
So cold.
that happens during high winds. And that's what I'm being tricked by. All right, we're taking the drip. Let's get in the mine. Here we go. All right, lumps on the way out. Nice.
I think I can use this.
Lump City, Canada. That's it. So I'm going to the other end where the coastal entrance is, and then I'll get all these lumps. Mine lockers. Hope everybody's having a glorious Tuesday. Pretty soon here, I think I'm gonna go grab myself a little chicken and banana and come back with some beverages to keep us going on this journey we're doing. So far, because of the amazing sage steel advice that we're getting left and right over here, we're making some serious moves. We're staying out of trouble, and we're planning for the future, knowing that we're in a situation that's going to last longer than our recent challenges. So as we shift gears over here into our new world of a 100-day challenge, we're coming up with long-term plans that help us. And one of them is a good, healthy supply of lumps. Centralized. And I believe that there's a timer of about maybe 2 to 3 weeks for these lumps here to be replenished. So if you gather them all up and then throw them anywhere, these lumps will show up again in no time. All right, let's eat these old potatoes. And now we gather. I think it is pretty obvious to most. I'll just throw it out there. The reason I didn't pick up the lumps on the way over here is because I would have just been walking around slower if I would have gathered all the lumps getting to the entrance to coastal. Instead, we were able to kind of at least not be encumbered for the walk over to that part. Just trying to optimize even our coal gathering situation. We're rocking. This is what we mean by sometimes it's not always flashy, you know? Sometimes you might just go around gathering a bunch of lumps for the future so you can live responsibly with 20 Celsius per lump to your fire. We know there's going to be a lot of hunting in our future, so the more prepared we are with good warmth, the better we're going to stay alive. And we know that on our temperature vital, that's the one that's going to whoop our HP up the most. We're losing 20 HP per hour if that temperature gets to the bottom.
Back is getting kind of heavy.
An unacceptable rate of HP loss. Gotta stay off the drip. Each lump here is going to be part of our Adventure Hub's main supply. It's likely that we're going to pick up a couple here and there as we go on our travels to places like Ash Canyon and stuff. And this will be our biggest supply. And the best part is about having a base and an Adventure Hub here in PB. It's next to the two most important supplies for our potential endeavors. Lumps for temperature and birch for our health. That is inevitably going to be sitting around 20 HP the whole time pretty much. So, we're heading into about day 20, and the whole thing is done on day 100. So, to make the bow takes about 6 days, and after that, we're a couple days behind on how quickly we could have started all the hunt endeavors. So, we'll try to make up a little bit of time as we move forward. We're going to be seeking cul-de-sac bears, and we're going to have to think of probably other ways that we can get this taken care of without losing our arrows and by doing it accurately in the way of the hunt. Boom. All right, let's bring these lumps back. We're going to be pretty encumbered. Once we hit bow 5, we can sneak attack deer pretty easy. Ooh, does that sound scary? You think so, don't? That might be something between episodes I'll have to go and do some practice on, too, if I plan on fighting such a skittish opponent. See if there's a goat here.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Okay, that's the bear's cave right there, so we should be pretty close to Wallpaper Guy's house. At level 5, you can shoot the bow while crouching, so you can sneak up right to them and shoot without them knowing. Yeah, I figured that was kind of the case. I don't think I have any offline saves with level 5 archery. But it could be a strat. There's no question.
My fingers feel numb.
All right, I'm gonna go drop these off. One tough thing is when I have my loot separated like this, but if we keep responsible enough notes, I can repel that anxiety I have of my base loot being separated like this with the hides and lumps and everything.
Too heavy.
Okay. Warm up here for a moment, and we're going to be living off the land again, calorie-wise. Cattails along the river as we go north towards the derelict cabin bear, and it would probably be wise for us to check it out. In a normal run, you have stuff all over the place. This is all part of the adventure for you here. You're right, Don. That's true. Sounds like it's whipping around out there. This is going to be Grandpa. Okay, we have a solid lump supply now, so when it comes down to being in Pleasant Valley and trying to do the hunt, we're good to go. We're taking a counterclockwise approach to checking for all 4 of the cul-de-sac middle-class bear that exists here in Pleasant Valley. The third on our list, after checking the one at the Winding River entrance and the Cinder Hills Mine bear that we're going to pass here up on the right, is the Derelict Cabins bear. We're going to go check his cave and see if he exists. And if he does, he lives in one of those cul-de-sac caves, so we can bust him up. I remember this Derelict Cabins bear does live on one that's got kind of a blind spot on the left side because it's behind a rock formation. So it is a little tricky. It sure would also be nice if our risk of parasite infection went away and we could eat some more of this bear. All right, let's go down on the river, grab some cattails, and continue heading along the east coast of Pleasant. We're going to be dropping the tails now, thanks to the fire starting 3. What a thrill. So we got rabbits over here we would love to throw stones at, but of course, in addition to pump faking wolves, we're not able to throw stones at rabbits. So we just have to wait for nature to call if we want to make any rabbit skin hat, mittens, or get a little snack. So if Scott the wolf is following us, we can drag him into this rabbit over here, but it looks like he lost interest. And we could use a spot fire right now as well. All right, I'm gonna try to get back on the road. I might have to check the map. Sometimes I forget where this guy's cave is. I know it's along the road here on the right side. All right, we're about to take the drip again. It is freezing in PV right now.
So cold in my life.
Yo, what up, Odds? How's it going, buddy? We got an intellectual in the house.
What's going on, Odds? Hope you brought your abacus today. We're going to need some serious equational solutions. What's up, Odds? Why'd I make a nice safe fire in that wood stove at the derelict cabin? Classic Scott behavior right there. Evening shift in the bag and my day off tomorrow. Nice, Odds. You're doing it big. I know that feeling. And now it's Odds' time. I'm gonna bust out a bowl of Running River oats here since we're living off the land pretty stringently.
I need to find a place to rest.
Roasted empanadas wouldn't be bad.
All I can think about is food.
Okay. Just get everything warmed up, and hopefully the wind will be on our side and it won't bust up this fire here, because we got some big plans. We're just going to go up this road some more and check for this other bear. And this is definitely why we at least look for one of the 4 directions of the fire to be blocked by a wall if we can when we start a spot fire. Right now it's kind of coming this direction. There it goes. Yeah, it's already changed direction twice. He's waiting. Okay, here's the problem. If I wait until... if I can't put more fuel on this thing, I'm going to lose this batch of empanadas. What I can do is pick the skillet up. I just have to start a fire around the other side of the rock formation. With Scruffy barreling down on me. This is sketchy. He could attack me. Patience, patience. It's totally normal. So we have some tea over there. Oh my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the 7th inning here at the Seattle Mariners Oakland Athletics baseball game, and boy, it's been a sight to see. Jose Canseco was actually hitting pretty well today. He's 2 for 3 with a triple, if you would believe. The outfielder tripped over a piece of popcorn in the outfield because I don't know how else Canseco got a triple, but pretty good stuff. The ball game's been pretty great, and also I see something going on in the outfield. Yeah, Johnson, there seems to be a disturbance, but the crowd doesn't seem to mind at all, as an intellectual appears to be doing some sort of equations to get past all the security guards in the outfield. He seems to be doing angles and acute and obtuse to pick the right direction to juke out these unathletic security guards. They seem to not be able to have a way to get this guy, and he seems to have their number. No pun intended. He's shucking and jiving and mathematically juking his way past the security guards over the outfield wall. Thank you, Odds, for making this 7th inning so entertaining.
Horse.
Can't believe I lost the empanadas again. They're gonna have to cook on embers. I also got scruffy games. Can't stop. Won't stop.
I'm gonna need to rest soon. Need to find some place to escape this cold.
This is the downside to hunting in Pleasant Valley. It's an extremely volatile town, and when you combine the volatile weather with wolves turned up to as aggressive and they can smell you from far away as possible. Raph puts them in places he knows we're going to travel to, and right now for me to get to this derelict bear, I have to go past just a swarm of Vlad/Larry/Scott wolves. The whole crew, the whole family. Double lump.
Yeah, there's been some flipping or some flimming and a side of flamming for sure. Okay, now we have to talk about something. Where's my bedroll? Is it on the other side of this rock formation? That's best case scenario. Let's rewind and think about all the places I've taken cheeky 1 hour sleeps. Thanks for the bedroll, kid. Oh my gosh. He's such a bully. Why is Raph always bullying me? Anybody know where the last time we took a cheeky 1 hour sleep was? I'm hoping. I can't remember if I looked over there, but if it's on the other side of this rock formation, that could be good. I don't think I slept in the mine. That would be a very bad place for it to be. Okay. I'm gonna have to think about this. Thank you, Don. Okay, so right now we're kind of just stuck at this rock formation waiting for this brutal Pleasant Valley blizzard to get out of here. It's insane outside right now. Pretty close to minus 20. Our Running River oats, we got 0.9, and each bowl takes 0.1 to make. So we got 9 batches of oats left. And we're carrying 3 empanadas on us. The game is dictating that we stay still for a while. We're a little more tired than we'd like to be, and it looks like the derelict cabin bear, if he does exist, is probably going to have to happen in the morning unless we get over there in some sort of quick miracle and get it done. But as you can tell, that first bear took a couple hours, so if I started it even right now, midway through the hunt, it'll be impossible to see that bear in the cave, and that'll increase the chances of me missing a shot and getting mauled. That's why I'm trying to get daylight hunts going around the top of the morning to you. And cheeky 1 hour sleeps are off the menu for us because I left my bedroll behind somewhere. Who knows where? It's a giant mystery. Yeah, it's not here. Oh boy. It's in the Cinder Hills mine. Or even worse. Oh boy. It's in Mystery at the dam. And I never took it when I left. Okay. Thank you, Pack. I will say if it's in the town, like Mystery, chilling at the dam, we might be looking for a new one in some of the places we're at right now. We might be checking Loopool 4's Excel sheet to see if we can find any more bedrolls between here and Ash Canyon. I can't believe it. We've been living cheekless. Like Hank Hill.
I could eat anything right now.
Alright, we got a healthy amount of teas and drinks to get us warm. I'm gonna have to drink a cup of coffee on my way to an indoor location to sleep at. When I think about where to sleep on the East Coast, Loopool ain't helping either. Oh my gosh. This Raph has really done it this time. I was having a salad. How is this my fault? Well, I just know you're behind it, Raph. So I'll pull up the map and we're gonna find out where I can sleep inside on the upper east coast of Pleasant Valley. The derelict cabin is outside, and of course his cave is an outdoory location. I don't know if there's any sort of cabins next to where we're going right now. Red Barn or Thompson's. Yeah, that's a bit of a backtrack. It changed directions again, but it's still not done. Thought about that too, Lily, exactly, because we're headed that direction. I'll pass the derelict bear if I head all the way to that direction. I think I should pull up the map and look at it a little bit and see if there's anything along that coast that's maybe further than his cave. Other than that, we're going back to Wallpaper Guy's house and backtracking. So let's bust out the Pleasant Valley map for the first time today and see our way around this forsaken town a little bit. So, what I think is that we're in this vicinity right here-ish. I think we're around this old man Beard and this maple, maybe? We're somewhere along the road. We may have taken this left onto bobsled, but I think we're still on solid ground road like this with the dashed white lines in between it. There's a car here. A destroyed cabin. We got a couple of those. And then we got Lonely Homestead out here. This is the derelict bear right here along this part. And then just north of it is where we're talking about some spots like Misty Falls picnic area and the cache. So if we're feeling frisky, we can go north to the cache or to Misty Falls picnic area to sleep inside the transition cave. Can confirm you picked it up from the dam. Oh my gosh, there's bedroll drama. Okay. You need a bedroll to sleep in Misty Falls. Yeah. Well, fortunately for us, if we go to the cache, we can sleep on the moldy cardboard bed. What a prospect that is, right? All right, we got some drama going on. Bedroll drama. I gotta keep on the lookout for Lewis the Wolf. Yeah. I'm wondering if I took a nap in there. Who's Lewis? Lewis is one of Scruffy's relatives, I guess. He's a wolf. And you and I aren't leaping to much of a conclusion when we say he's probably a son of a gun. There are the cabins. Yeah, you should live here forever. I named these cabins after all of you.
Can't feel my hands.
Sounds like Western Spy. I'm taking the drip.
Freezing.
I'm freezing. So I keep drinking birch tea, but because our travels are so intense, I'm not really gaining ground on building the health back. It's kind of just evening out at this point.
Too cold to think. I'm gonna need to eat some.
Okay. We're definitely trying to settle down, and this blizzard has lasted, it seems like, the whole day. We haven't gotten to the bottom of our bedroll mystery yet. We just know we don't have one.
It worked.
I'm dangerously close to getting back onto the drip. Whoop. Okay. So, our bedroll is gone forever. We've been getting whooped. HP is sitting at 13%. I got running river oats in our future. This thing has to end at some point. Odds, you gotta break the code, man. Okay, we just got rid of our intestinal parasites. Seems like we got a lot done in that 24 hours. A lot of shenanigan stuff. Oh, here we go.
his fingers are feeling numb. Okay, here's the cave.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
And he does exist. I gotta stop messing around on this drip. Can't sleep.
Well, thank goodness for that.
So needless to say, we've gotten our butt kicked here on day 18. Boris might come home anytime, be a bit upset the fact that we're just cooking up on his shelf back here. He worked hard to get this middle class job. He was very unempathetic towards his peers as he was rising up, thinking only about Boris's interests, and it has landed in this house with a shelf in it. And here we are, cooking in it. After all his selfish ways to get to this point, he's not going to take kindly to us just coming in here. It appears that the bedroll is still at large, and we have yet to figure out exactly where it is. We know it's between the dam and here. It could be in Winding River Cave, or who knows. Yeah, no cheekies at the Winding River Cave, just scrolling through like hours of footage. This is crazy, Duncan. Thank you for doing this, by the way. So we've gotten closer to where we are. Boris is home.
It wants to break out there. I can feel it trying. I've been scrolling back too. No luck. Thank you, Bean. We got top soldiers on this mission here. We seek the bedroll as much as we can. Right now, we would be taking some sleeps next to a lit fire if we could. Now that we know the derelict bear exists, at least we have an opportunity to get some shots in him. That'll be awesome. We're going to go sleep at the prepper's cache. We can check for the other bear while we're up there, or just come right back here and get business taken care of with this one. It gives us time to scout with 100 days, so we can scout a little bit more. The more cul-de-sac bear in Pleasant Valley, the better, so that when they replenish and respawn, we'll get more opportunities for more cul-de-sac bear. Let's continue. We didn't have it in the red barn. Oh! Bad Luck Bill is here, zipping and zapping. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bill. Did you by any chance have something to do with our bedroll, Mr. Bill? Oh, no. It's good to see you, Bill. Thank you very much for zipping and zapping from the shadows. Not me, it was just bad luck. Bad Luck Bill's here. You better have my drink prepared when I walk in this saloon. Because if you don't, I'm gonna bust out my 6-shooter at any stove in this town who's willing to go up against Bad Luck Bill. Coolest name. Thank you, Bill, for zipping and zapping. Thank you very much for zipping and zapping. I really appreciate that. Oh. Boris is likely sleeping outside. He usually takes umbrage with us hanging out in his house. I'm going to pull some torches and we're going to go up to that prepper's cache. It's going to be tough finding it in the night, so all navigating pros on deck. We're going to go to the point of disagreement and then probably head north. I think I hear him snoring out there. It's gone by the time we get to the red barn. Yeah, I'm wondering if it was low percentage and it disintegrated. You know, what if it was one of the spot fires we did when we were getting birch? Did I get cheeky in the birch forest? Sounds ridiculous. Thank you, Bill. So what I'm hoping is that we did the old Texas swap out. I left the cave. He was coming around that side. I went this way. Now he's going in the cave and we're out. So gone before 2:38. Music change was well timed there. Thank you, Cubit. That's just the old jukebox at Dave's Cave. The one in Will's head works, but the one at Dave's Cave just seems to always be under repair, you know? And right now he's channeling his Ravi Shankar phase when he was seeking spirituality in all the wrong places. Okay, so to get to the point of disagreement, you get over the bridge here, and then when there's a couple guys laying down in the snow with a couple cars next to them, that's the point of disagreement. From that spot, we can pretty easily navigate north towards the Prepper's Cache and rest there at least until the sun rises. Come back to this derelict bear in the morning. We could also scout the fourth cul-de-sac bear there at the plane crash if we really want to, since we're going to be close to it. And we could go for him too. It's gone before the birch. This is about as big of a mystery as we've ever had. Last time I saw it was a convenience store across from the bingo hall, but I saw you pick it up. It wouldn't disappear from your inventory at 0 since you could harvest it for cloth.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
We didn't have it at the Red Barn around the 3 hour 6 minute mark. I think you did leave it at the dam. You pick up teas, it's sitting on the floor, and then you leave. Oh my gosh. Okay, now I need to find a way north using the map of Pleasant Valley, knowing that we're at the point of disagreement right now. Okay, this is where we are right here. Our goal is to get to this cache right here, the abandoned Prepper's Cache. So I just have to kind of go north somehow. If I get around this bend, there's likely a rock here. If I can kind of veer around this thing, I might be able to see this and be familiar with it. So this is where we are. I just got to go that way. Away from the dash bobsled road we were on.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Oh man, we're on the drip. It's at the dam. Closest bedroll in the loophole is that one by the tube by the dam. Yeah, I think we have 2 bedrolls at the dam. That's the grand irony. Yeah, I think we're almost here, Bean. I think it'll just kind of manifest once I get around this rock. I'll start to see familiar stuff. Gotta get in there soon. Here we go.
Wait. I'm so cold and warming up again.
We got any bedroll opportunities at Timberwolf Mountain or Ash Canyon? And I would also like some predictions, because here we go. We're about to open a prepper's cache. It's going to be stocked or dusty. Mountaineer Sud, I think, has one. This never has anything. Oh, is this the empty one on purpose? The one behind us is the one. Okay, I won't get excited. The dustiest. One of these has a safe back here. I can't remember which one that is.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Yeah, it's been a long day, buddy. You lost your bedroll. It's tough scenes. I got hit with the pump fake at the dam, picked it up, and then put it back down. Was I like talking about Mario Lopez or something? Being distracted and negligent? That would be very unlike me. Just to say. Well, here's the situation. You were excited about some kind of food that you just made. Golly. Thank you very much, guys. Hey, Preppy. I like to leave my bedroll backwards because it's cooler. Something like a dessert? I may have been talking about a real life thing, like my cereal thing with Aretha. That could have been it. Can't believe that. Well, we're going to have to just deal with it. This is how it goes. So we're going to find one. Lily, did you by any chance check to see if the one at the Mountaineer's Hut is on Loot Pool 4 on the Excel sheet? Because we definitely know we're on Loot Pool 4. Do you have the supplies to make a bedroll? I don't know. I don't think I've ever made a bedroll before. Bearskin one, I definitely don't. Yeah, I unfortunately don't have the supplies for that. 10 ptarmigan down. Oof. I'd probably make some insulation in that instance. I was talking about rosehip pies. Yeah. I can see where this all went down. Where things broke down. Man, this one doesn't have very many bedrolls, huh? Christmas morning or bust.
No problem, Lily. It's crazy rule set we're on here, Lil. And it pushes us. Pushes us to leaving bedrolls and not getting one until we go back to the dam or far territories or the prison. Well, looks like we're going to be planning accordingly until that does happen. Until we're reunited with Cheeky 1 Hours. So, at least step 1 is accomplished. We got a big chunk of sleep now, so when we go out there, we at least have a little bit before we have to get more rest. Let's see what the weather's like. Are we surviving tonight? What's up, Lurbia? We're trying to. One thing we're not doing is sleeping on the go. How's it going, Lurbia? What's shaking on a Tuesday? We're having a pretty good time here at Pleasant Valley. We had a pretty solid first bear that got us 6 shots, but we're a super long way from the 94 remaining shots we have to accomplish in these short 100 days. We're about 1/5 of the way through our calendar. And we just discovered recently that we lost our bedroll, like in peak jabroni fashion. Empanadas are more important than ever right now. That's it, Bean. And you're the type of person that will help enable me when I'm in denial about my issues. Come on, guys. Bean agrees. I need more empanadas. Let me get some of them hips. Okay, I see the plane from here. Yeah, this game's so good. Need to kill a second bear, turn them into a sleeping bag. Yeah, I was hoping to turn them into a coat since it's so cold over here, Lurbs. We're like Cortez burning the bedrolls once we reach the pie so no one can turn back. Holy crap, Cortez, huh? Yo, what up, Ant Counselor? How's it going, bud? Golly, I thought the bear cave was right there. Okay, this guy does not exist. So we have 2 out of 4 cul-de-sacs that do exist. Derelict and Cinder Hills. And curing time.
Come on. Work.
Alright, so here's the deal. We have a cache pretty close to us we can go check. That'd be a nice game changer worth the loot there for us. Since Raph is being such a jabron to us, we need all the RNG we can get. And I am blaming my Rosip-fueled negligence on Raph. It's the type of coping that I need to do right now. I hope you guys are okay with it. Alright, so what I think we should do is go check the bunker once we warm up. Stay it for 12 days while the hide is curing. I'm still trying to figure out who Cortez is. I know it's a reference to something, and I'm gonna love the reference. It's a morning here. We're probably not going to spend too much time at the plane crash. We have figured out about this guy. So how do we leave Pleasant to get towards our destination of Ash Canyon when we begin taking that journey? Are we going to be going up through Timberwolf Mountain? Up the rope? Who's going to carry the boats? Burn the boats type of thing. A conquistador. He conquered the Aztecs. Wow, you get it right, Lurbia. Legendary burned his boats when they landed in America, so no one could think of going back. Nice history reference, Dunk. I should have got that one. Ash Canyon is via Timberwolf Mountain. Yeah, I do like that. No backup plan. That's very historical. Okay. If memory serves, I'm going to go past this rock formation and just kind of start to look to my left. There should be a cache up there. So if you guys know of any ideas as to whether it's going to be stocked, I think now would definitely be the time to say it will be stocked and everything's going to go great from here. I think we already detailed the fact that there won't be any bedrolls in these stock bunkers. Here we go. Big money.
Stocked with Aztec gold. Dusty. Well, there's the old faithful moldy cardboard bed. Not much else. Wooden spoon, though. Got ourselves a little ridiculous ladle over here. I think I'll go ahead and place that down. Oh my gosh. What more could we want than a moldy cardboard bed? That's it. What could you want more than that? So I'm going to make a note about this. A deck feather-filled moldy cardboard bed. That sounds pretty luxurious, actually. Goose down, the whole thing. That's not bad. All right, here's the situation. We've reached a point of definitely we've reached some drama. And what I think I should do is go and get a little bit of chicken. You guys should be really proud of me. I cooked chicken last night specifically for today. Sometimes I've forgotten. But it was a very mature, responsible thing, I feel like. And I've been patting myself on the shoulder for it when I look in there and see that cooked chicken. I'm like, yeah, that's how you plan responsibly IRL for your endeavors. So that I'm going to go in there, I'm going to have a little bit of chicken and a banana, come back with a few beverages, and we're going to storm the steeds. Also, there is another obstacle. Aretha already has a Pavlovian response to the midway break being the time when she gets a CHURU, so we'll see if I can survive the storm. If not, I may acquiesce, as I usually do, to her cuteness and amazingness, so we'll find out about that. But here's the plan. Refuel in real life, come back here with a great plan on how we're going to acquire a bedroll. We're going to take out that derelict cabin's bear, head to Timberwolf Mountain, and begin our journey towards Ash Canyon's, what's it called? Technical backpack. The one thing I'll be short of for our goals is the moose hide satchel. Maybe we'll just make the second bear hide inside and curing while we go on our Ash Canyon Tech backpack quest. Okay, let's do it. We will continue rocking in no time. Oh. Oh no! We fell in the water! Oh! Hypothermia! Son of a gun! Oh my god, what a bonehead move. Classic, Will. We fell in this hole in the ice and now we're dripping wet. Oh my god. We were all emboldened to go over to Timberland Wolf territory and now I'm soaking wet. Look at my clothes. God. Such a goofball, classic Will move. I'll just say Will like it had nothing to do with the guy holding the mouse over here, even though it was entirely my fault. I was mesmerized by the toe, and now I'm wet. How's it going, Rags? You got to see my big eventful move. Falling into the hypothermia water. Don't worry, if you stick around longer, you'll see plenty of moves like that. That I can guarantee. Oh my goodness. I was all stoked up about my big day out. Fell within 10 feet of the trailer. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're gonna have to go take off all of our frozen clothes
and throw them on the ground to warm up. And then we're going to have to do something to get rid of our hypothermia. All right, buddy, I have the power of fire. You need to take off. Keep on going, buddy. We're headed this way. Okay, so we're back to the graffiti trailer. And now, let's go to sleep for a big chunk of time. We're going to wake up and all this clothes action here is going to be nice and dry. No! Oh, what the heck? Oh my God, the worst decision in history. Oh, Lord have mercy. So, I thought, hey, I'll break down this chair prior to going to sleep, and it'll be great. But I pushed too far with my fatigue, apparently, and ended it by breaking down a chair before sleep. And of all the stuff, to take me out, falling into the lake was it. After encountering timber wolves, bears, oh my, unbelievable. We froze to death, and if I would have slept instead of breaking down that chair. Should I go this way? And get up higher? Okay. Oh yeah, you guys are right. Okay, here we go. Thanks, Cake. Boy, is this a far shot. You're moose hunting. Hey, Alphabet! The Impression King! What's going on? Applebite had a really chill stream going last night. He was playing some old market simulator, I believe. And he was putting out the chill vibes for days. Alright, so am I gonna have to snipe this guy? I might. I think it's time. Waking up, haha. Hope you're well. Yes! Alright, I'm about to take a long shot at this guy. I'm sick of his games and his ways. You guys ready to snipe? I think we're taking a long shot on this guy. The longest yard. Adam Sandler. Burt Reynolds. Alright, if we're gonna split between the willow trees here. Oh! Boom! Get out of town! Yes! That's what I'm talking about! Get in there! We're eating herbivore meat tonight! Wiz, this is for you. Yes! Okay, alright, I gotta settle down. I'm too excited right now. What do I do to get firewood? I don't think I have any firewood and I won't be able to harvest all this meat. Yeah! Alright.
what's up, guys? How's it going? What up, Char? What up, GD? What's up, Blaze? How's it going with you guys? I actually just got back from grabbing a little bit of banana and things, and we're ready to storm the steeds over here. Oh. There we go. Yeah, how's it going, guys? You're just in time to see an exciting event. Yeah, we got some potassium rolling through our veins right now. We got a little bit of protein, and that's going to help us with the second half of this crazy endeavor we're on. We got some highlights. There was a shrieking cougar basically stalking me the whole time I was in the kitchen. She, of course, believes that this is much like the Friday stream where she gets something exciting. She's anticipating. What she's anticipating is glorious. It's delectable, if you will. And this is a churro. This is tuna flavored, one of her favorite flavors. Aretha, you're crawling around in the wires. You're going to send lights and computers tottering over again. She's gone nuts. And she's got herself a delectable, and she's ready for it. So this is one of those treats that you could, of course, rip off the top and feed to them like a baby from the bottle. And they'll blink at you and bond with you. And I always recommend it when I have family over so that they can get close to her. So when they feed her one of these, she'll go up to pretty much anybody with these, even a burglar, it seems. So it's a good source of treat for her. Today it's going to be on her very fancy plate. This is the plate that is designed specifically for her churros. So what we're going to do is take this tuna churro, throw it on here for the shrieking cougar who was harassing me the whole time I was getting banana breaks. And she sure does think everything has to do with her. But she knows, my weaknesses, which are basically she's really cute and she meows a million times and I do hook her up. So I throw this treat over here on the plate and make sure I don't leave any remaining in the tube. It looks crazy on there. And then we give it to the old gal. All right, I'm coming back. There it is. We're doing it, Char. We're hooking up the gal. So, happy cat, happy life. That's the saying everybody knows. And as far as things going in TLD, we have some serious stuff coming up too. It's good to see you guys. We got all kinds of action happening over here. We got real life Big Moose kicks in the coffee cup. So we'll have the first cup of coffee we've had in maybe a week or so. We're already fired up about things just naturally on life. And this is going to take us to the next level. Focus, intensity, seriousness. Okay? And also, we got some more stuff. We got throat quote tea. I sure filled it up to the top, which made for a sketchy walk in here. A cat anticipating her favorite part of the week. She is a happy cat, John. Just woofing it down. She was cutting me off the whole way here, like a NASCAR driver, trying to make sure I didn't forget to give her the churro. So I'm walking with coffee, tea, full cup in my hand, trying to do the whole physics balance game while I got this cat playing NASCAR Dale Earnhardt games in front of me. But you'll be happy to know that not only is this a tea, but it comes with hippie wisdom on it. So if you're prepared to hear some hippy dippy nonsense, well then you're in for a treat, just like Aretha got. Because here it goes. Prepare yourself for throat quote time. That's it, Don. Here we go. Oh, God. Talking to plants is one way of talking directly to spirit. Rosemary Gladstar. Yet one more time. Talking to plants is one way of talking directly to spirit. Rosemary Gladstar. One last time, of course, in hippie voice, for all you out there who really hear. This is the way everybody hears it when they hear a quote like this. Listen, man. Talking to plants is one way of talking directly to spirit, man. Rosemary Gladstar, man. So, in anticipation of yet another ridiculous, basic, if you will, quote from old Gladstar over here, who seems to have some sort of blackmail over the people at the throat quote place, and she gets her quotes on there every time. We have planned for this and made ourselves a different quote. A quote that's more appropriate for our endeavors. A Benjamin Franklin quote. Now this we had to source for ourselves and create the thing for, because we were pretty much assuming it was going to be the same two quotes that it has been recently. So in order for us to have enlightenment, I thought we should enlist our buddy, the kite flyer, to help us out a little bit with some wisdom of our own. Let's see what he has for us. Love your enemies, for they tell you your faults. Or Richard's Almanac, 1756, this quote is from. Love your enemies, for they tell you your faults. So the way I look at this, and I think that the reason this is a little bit better of a quote, is because it actually makes you think a little bit, and there's interpretation we can go for instead of just listen, man. And for this, I imagine, this is kind of what I think of when I think of Scruffy. If we run up on a wolf while we're walking around trying to survive, I kind of believe like he's telling us, hey, have a torch out. Be responsible. Where's your bedroll? He's raising questions. So we should love, you stink. Yeah, that's what a wolf would let us know. He would tell us that. And he would tell us one of our faults could be walking around with animal fat in our satchel or something. But this is what Benjamin Franklin wants us to do. He wants us to love your enemies, for they tell you your faults. So, I like it. It's a graceful quote. It came from 1756, with his ages ago, but it still translates to today. And look at this face over here. That's the face of a guy who knows the quote we need to hear. I like it. Okay, so I've been messing about a little bit. What do you say we get into some serious business over here? Because we got a lot happening. We just encountered, before we took our break, they love us. That's it, odds. We found out before we took the break and we lost our bedroll. We left it back in the dam, which is like 2 towns over, and we discovered it pretty shortly after we were stuck in a blizzard here in Pleasant Valley. So, after sourcing the loophole and discovering that there will not be any sort of bedroll anywhere besides Black Rock, we're going to have to figure out what to do about that. We can go back to Mystery Lake, of course, and get one. Until then, we're relegated to sleeping on, like, leaf beds. The missing bedroll of doom. You got it, Char. I left it back at the dam, and we went through Winding River all the way to Pleasant over here. So it's a couple towns over. Our route was to fight a bear and then go up through Timberwolf Mountain over to Ash Canyon. And we know we're not going to get a bedroll between here and there. The bedroll is gone. I miss it so. This summer, find the bedroll, save the world. That's a good one. This summer, find the bedroll, save the world. So, tea usually comes out a little hot, but we got some of that in there. We got some of that Gladstar going on. So, I've been prolonging the survival, and I need to get out there. The plan is good for us. We're kind of over here by the abandoned prepper's cache, and we're trying to go now back to the derelict cabin bear, and then up the rope and over to Timberwolf Mountain. I left my roll in a glove box. Oh my gosh, how'd you stuff it in there? Went all the way through to the far territories before realizing it was a rough time over there before finding a new one. How did you stuff that bedroll in a glove box? Holy capacity. That's wild. It's also more wild given that you could have slept in that car without a bedroll. What a story, Denny. Alright, so I'm going to spot over to this cave, grab some rose hips. That's why. Save condition on the bedroll by sleeping without it. Just forgot to grab it when I left. Yep. Trying to be responsible, though. I recognize the responsibility was awesome. Good work, Char. I told folks about one time getting attacked by the Derelict Cabin's wolf, and it saved Lily's life earlier, so it was good to hear that somebody got to avoid a mistake I made, heeding the advice of the jabroniness that I did in the past. This is our bedroll now. Every mistake that you survive is a lesson learned. That's it. You and Ben Frank. All right, I'm thinking about doing some action here with this deer. It is pretty cold.
Someplace to escape this cold.
Yeah, it's pretty cold out here, Will. All right, let's keep going. Double maple right here. The Maple Brothers. Here we are at the plane crash. You're wise to be careful in that part up there because you might get soft locked in the caboose of the plane up there if you go into that part too much. For us, we're just going to look for a little bit of loose food if possible. Maybe one of those,
My hands.
What's the deal with this airplane food?
something like that. Oh my lordy, I just saw your condition. Scary low. Yeah. I don't know what it says about us, Char, that I'm not even too scared about it right now. Lets you know how often my jabroni negligence leads to me running around without any health.
That'll come in handy.
Summit soda. Could be moose on the other side of the plane. Oh boy. You ready for the coolest door opening sound effect you've ever heard? Whoa.
Damn. I'm freezing.
I'm freezing. I do love some hydraulic doors. Yeah, that was cool, man. Will riding up in a lowrider. Okay, we're going over to Skeeter's Ridge over here. This is where the moose could be. So far, I see painted white trunks. Oh! Yeah, I don't think we're getting the moose. We got Scruffy's whole crew, though. So we're not doing Skeeter's basement right now.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
The Skeeter's Ridge Scruffy crew. Do you see them kind of... They were just kind of fanning out, man. Gang stalking. Alright. If I was trying to get back to Derelict Cabins, I believe I'm going left. And I'm headed this direction. I'm going to find out real quick if this is goatable. Oh! Oh, little hut, huh? Okay, I see the hut. Maybe this is Draft Dodger. Doing a little shimmy shimmy yaw. Honor of ODB. Fishy mushrooms. Alright. I'm going in what I believe is Draft Dodger, which puts us pretty close to the birch forest. And hopefully we can get our act together before the hunt with the Derelict Cabin Bear. I don't believe in this war. I'm going to my cabin in Pleasant Valley. Listen, man. Yeah, that's not bad. Go to the farmhouse. Maybe get ourselves a Mackinaw upstairs. It's an unlooted territory. Moldy granola bar almost got eaten. Remax! Yeah, I'm thinking about going and checking the farmhouse out. Might not be bad. We haven't been there yet. Got a couple hours left of daytime. We got some big plans ahead of us.
Need a horse.
Holy. Now look, there are 3 bushels of hips here. But don't let that change your mind about sending hips my direction. We still definitely need plenty of hips. Thank you, Duncan, for those hips. Thank you very much, my friend. Always looking out for me, bud. Okay.
I know we're going to be close to the Birch Forest Bear. Hips don't lie. Thank you, Odds, for those hips. Nice 2-spot. Thank you, Lily, for those hips. That's what I'm talking about. That's a nice little supply right there. Hippie wisdom. Listen, Rosemary. Ever seek the farmhouse by Rosemary. Yeah, she puts the rose in Rosemary. So, I do feel like we got a bit rattled by the whole bedroll epidemic. Now we're going to course correct by going to the farmhouse, grabbing a few more things for our clothes maybe. We can mess with some bears. I would like to go over to the derelict cabin bear while we have sunlight if possible. We're kind of losing light on today though. So today might be some local activities, like maybe go to Signal Hill or something. Or the barn where the rabbit skin hat could be pre-made.
My fingers feel numb.
If I attack any bears that aren't the John Candy strap bears we're going for in the cul-de-sac caves, they just might run off with our arrows. I think that's the big hesitation there. Just kind of being hunt everything you see type. And Signal Hill is that radio tower that's right up there. It looks far and high up in the sky, but I think we can get up there.
Goddamn freezing.
But take it easy, buddy. Here we are at Pleasant Valley Farmstead. Home of the bedroll. Oh, prepare yourself. Did you just think I had one can opener in my backpack? And also just one can opener listed on the stat sheet over here? Because when I look at this stat sheet, I see one next to can openers found. But just when you thought it was going to stay one, what if we saw double vision? We seek the can opener.
Could end up being useful.
Two times. We've done it. Now let's see if the stat sheet reflects the progress. Wow. We found two. We might be heading into world record territory with this run because we're going to have 100 days to get it done. Yeah, that's it. Big time stats on stats, baby. I see some Pinnacle Peaches. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to lose any of those peaches when we open it. I'll bet not. 18% syrup. Seems like a pretty smooth can opening operation going on over here.
All right, so the name of the game is look for a Mackinac jacket and get the bare necessities from this farmhouse. And we're probably going to sleep here tonight. In the morning, fight the derelict cabin bear and take off for Timberwolf Mountain. If we have a perfect day tomorrow, we'll be able to accomplish both those things. Get well rested and leave bright and early in the morning, even with 3 down arrows in the cold, sunny morning. Good thing eating the peach is cold to avoid gaining cooking experience. Well, listen, Dunk. I'm sensing some sarcasm there. And we also have to consider that sometimes when it's not sunny, we'll be wasting Trusty Brand. So I'm not just thinking XP as much as I am save the well-fed and make sure I don't go to 0 and have any kettle corn situations. With that whole Scruffy said it, not me. Oh, okay.
Drop any of this
Good.
gear.
Good thinking eating the peach is cold to avoid gaining cooking experience. Yeah, classic Scruffy. He's trying to frame people now. Usually they announce themselves at the opening of their statements. I like that picture of a bear there. That's cool.
All I can think about is food.
Well, we're going to have to keep rummaging through our neighbor's stuff to find you that food, buddy. I think you got some ketchup chips you can eat. All right, we're coming up on the Mackinac times of all times. We're going to check under these beds here in the farmhouse, and that's where we find out if we got the Mac. If it is, in fact, the return of the Mac. The farmhouse here is a pretty solid spot to set up a base if you're living in PB. All the more reason to use Scruffy for cooking experience. Oh, man, now that's an idea I can get behind. Cooking up Scruffy after everything he's put us all through. Hey, I heard that idea. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a great idea, Scruffy. At Doctor, so can't hear stream currently, but thought I'd pop in for a minute to share the hip love. Thank you, Naku. All the love to the Knock, man. Well, Knock, since you can't hear, I'm going to send you the universal symbol of love. We're with you, Naku. There it is. I don't taste so good. Yeah, you don't taste very good, Scruffy. We got 51% Sadie Hawkins and 29% Nikes. Looks like we found Boris's bourgeois over here. All right, I'm about to look under this bed and see if there's a Mackinac. It's about to happen. Right. Oh!
This stuff will come in handy.
We've done it, Aretha. Okay. This is officially good news, and it's even better news on a challenge when you can't repair your clothes that you find one that's 79%. So let's go see what it looks like. But as you can tell, we're going to be styling much like John Goodman from the show Roseanne. We're going to have on a really warm jacket. It's beloved by hunters and lumberjacks alike. This thing has 1.6 wind and 2 temperature. So right now it's the leader in the clubhouse on both. So he's going to be on the outside, and we are officially styling. 11 Celsius warmth bonus, and though our jeans look tattered and so do our shoes, I do believe we are officially on the rise. Let's throw these better jeans out there for just aesthetic reasons. Mac, it ain't easy. That was awesome. Okay, so Raph felt a little bad about the bedroll incident that I caused upon myself. and maybe showing some mercy. Are we discovering that beneath that Kango hat he wears when he channels Ed Harris from Truman Show, does he have a heart underneath all that? Does he care? Some would say yes.
I could use this.
I don't know if you could use that. We'll check it just in case, but we got Double Bear over here. Yep. Raph. Nah. Raffanaw. It would probably be a good idea. Just sleep on my bedroll on this floor, right? Just go ahead and do that. I'm gonna throw some of this toilet water on the kitchen table. And we're gonna go in this basement. I was mentioning how I don't want to be flippant with my trusty brand, but I'm about to use one to go in the basement.
I need to
Back
drop
and ain't
some.
easy.
Can I have those Nikes if you're not using them?
I'm pretty sure they're yours, Boris, or they were somebody else's and then they became yours when you stole them and put them in that wardrobe. I don't know how you fit inside the doorway to the farmhouse, but I think you were doing it. All right, we got 3 dusty potatoes there.
Where's the good stuff?
All right, we're going to upgrade the condition on our antibiotics just in case Sweet Tooth Willie returns to the scene. I think we're very hopeful that there's going to be socks or underpants in the washer dryer. %, Bean. That's it. Between the coat, the shoes, and the jacket being high percentage, that lets us stay traveling so much more. We're actually in double digits right now with our pre-made clothes that we're unable to repair. And that is purely down to luck.
This'll come in handy.
Woo! They call him the RNG luckiest guy ever. Now we're ready for battle. Everybody battles in Sadie Hawkins' shoes, and we're no different. 12 Celsius warmth bonus. If he finds legitimate shoes, this guy is ready. It's happening.
I could eat any.
Talk about a good idea to come to this farmhouse, eh, Dunk? Nice work, my man. Okay, now we're rejuvenated. Ever since the bedroll incident of 26, we have recovered with the RNG incident of later in the year in 26.
Too much stuff to carry.
It could have some. I was floating that idea of thinking about going to the little farmhouse at the front and maybe going to Signal Hill with our nighttime. It's between that and old-fashioned sleep. I sure would love to go and check it out. Sky's looking a bit pink. I see the Signal Hill Bear sauntering around in the distance. Rabbit hat combat boots looking fresh to death. That's it.
Don't mind me. Just sauntering.
I don't know, Boris. I think you'll be more than just sauntering if you catch our drift. You're gonna see us and come after us.
I know you're coveting these 50% Sadie Hawkins. A beautiful but brisk, cold evening here in Pleasant Valley. We're seeking to go up to that radio tower. We have a potential bear fight we could get into, but I risk losing my arrows if I shoot him and he runs off.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I sure do want to hunt him, I'll tell you that. I don't think now is the smart time to do it. If we miss any of our shots, of course, we completely disqualify everything we work for. What do we think? I don't know. Historically, people didn't have the John Candy strat and just dealt with tracking down the bears as Raph intended. That's true. Before the strategy was even created, there wasn't that whole situation. I don't know. I'm sure thinking about shooting this bear. He's probably going to run off with my arrows if I put too many in him and he takes off. We're headed to where his area is. This is, of course, the Signal Hill Bear. There was no plan. This is improv. Colin Mockery. Ryan Stiles. I have a Don Gier back at the barn. Back with burgers. Nice, Char. That sounds amazing. What about this move, Boris?
Cold.
Oh!
Just want to lay down for a bit.
I'm thinking about it. Only problem is this feels off the rails right now. Everything I'm doing is silly. And I'm cold, so I'm taking 20 HP hit on my temperature HP right now. It does feel off the rails. Okay, I blew it.
Something's gotta go.
I was trying to chain my torches together. I went inside the barn. Live to fight another day. What happens is the reason I kind of gave up on the hunt is because the bear will go far away when you transition inside and outside. It's kind of a meta
manipulation of the set of things that implement in this game, where if you go inside and outside, the bear will kind of teleport far away, and he won't just be right outside again when I go outside. Now, when I turn right, I'm going to see if we have a pre-made bear or a rabbit hat. I'm on a custom loop pool, if that matters. How's the birch bark situation looking? I'm going to check in just a second, Bean, and I'm also going to check to my right. I don't know if they show up on custom loop pools, but I'm still going to be excited while I look right. Okay. No rabbit skin hat for us. Oh, but we do get nuts and stuff. Stale chocolate bar. Okay. So, we're going to go to Signal Hill now, check for some combat boots or shoe upgrade, and then we have a big giant journey ahead of us where we're going to be traveling to all kinds of crazy spots. And since we don't have a bedroll to warm up, I might be either lighting a fire on this barrel or getting some sleep in the hay manger. I think we did drink a great deal of the birch bark during the whole day of blizzard that we were circling that rock formation.
That did it.
So isn't it nice that we have our The Gambler thermos starring John Goodman and Mark Wahlberg to go with our Mackinac jacket? What a treat. Goodman would be proud. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to go get Chicago deep dish pizza, but I started watching this jabroni play a video game I've never heard of instead of reading my lines for the upcoming script. I was held up in my trailer on the lot, mesmerized by the negligence. The way he went back and forth between the bear and that fence was just so great. Thanks, John. Means a lot. Birch bark situation. Looks like we don't have any there, and the ones we do have are right here. So we got 2 birch cups. That's funny. That's terrible. Okay, so the birch situation, Bean, is a god-awful situation. I definitely could use some more. So maybe on our way out of here, it wouldn't be bad if we did pass through that birch forest and got a few more pieces of bark. I'm not sure how bountiful the supply is in Timberwolf Mountain, but one thing I do know about Timberwolf Mountain is that there is another opportunity for a birch or for a middle-class cul-de-sac bear. So we have Derelict Cabins bear here, and in Timberwolf Mountain, a cul-de-sac opportunity there at Echo something. Echo Ravine, maybe? All right, we're taking off. AC has a ton of birch bark, but it's after getting the backpack. Okay. So we'll scoop a few pieces of bark. I think Beam brings up a solid point. and staying in the theme of being responsible, you know, we're just trying to maintain through all of this. And I still do believe we made the right choice with that bear, because I felt myself going off the rails. The sun was coming down. I was ready to miss a shot, and it was too hasty. It's always the balance of wanting to be in the hunt just because it's so exciting, in that responsible side, and sometimes they're battling, because I do just want to get in the mix, you know. The long forgotten land of giant birch. So we did like one Passover in the birch forest char maybe a week ago. And since there's so many blizzards on these settings, the birch should replenish more often than not. So we should have a great deal of birch coming back to us. I missed the giant birch raft. Should bring it back. Oh, okay. It was a visual glitch back in the day. You guys are veterans of the game. I got 2 Rishis. Birchbark's so big you could use it as a tent? What in the world? That sounds wild. I have to pull that one up. Giant birch. Okay, let's continue. Going up to Signal Hill at night. I always get lost going to this place even in the highest visibility conditions. We have a bit of an overcast, so I'll be accepting any and all navigational guidance. We also have to mine Boris. You got it, don't. Alright, I'm looking for Signal Hill. If you have any clue on how to get up to this radio tower, I'm all ears.
Both those ways walking look a little steep. Like I might not be able to walk up there. I think if I go up against the back wall, I might be able to, but it's going to be tight. Yeah, I don't know. Oh boy. What are we thinking about getting to Signal Hill? I'm a bit intimidated by the prospect that Boris might become haunted. I'm pretty sure his cave is right there to the right of us. Oh, he's haunted. Oh! Odds, I don't know how to get up to this radio tower. All right, back again with clean hands. Homemade burgers are so tasty. I see thrill seeking is still strong. Wandering about in Aurora. Char, I can't even find this Signal Hill radio tower. I know I'm next to it, but both the hills I'm next to are very steep. I'm guessing there's a rope, or the way to get up to it is way around the other side and up the back. Right now, it is a bit scary, and I am directly next to the Signal Hill Bear's cave. And he just kind of rose up on me and scared the crap out of me. Oh, now I see it. I have to go all the way around that big rock formation. Okay, I'm going to pull it up on the map. This is what we got. We're kind of here-ish, and I'm trying to get up this hill to this radio tower. The bear's down here, but I have to go around all the way this thing or go up a rope right here to get up to Signal Hill. Yep. Thank you, Neo. Very Matrix of you. That's exactly it. Yep. You guys are saying exactly what it is. So I'm guessing red means a rope that is attached already in the game. And that's what it means on the key down here. Rope climbing spot, rope attached is the red thing. And the silver one is without rope attached. So of course this one does not have a rope. This does. And we're in this vicinity. We got to get around the haunted bear and over this way. Yeah, it sure is. You can walk around it if you go around to the left. It's a bit ankle sprainy, but doable. Yeah, I think we're going to do it, Lurbia. I'm also considering fighting this Aurora bear. I don't know why, but I could yet again be off the rails with this. They aggro more on you, and you could farm more shots. So I think it's advantageous sometimes to fight Aurora bears. It's just about having a good strat so I don't miss the shots, of course. Which is something. Yeah. And we're also in this one trying to get up to 100 total shots, Char. So for us, we're looking to farm shots. So if we fight a haunted bear who's more aggressive, it's likely he won't run off as much with our arrows, and we can get a ton of shots in him. Okay, so I'm going to take a big lap around his area, and then I'll somehow get up to Signal Hill. thinking about it. Oh, it's crazy. It really is. Freaking out, man. Ooh, that's what we can't have. Mr. Indecisive over here. Receps.
Hey, that's my home.
Gosh, I'm getting antsy just watching this. Well, if you would like an internal monologue of what's going on inside, Char, I hear the soundtrack from 8 Mile. My palms are in fact sweaty, and my knees are most likely weak, but I'm sitting in a chair. It's intense, and every time you just want to try to not let everybody down. So sometimes I look for, like I just did right there, ways to avoid missing a shot by living to fight another day and trying to be leaning on the side of responsibility, but also, you know, scared of the daunting task in front of me of not being able to miss a shot. Well, let's hope your arms aren't spaghetti. Need good strength to shoot that bow. Well, more bad news. I, in fact, have noodle arms. I got the noodle arm! Man. I'm gonna tell you this. If I go into this radio tower and grab shoes or something and then go back down there, I may go after him again. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, my palms are sweaty and my knees are weak. That's it, Chrisney. How are you, buddy? I hope you're doing well.
Escape this cold.
We're trying to go to Signal Hill right now. We're obviously out on a sketchy night. We just ran into an Aurora bear, and we're coming up here with hopes of maybe finding a good shoe set. We also might be making a miniature commemorative Craig T. Nelson Tower. It would be the right thing to do. Okay, sounds good, Char.
We're going to try to keep our bow straight and steady. Look at all these gizmos over here. It's like a 70s sci-fi movie. Yo, what up, Wolfie? How's it going, my friend? You been howling at the moon?
What have we here?
That's it. And surprisingly, it's not much warmer because they're 50% like our Sadie Hawkins, and Raph loves Sadie Hawkins. But these do give us 0.3 more, and they're better at a lot of these other things, probably like waterproof and resistance to attacks. We now also officially look like a hunter. We still harken back to our days as a pilot with our aviator cap, but we have combat pants, double bear sweaters, Mackinaw, sweet jacket underneath, sick work gloves, combat boots. Socks could use an upgrade, and so could the underpants, but we're rising. We could use one of those ear wraps or some improvised insulation. Yeah, we heard about that one, Neo. We've been talking about it. It's been tough scenes. She touched a lot of people's hearts, I imagine. And I think we would definitely be smart to think about her fam and try to send some good love her direction. The direction of the Partons, of course. Because she'll be missed. That's it. Nice booty. Oh, we got a heavy hammer. Okay, I'll probably leave it here and make a note about it. Because heavy hammer could be used in the future if we do a forge somewhere other than Forlorn Muskgeek. Tomatoes, sardines. Oh, Big Moose Kicks. The radio tower is providing us with awesome stuff. They're the best for breaking ice.
Something's making me feel tired.
Holy! We've done it, Aretha. That's 3. What do you think about that? I think that is officially on the stat sheet and listed. Can openers found 3. We have officially tied our record that we got the first day we had the game pretty much on the Fox difficulty, and then we got 3 on Interloper. We have tied it.
Someone's stash.
Mother, we are getting some good clothes over here. We have a 0.8 thin wool. And because this one out here is on the outer layer, we can actually replace this with thin wool. Oh my gosh. Okay, we just upgraded. You don't sound convinced. Oh, I'm convinced. I'm convinced that Craig T. Nelson is one of the greatest to ever live. And that tower is commemorative of his ways. Okay.
We're going to chill for about an hour and then go check out that Aurora bear and see what he's about. Either that or we just get out there. Because I'm anxious to maybe go fight that guy. I'm all fired up about our new outfit and everything. Our new shoes. I feel confident. Even if it's undeserved. I do hear some winds whistling around. Go check on it. That was big. Yeah. Grandpa Simpson situation, back into the spot. Fighting him was scary enough, but if you add bad weather, we're taking a break for a second. We're going to be more responsible. All right, weather check. Maybe we're fighting an Aurora bear in a minute. Drop some weight right there so we're not going into this thing less than agile. Serious business. All right, be on the lookout for a glowing neon green bear. He knows. He took off, Gobs, and he took my arrow with him.
I need to find a place to rest.
This is the downside to improvised hunts. Fortunately, he is radioactive, so if we do see him, he should stand out pretty well. Alright, I'm gonna put this on his trail and then go up to vantage point. Boy, I'm getting mesmerized by the aurora too.
Can't feel my hands.
Okay, I see him over here. Alright, we're taking the drip temperature-wise. This is bad scenes again.
Too cold to think.
I'm losing 20 HP per hour by not starting a fire right now. I definitely cannot hunt the bear next to a fire. That's, of course, the campfire cheese. That would be disqualified.
Feeling faint.
Should have used the stim mods. Gosh, I didn't see the temperature either. I was focused on everything. Okay. Let's talk about what I learned tonight. I learned that being inside this little outdoor place does not despawn his aggro. He followed me in there. I guess if I went in the lower part, in the cubby, I'd have been okay. But he followed me inside the barn. I thought he wasn't going to. Oh my gosh. That was very sad. So, bear just died. You all look beautiful today.
Yeah, I know this comes as a shock to all of us. It's a sad situation. Here we go. Really beloved, we're gathered here to remember Benjamin Will 1. This was the first guy who attempted this challenge. He got a little too adventurous, some would say. He was a great man who tried to pioneer the hardest challenge in the world, and I think that we were all of the understanding that it was going to take a few attempts. That didn't stop that Will from going into it with wide eyes, saying, "I can do it." But what he couldn't do was be responsible through the night. We lost a great man today, but what he would want us to do was to carry on with strengths and perseverance at the forefront of our mentality. We're going to have to be probably a little less adventurous, but we do know now about outdoor places. I know that these guys aggro onto you from very far and sprint you down. That's very clear. And I also know now when my temperature's at the bottom like that, if I don't have accelerant to start a fire, I need to stim up. And after I bandaged my blood, rather than drinking a cup of birch and trying to start a fire and spazzing, I should have done a stim immediately, recognizing that the temperature was down. That was the one part I learned this time, is that, yeah, Christy, why don't you keep your comments in your pockets while we're at the ceremony? How about that? Dearly beloved, we're going to miss this Will. He was a great Will, but he's gone. A second of silence for Franklin Will 1. Thank you. Dang. All right, now we have to go do the debriefing and find out exactly what we're leaving behind in conjunction with those 3 glorious can openers. 18 days we lived. We had to make it to 100. We shot and hit 7, including that last haunted bear. We got him once, but he got us for sure. 3 can openers found. Pretty good stuff. But we do have to leave them behind. I would like to think that, with him in his casket, this Will is there with his 3 can openers. It's kind of grim. Poor guy. He had the best gear ever. We just found all kinds of good stuff, and I think I was just too excited, really. I just really thought I was invincible when I got those combat boots, and, it was tough. We've lived for 20 days. And we're going to have to find a way to make it back. We got some of our skills up. We got cooking almost up to level 4. 1 can opener every 6 days. Nice flex. Yeah, it's pretty good. Fire starting at level 3. We were able to not have to use tinder. Poor Will has opened his last can. We got archery up to level 2, which usually happens with that first John Candy Bear. And what's really sad is that we're going to have to... Oh my gosh, this challenge is so hard. Just like the pharaohs buried with their most valuable items, including kitties, which we would never allow. For William, it was can openers. Yep. Well, we're going to leave this Will, Franklin Will 1, behind with all of his great notes about Mario Lopez. But there's more Mario Lopez notes in our future. And now it's time to rebuild. I'm going to need all the hips I can get and words of encouragement because I'm sure feeling down. And I will say I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you, Odds. Thank you for bringing up Lopez. I can't believe we're back here. Some would say hunting an Aurora bear will lead you into hot waters. So I'm going to go copy the custom code we have for the challenge. Of course, you could find that over on the YouTube for us. And you can also see it when we pull up the various times and see exactly what we got going on. But more than most things, this is what the Franklin Challenge is. This is what's so tough about having to start over. It's so hard! So, I am about to go in there again, and I think we did learn that we know he doesn't de-aggro in those little farmhouses. That's something I'll never forget. I thought the second I crossed the invisible threshold of the barn, I was safe, and I was literally going, woohoo! Good stuff. But no. Unbelievable. Okay. So this is the rule set we have to abide by. And these are the fine print things we have to avoid. So that's why we can't light a fire and hunt that aurora bear. And we have to... I was taking the drip and being negligent. No feats, no trader, none of that stuff. And there's the code. And you can get in there and give it a whirl if you'd like. Basically, what the code is set to is most difficult possible survival settings. And then, of course, these self-imposed ones add a little bit more to that whole flavor for you. Here we go. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. It's the usual drill. Here's all the settings. World gets colder over time, as crazy as it is. Auroras all the time. Calorie burn rate is crazy, and all the vitals, basically. Item decay and the stuff you find. And hell, I need all the derp love I can get right now. I'm back at the loading screen. I'm sad. We got wildlife spawns all over the place, of course. And they can smell you from miles away. And then when you do get in situations with them, they whoop you. And you have to do everything to get them off you. The damage will be done. I'm going to make it up to you guys. Few hippies for the road. Thank you, odds. Okay, so no feats, of course, and no trader. You took me out. All right, Jonas Salk. Well, here we are in Desolation Point. Just trying to get our run going. Nothing crazy happened before. This is just the beginning of everything right here. And it's smooth sailing from here on out. So we're going to start off, you guessed it, go into the whale factory. What we plan on getting over there is figuring out our loophole, grabbing a box of matches, and beginning a run full of hopes and dreams and great success. Duncan? Something we gotta tell you. I'm sorry. save a custom code and only enter the map and quit out, you can select that in the load menu and remember the code. Well, I'll tell you what we got over here, Christy. We got ourselves a nice .txt file, and we got the code copied up over there, so it's pretty easy for us to alt-tab over, give it the old Control-C, and pop her in there. Will is up? Yeah. It was a nice situation for Franklin Will 1. Everybody looked good. I was a bit testy during the process because I loved him so much. It was like a bad best man speech. Everybody had to come on stage and say, okay, that was good. That was good. All right, we're going to have to get you out of here. I was choked up. He was a good man. We had 3 can openers. We found another one at Signal Hill. So we're, of course, going to have to abstain from grabbing any of these stones over here, as stones are forbidden. You went through all 3 stems in the blink of an eye? Even worse, Dunk. But we wouldn't want to rub it in the midst of being on the heels of such a shocking passing by discussing nuances like that. But just know that they were left unread. Okay, here we go. So, I'm going to have to implement the first of the strategies we do when we get in here, which is avoid the dreaded goofball storm lantern loot pool by looking to the right in this office and seeing if there is, in fact, a lantern. We do not want there to be a lantern. If there is, we're going to implement Christmas morning strat and be positive about the fact that we got socks for Christmas and feign joy. Like, oh, hey, thank you. Here we go. Okay, beautiful. We did not get the bedroll or that one, but now we have the bedroll situation with loot pool 4 coming up. So let's get off of the drip here by sleeping and getting our bed warmth bonus. And then we're going to go downstairs and go behind those green boxes in the corner and see if a bedroll's there. I am starting to think that we've gotten the bedroll loot pool the most. Okay, this is the second part of our Christmas morning strat situation. I'm going to strafe left, and we're going to see... That's it, Doug. Here we go. Okay, so this is huge. What this means is we got an early hacksaw. There will be a hacksaw either here in this whale factory or in the mine right behind us. So we're going to check the spots for the hacksaw right now with excitement. And then we're going to head over and figure out if we're going to get ourselves a fire striker if we do get the right loot pool. Good job, boys. Give him one of those die immediately loot pools with no bedrolls. Fry bar. Sometimes the hacksaw's over here, too. Alright, I'm about to take the drip. I might have to go down for an hour again.
Never felt so cold in my life.
There we go. So I'm looking in all the spots here to see if we can find the hacksaw, and I think I've checked most of the spots. So what it might mean is that we're getting the hacksaw in the abandoned mine. And that'll let us know that we're on that loot pool, the one where we found the pry bar here and the hacksaw there. What I want to say right now is that I'm sad about the loss of Franklin Will 1. But I know I have to move forward. I do.
Come on.
I have to find a way to make Franklin Will 2 a guy who reaches success. And I'm going to have to do it from the starting line. I think we have checked most of the spots for the hacksaw, so it's pretty confident we're getting it in the mine.
Why didn't that work?
Well, I don't know, buddy. So, this song is my feelings. I'm going to get all the loot from here, maybe a mega torch and some food. Head over to the mine to grab our hacksaw, and we're going to hopefully cut an early maple here in Desolation Point. One thing we can definitely improve on is the speed with which we got a maple going. We were really bojangling the first time around. Took us a while. We cut an early Desolation Point maple. We'll have a bow made around day 7 instead of maybe 14. And then we'll be rocking big time with potentials like getting more deer hides and things early this time. What about that? That could be something. Get more hides and animal clothes going earlier, responsibly. I don't think we could ever in a million years expect the same RNG for our pre-made outfit again. So we'll have to make up for it by planning better for animal clothes. Also, let me get some of those rose hips. They're sadness hips. I need them. And if you see me, or if you're trying to call or text, just know that I'll be back at the house, scarfing rosehip empanadas and watching Tony Danza and Mario Lopez's Hallmark movie. Maybe also eating ice cream straight out of the container.
That'll come in handy.
There we go. RNG is still with us. Big Moose Cakes, baby. That's about as good of a thing as you could hope for in one of these filing cabinets, really.
I could use this.
Trusty brand. Okay. Grabbing this stuff here and then going and getting the food from the other part of the rafters. Onto the mine for our situation. Hacksaw situation. And prepare yourself for a pretty cool little catwalk here. On the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. Doing my thing on the catwalk. Okay, I'm just kind of flying through some of this. We're getting some awesome gear in this hidden area up here. And if you normally get up here, it's through this tube. And we're going to check in the safe. And listening to Boyz II Men sing It's So Hard to Say Goodbye to Yesterday. Yeah, I will be listening to that. How'd you know, Bean? You know I love Motown's finest. I actually do like Boyz II Men. I think they're pretty cool.
Oh my gosh. You know what I just realized? I'm back to primitively opening cans. It's true. Well, here we are, gang. Just getting some new stuff for our outfit. We're going to find out exactly what Will Franklin 2 is wearing over here in a second. But I can pretty assuredly tell you that it's going to be ragtag as anything. I got to also say I'm kind of like unfocused right now. I'm off the rails.
This stuff will come in handy.
Okay, pretty average. And this is what we got. We got 4 Celsius back in Sadie Hawkins, like we never left. We got some 100% gym socks, 100% jeans or underpants. It looks like these 3 were 100%, and then we just got 83 over here to go with it. We're wearing a average red shirt and not much else. So it's usually get ourselves a sewing kit and make ourselves double Davy Crockett improvised head wraps, along with improvised hand wraps if the gloves don't show up. Yeah, we are smashing cans, Goblin. That's it. It's crazy, but it's happening. We're back to it. Banged up dog food. Look at us over here, losing percentage of food. %18 was lost. Okay, so I'm going to write down what loot pool is here in a second once I go and grab that hacksaw. And then we'll be looking all over here. Desolation. We have a couple opportunities to get a maple on the west side of things. And then there's also Little Island, which should have a couple options too. I still think that is an oddly specific number. Oddly specific number, huh? Here's one question I have. When I'm smashing cans, I'm not using a scale to see how much was lost. Just saying. Yeah, Will's a pretty particular guy, isn't he, Chrisney? He's got weird things he'll do and not do. You guys believe in whimsy? Could we all use a little whimsy in our life? I'm just going in a regular old trailer over here. Seems to me this trailer is pretty standard. This is just a dusty old bunk bed with nothing in it, isn't it, Dunk? There's nothing going on in here, but it does have Trusty Brand. Boy, I'll tell you this, though. There's nothing whimsical about this place. To me, this just looks like a standard old dusty trailer. So I'm leaving this place. The whimsiest brand. But what if, Chrisney, we were looking for a little whimsy in our life, and we opened this door and saw a different thing happen? Looks a little different in here. Looks a little whimsical. I know it's exciting. And look at the fruits of our spoils. There's all kinds of empty containers in here. Here we go. Pretty whimsical, huh?
So I'm thinking we go in this mine here. We're going to check for the saps. We'll circle back for those if there is, in fact, any of them here up next to the mine entrance. We got to be positive, and we got to make this guy feel welcome and optimistic that he can be the one that gets it done. I obviously ventured too far into adventuring this second day of Franklin Will. But no FAK on the wall. What trailer is that normally?
My fingers feel numb.
I don't know, but normally it's the dusty bunk bed trailer, and then when you go in the other way, all of a sudden it becomes whimsical. Okay, checking for saps. And looks like we didn't get any birch saps right here. So let's go in here and grab our hacksaw. We should have ourselves some mega torches too. It looks a lot like the one outside the dam, but that one has FAK on the wall. I'm not sure. But the trailers do have a lot of whimsy in them, Christy. I've noticed that. So it's time to grab our hacksaw. What say we look to the left on this shelf and grab ourselves the saw that hacks. Boom!
That'll come in handy.
Sure will. First aid kit. Ah, okay. All right, you know what time it is. Now we have to figure out exactly which loophole it is. Yeah, we got to make some notes about old Lopez over there for sure. And we're going to write down which loophole it was based upon the Excel sheet. If anybody ever needs me to send you the Excel sheet, I'd be happy to do that too. It's awesome for anybody who's interested in kind of going meta on the game a little bit and doesn't mind spoilers. For us, we found the crowbar at the old abandoned factory. The Hibernia. And we also found the hacksaw in the abandoned mine. So this means we are on loophole 3. Yep, that's it, Dunk. So we're going to get our hammer from the usual spots. And there is Fire Striker at Rockfall in Coastal, next to a corpse on a hill. Interesting. Okay. Loophole 3. What do we got for bedrolls here? Probably Mystery Lake. Okay, let's continue. I'm looking for a maple anywhere here in this spot. And if we can get some of the spots we're naturally headed to show up, that'd be great. And if not, we're going to grab one maybe in Coastal. And if we're feeling crazy, we go over to Little Island here in DP if we want to get it early enough. I sure would love to find it basically when we get popped out on this side of the mine here. We're going to go up the hill and check the first little spot there. There's a spot next to some ravaged deer and some rose hips. Hammer and a bedroll at Mystery. Promise I'm gonna make it up to you guys. I could. We all know I won't use it if I get into an emergency. Golly. Live in the now, man. All right. We can put this fire next to a ravaged up here. Okay, looks like we got skunked on the maple. I think it's right here normally. Oh my. Could be a maple behind the church. It sure can. That was going to be one of the spots I was going to check. I'm just warming up real quick. Popping off some tinder in this mine.
Damn. I'm freezing.
I'm freezing. Sure.
That should help warm things up.
We're gonna go double lump, and we'll make some reishi teas here. Oh boy! So we're gonna check for the church maple, maybe get the lighthouse stem. We also have big moose kicks. Okay, grab a couple more sticks and make some more tinder. This whole starting line thing comes with its own set of stuff we have to accomplish. Look at this guy. Even he's sad. It sounds like nature called over here. Might be a couple of these guys. Love the way you said Mo Tinder there. So American. Nice, Chrisney. Yeah, we got some American going on over here. Though we travel to Canada for our survival instincts, we are born and bred in the red, white, and blue. Ow! Alright, let's go check for our maple over here. There are usually a lot of faithful wolves here at this church. They work up... There's definitely nothing like church to work up an appetite. I pretty much... Oh, the maple's there!
coming. Perfect, just what the run called for.
It's making my head feel thick.
Okay, so I'm thinking now about this maple, and I'm thinking about all the times we've done circle back to DP for the forge or do our forge in Forlorn. I will say that most of the time when I push forward and do a forge in Forlorn, we have much greater success. Just because we move forward and get new loot. I used to be scared, so I circled back to DP, and there was no shame in that, but I do recognize that I think it's a more successful run for us when we stay moving to Forlorn and deal with the intimidation of the frozen ice. Yo, what up, QC? How's the cold treating you today? Well, surprisingly, we've been able to deal with the cold. What we have not been able to deal with, though, maybe, just maybe, is Aurora bears. That part we did have problems with. Boom. Aurora bear got you? Yeah, Stim can't help you there. Well, surprisingly, we lived through it, Dunk. But then my negligence didn't think about things with the little HP I had, which should have just been juice up. But it was crazy. It was just a whole scene, man. I don't even know how to describe it. It was a scene. I blew it. It was a tough scene. That's what it was. Tough scenes. Yeah, they can be difficult. And what happened in this one was I was over there next to the Signal Hill area in Pleasant, and I ran inside one of those barns that has like a little area you can go in underneath if you duck. And when I crossed the threshold of it, I thought he wasn't going to be able to go in. There was going to be an invisible barrier, similar to how wolves will stand outside of the Forlorn Forge and do like just right outside an invisible wall. But he followed me in there. Yo, what up, Sil? Absolute endurance on display here. Thank you. We're gonna have to. That's the type of stuff I need right now. I need all kinds of compliments, rose hips, you know, things that might not be true about me that you're just, you know, saying like, hey, here's another compliment for this guy. He's jabroni. He needs it. Something like that, you know? Okay, man, the way you picked up that bag of ketchup chips was impressive. Oh, thank you. Something like that. All right, so we got our stem, and we got this ridiculous rabbit we're carrying around. We could also drop the maple anytime we're chilling. Let's go ahead and remember to pick this bad boy up when we take off. There it is. It's glorious. Thank you, Goblin, for those hips. Thank you, Goblin. Okay, man, the way you moved that bed was the best we've ever seen. Thank you, QC. Did you see how we carried it downstairs? If I pushed spacebar, he would not jump right now, but what he could do is lift an entire bed over, carry it down a spiral staircase in a lighthouse, and simply put it on the bottom floor. He doesn't even need to pivot, as Ross would say. Yo, what up, Cactus? My man, the Hitman. How's it going, Cactus?
This'll come in handy.
Oh, recycled can. No big deal. What's up, Cactus? Yeah, the forge is different from those empty barn things. Learned it the hard way, Dunk. And I'll bet this too. If you were around, you would have said this is a bad idea, and I probably would have listened. But that's the stuff that happens when I'm left to my own accord. I quickly take the train straight off the rails. Jabroni negligence. The ultimate piece of loot to find, the recycled can. Yeah, we got it. Ever since the Big Tin Can Alliance with Big Tin, things have been pretty good between the two parties. Choo choo mother fathers. Holy. I don't even know what that is, but I'm with you, so. Hello, mother. Hello, father. Man, look at this guy. All right, we're still looking for a sewing kit. I think we'll warm up here in the bed. And we'll do a little micro harvest on this maple. We're off? Yep, that's it. Marge, is Bart at Camp Granada? We have to wait now until this is done, but we're off like the real timer for the maple. The maple's huge. And now it's 6 days for the maple, I think 5 for guts and 4 for birch saps. So we can bring this maple with us to Coastal and keep on moving to a forge at Forlorn, where we'll hopefully have a fast bow created with a bunch of hides laid out and curing as well. Any ravaged I see, we gotta get. I gotta get more ravage games. Speaking of which, where's that sketchy rabbit? Did he disappear? Yeah, he did the old disappearing trip. How whimsical. Yeah, I think he ate it all. The godfathers of aluminum came together one day and said, we split the market. I'll do green beans and you do peaches. It seems like you might have been there. You might have been one of the witnesses, Cactus. No Simpson reference gets by me. Yeah, you're the best at those. I appreciate it. It's getting it's becoming a classic, you know? It's old school now. Crazy to think. And the best seasons were definitely somewhere towards the beginning with Conan writing and everything. I'm gonna check on the weather. This is gonna be a Grandpa Simpson, most likely. Well. Maple anxieties relieved. Seasons 3 to 10, absolute masterclass in comedy writing. That's it. That's my jams. All right, we're going to try to get back on the road here. We got wolves all around. It's obviously a pretty cold evening. If we run up on a ravaged, it wouldn't be bad for us to grab the hide.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
I got just a place. Okay. So now, this time, we're going to be a tad more ambitious towards grabbing hides. So if we don't get blessed with all kinds of Mackinaws and combat boots, we're still at least prepared to enter into the latter part of this challenge with warmth to us.
Good. Turned out pretty well.
Hour seems excessive, huh? It's probably not going to drop too much more. Bezos, give us back our lunch. Oh! Okay, I got you, Cactus. Don't even try this, Bezos. Don't even think you're gonna try it, because just when you thought you could keep us from it being excited and happy, well, guess what? We got answers. Got answers of the lunch variety.
Are this all your lunches? You mean you eat other people's lunches? Stop it!
Oh! You've been eating other people's lunches? He's so upset about it. I love it. Make sure to grab the feathers before harvesting. Okay. Now, Christie's mentioning that, I think, because they'll replenish once you do harvesting, so you can get double the feathers. Boy, this guy provided, didn't he? All right, now we're going to do a little micro machines over here. Grabbing 0.3 steaks. Yeah, you can get double feathers. It's not a tumor. It's not. Now, if I pull out right here at 1.1, I believe I'll be able to get 11 steaks out of this. I can also do this one, too.
I have a headache.
It might be a tumor.
It's not a tumor. Not a tumor at all.
Okay, now we can get 11 steaks out of there because we pulled out at 1.1. Super nerdness initiated. Finally home. I see your health bar is looking good. I'm assuming that runs the... Yeah, it is, Naku. It's going great. Things have completely been perfect in your stead. There have been no giant mishaps. There's no particular reason that we're here in Desolation Point. Just happened to be the area we're in. Naku, I don't have the heart to say it. You're too cool. Yeah, you're right to be skeptical. You're right to be skeptical. This is a moment where we have to break some bad news to you. This may be a reprint. Will Franklin. You just heard they got the best deer out here. That's it. They do. Ones you can micro harvest. I know. He was a good man, but he ventured too far into adventure. That seems to be what we've concluded. And what I did was I went completely off the rails. I fought an Aurora bear, Naku. And then when it came down to recovering from it, I faded into the long dark with several emergency stims on my person. That is tough. I sure was.
Damn it.
I was fighting him.
This guy gets off the rails quick.
Yep. So I saw an Aurora bear on my way up to get those shoes at the Signal Hill, which we did acquire, by the way. I thought about fighting him. He intimidated me, and I lived to fight another day and talked about responsibility. But after finding those combat boots and another can opener, I felt like nothing could take me down. And so I went after the Aurora bear. I hit him, and then he took off for the hills. That was when things definitely went off the rails. I chased him, and then I fought him basically in aggro range, fearless hunter style. Ran back to a barn. The barn was not a safe space for us. We faded. Lessons were learned. They sure were, Naku. We know that barn, very different from the forge barn, is not a safe space. That bear should have never been hunted after that first shot, and I should have let that arrow go and the Aurora bear with it. Sometimes when you find 3 can openers, you're caught up in it. You're high on roast-up empanadas, you got 3 can openers in your backpack, and you fight an Aurora bear in an ill-advised fashion to your untimely death. So the reason we cut up these deer meat pieces into small pieces is because for each piece that you harvest, each steak, I guess, you get 1 XP point. And it helps us get our cooking skill up. That's going to be important for us getting closer to roast-up empanada territory and being at cooking level 3. We also have designs of getting to cooking level 5 by the end of this challenge and actually being able to eat all the carnivore meat we would like. So we're living off the land early here, and we got ourselves a deer hide and some much-needed cooking skill. We're going to take a cup of Big Moose Kicks and ride on over to Coastal Highway by way of Crumbling Highway. And we'll grab some guts next to an indoor location like the Whimsical Trailer and Coastal Highway for all of those who really are being doubters about how much whimsy there is in this world. I'm about to change that attitude.
All right, I think I'm going to forego checking up at Kate's quiet clearing and just keep on moving. There is a chance there could be a maple up there and maybe a recycled can. I know you might think I'm crazy for leaving that behind, but I just might. Let's do it. So, since I didn't get the feathers before I took the hide off, I think I didn't do properly the feather exploit. And we'll try to get that done next time we get a hide. Feathers first. Hide. Then feathers again. All right, I'm hearing nature call in the distance. This might be our top opportunity to snag a little Peter hide. And maybe make some rabbit skin gloves or hats if we can gather enough rabbit hides. Oh, we have a backup maple as well. Double maple. Maple brothers. Man, I'm doing sketchy things right now. Yeah, I'm off the rails. I have to let him aggro. You're communicating.
Okay, who brought the dog?
Gross hips. Yeah, I actually thought about that during this sprint here. Realizing that I could have stopped at that pickup truck back there and not take the drip from fatigue. But what we do have, Dunk, is a secret up our sleeve in the way of Big Moose kicks. That should sustain us till we get over there to the other car and Crumbling Highway. So we can drink Big Moose kicks right now and then walk our way over there. As far as what I just did, that was definitely in the don't do any of this category of what I'm doing over here. Good Lord! They really want some micro harvest deer. I think they were upset about the rabbit, Naku. We stole their rabbit and we were just prancing around, grabbing maple and acting big for our britches, and they came after us. And I panicked. And there was Rick Moranis was going on, and it was just it was a cavalcade of wolves all around. And I just freaked out, took the stem, and then I couldn't see Jack. And so I had to light a torch in the middle of the road. That was a scene. Mother of everything, that was insane. Okay. Bit of a scene. Here we go. All right, we're grabbing all these lumps. We're not going to be coming back here. It looks like I did injure myself in the whole incident there. So we're limping around. Golly. That was insane, man. Wolves usually don't get into circumstance where they can alternate who's aggroed on you as often as I felt like they were switching back with right there. So I was kind of getting, I don't know, I couldn't feel who was actually aggroed on to me. And since they can only be one at a time aggroed on you, you can kind of navigate with that. I couldn't figure it out. Bit of an incident back there. The fruits of the spoil are, we got double maple to get curing for our main starter bow and backup, to go with a deer hide and a rabbit hide if we ever get a moment to actually play some games here. Some harvesting games. Maybe we'll do it in the old car over there or something. Grab the hide off and leave the smelly rabbit behind. That was intense, man. All coding goes out the window when you steal its lunch, I suppose. Yeah. And when you also make fun of the lunch of the developer. For instance, if we saw the developer of this game being, at like a 5-star steakhouse, and instead of ordering a steak, he ordered himself like a garden salad or something with zone of contamination radish garnishes. If, for instance, that were the case, for sure. Just coffee up, stem up, coffee up, stem up. It's a Midwest thing. Holy crap. I'm trying to remember the name of the song that Will Smith made for Men in Black. Was it Get Jiggy With It? When they had the CGI aliens dancing in the music video? Was that the name of the song? Here come the Men in Black. Yes? Getting jiggy with it. Na 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 na. Here come the Men in Black. You want to hear? Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. If it is a jabroni story or a story of success. I've once had Dog Soldiers. What's up, Heinz? How's it going, buddy? I'm going down memory lane about the theme song from Men in Black right now. Of course, when I was a young lad, I enjoyed the song Get Jiggy With It by Will Smith, promoting the movie Men in Black. I decided to listen to it at a decent volume, and the neighbor did not take too kindly to that and came over when I lived in an apartment. I remember thinking, wow, you're shattering the joy of a young lad in here trying to enjoy Men in Black music. And that's my story. I listened to the Men in Black song so loud that neighbors came over. Okay, let's think about this. If I go back in this cave and start a fire, I might have accelerant on me. And if I do, I'm okay. This wolf is going to corner me, though, and I won't have a way to get out. If I don't have accelerant. Okay, it's sort of cul-de-sac. See if we can get immunity up here. Yeah, we got cul-de-sac situations.
Feels so good.
Beautiful.
Looks like it worked.
I think it's time for me to harvest this rabbit, huh? Okay, bit of a scene to start here. But how's it going, Hans? I'm glad that you're referring to awesome old films like Dog Soldiers, by the way.
We just lay down. Have a little sleep, right?
Dude, we really got these guys upset stealing that rabbit. They've been communicating between towns about how they're going to get us back. Which is the tune of Forget-Me-Nots. Yeah, it's probably sampled, right? Okay, so our health is kind of decent, but our heart is going to give out if we keep putting ourselves in all these intense situations on day one. We're going to look to get a sewing kit and make ourselves some improvised Davy Crockett head wraps after tearing up our neighbor's curtains in Coastal Highway. So far, we have one deer hide and one rabbit hide, so we're absolutely ahead on the maple and the animal clothes. So if we're looking at the positives here, we did have an early day one scare there. That was pretty intense. And now we're moving on.
use this.
I think they smell my weakness with this injury. I think these guys are hip to the scene. I hate bear. Oh, you heard the bear. Yeah, I heard some rustling. Where is this cave? This is in Crumbling Highway. Yeah, lots of scuttling around is right. Nice word. Yeah, he's going where we're going. He's spazzing. Blind spots. This feels bad, man. Prints everywhere. Ah! Ow!
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Nope, no decoys. I need them to go that way so I can get to this basement or car. What's definitely making them more aggro on us is because we're weak. They smell our weakness with our injury, and they're coming for bang.
Can't feel my feet.
maybe we'll get some clothes to tear up and make into a bandage. What do you think about that?
That'll come in handy.
There we go. It's intense, man. Okay. Bit of a situation, if you will, out there with the wolves. Let's hope they've moved on to bigger things.
So cold. Just unrelated. That should help warm things up.
All right, I'm going to primitively open this can of tomato soup, take a nap in this car, and then wake up ready to go to the next stage. And let's hope that the weather holds up so the fire will sustain and keep us warm here. And we'll use the car's internal bedroll to sleep. Wow. Okay, that was a bit of a scene. What we're also learning is that you drop a lit torch and then chain it and hit him with another one. And then standing behind that lit torch seems to be a decent defense. I don't know if you can rely on it all the time, but it worked a couple times for us. Cool to know. Now that we can't have stones in this one. I'm proud that we're still standing. I am.
Looks like I survived another night.
Back in my day, there were no stones. Is that true, Doc? Just giant birch bark and a stoneless world. You could only trap rabbits and had to harvest them where the trap was. Oh, man. Okay, we're leaving this place. We ran into a few drama incidents with wolves because I've been getting greedy with hides. And why are you doing this to me, Rab? A trusty brand saves the day. I'm over here monologuing about how, yeah, in the past, wolves were coming after us ferociously. Blah, blah. I'm leaving this place. I'm not sure if a rabbit pelt is causing this drama, but something I'm carrying has to be amplifying these guys, right? I have uncured rabbit pelt and deer pelt, but I think we concluded that pelts don't smell even when they're not cured yet. We used to have a brandish mechanic where you would shout, "Get away," and wave the torch. That sounds ridiculous. Be gone. Commuters lament.
To find some place to escape this cold.
Okay, this is the run of the maple. If we know anything now about today's run here, is that the maple is in great supply. If I were a hippie, I would say, listen, man, what the island is telling me is that I need to hunt responsibly, man. Okay, so we're probably going to go to Jackrabbit. You can scare off wolves just by walking at them with the lit torch. Well, it's kind of nuanced, Steins, and we're kind of learning it as it's happening before you, so provided you aren't heavy or injured. Okay, yeah. I guess it's not a question, it's more of a definition, so I think you're right. Yeah, we're learning that basically right now. I see wolves over here. Not sure if they're of the timber wolf variety. Maples and 1 birch, there must be balance. Yeah. We're kind of hoping for everything to just fall together here. I'm going to find a bunch of birch here, maybe. And I'm going to do sync. The risk with that strategy is you can run at a wolf to scare it off and the wind blows out your torch. Yeah, and there's also variance, it appears. There it was working, but it looked like one of them was going to rush us if I didn't get behind another lit torch. So it was like sometimes it might work on him. But it looked like he was just saying, I'm fed up. I'm coming. Man, the amount of drama we've had in 24 hours is ridiculous. I'm freaking out over here. Freaking out. I think I did get a little flippant with the trusty brand to save our life, but we have 20 to work with. Pretty solid. Thought I'd step my game on this run. Aim for the fences. Wow, that's very Cal Riley of you, Scruffy. Knocking 2 out of the park. We thinking those guys over there are Timbies? They look pretty dark from here. But that is where timber wolves spawn. Maybe I go to Quincy's. Quincy's, then Misanthrope. Throwing your lit torch is more dangerous with multiple wolves around. You're throwing away your protection for a split second. Yeah. I was using one to block the sprint at me, and then I was chaining the other one to throw at him to get him off of me and then get moving. I don't think they are. That's why it's so hectic right now. Yeah, those guys had it out for me. There was no question. They were stepping their game up. Man, I feel like we're in the hunt already with all that. I'm freaking out and like having the adrenaline winding down again after the wolf incident. Okay, there might be a ravaged up here on the ice. Another opportunity to grab another hide if we'd like.
Can't feel my hands.
Will the hunted. We've got our ravaged. And it doesn't seem to be any consequences of us carrying around all these smelly hides or anything. It's been a pretty seamless first day for us. I don't imagine grabbing this other deer hide is going to bring any other drama. Reminds me of running the gauntlet in AC past the waterfall. Yeah. Hey, Christy, have you ever been on the Forlorn Muskie, the big pond, and gone across the center of it? Because there's sometimes a wolf family reunion over there, and it gets pretty intense. The heck is this ravaged?
Close my eyes.
Watch it be a guy. It's gonna be a guy. Ah! All right, I gotta get off this drip. With the bear behind you and the wolves in front, exciting. And I got a cougar around here somewhere too.
Come on.
But yeah, we're talking about big time stuff. When you go over to Forlorn, you go past the wolf family reunion, it gets real intense. So no cheeky 1 hours for us, since we're on loophole 3 this time and not 4. What it has provided us with is an early maple ×2. And we got this guy and this guy. Only time will tell if this is a successful endeavor for us. Do you mean over the big pond between the Bear Cave and Spence's? That's exactly it. I mean between the railroad and Spence's. If you're going from maybe the derailment cart and you're going across the pond to go forage or something, there's a spot there where there'll be a big plethora of wolves if you got the spawn rate pretty high. It always seems to me like a family reunion. You see colored balloons, Doritos bags, ballpark Franks on the grill, charcoal grill, of course, if it's at a local park during a family reunion. Yeah, I was gonna bring the propane, but we're gonna be charcoal today, guys. Okay, Scruffy, it's me, Lewis. I'm okay with that. I'm out of here. All right, let's get over to Quincy's. Settle down for a second, for sure. Put down our maple, and then we're probably going to take a little walk around Coastal Highway. We're going to go to Misanthropes, Jackrabbit, hit all the usual spots, grab some trusty brand, any starter gear we can get. Head over to the ravine through the northwest exit of Coastal. We'll probably go by way of Bear Creek campgrounds, grab some cattails along the river, and definitely be scouting birch saplings. So we might head over to the bear cave over there and check for some birch saps there, so we're prepared to make a bunch of arrows when it's game time. That's what I'm thinking. With the bear behind you, wolves in front, thin ice to the left and to the right. Sometimes visibility's low and the wolves are coming after you. My boy is tired, encumbered, and walking straight into the wind, so he's having a tough time getting a couple steps ahead of himself. Maybe drama. Hope everybody's having an amazing Tuesday. Over here on this end, it's pretty action-packed. I feel like I'm, like the person who puts their hand on that ball at the science fair and their hair sticks up. That's what it feels like over here. Just intense.
My fingers feel numb.
Mr. Bean one time put his hands on one of those and his hair didn't move at all. It just stayed perfectly organized. Then he got his car smashed picking up a cupcake. It was a rough day for Bean. Okay, let's go over to our neighbor's house. We can tear up some of his curtains and hopefully find a sewing kit, making ourselves double improvised head wraps. Dusty floor potato. Probably going to want to take a nap here pretty soon, get off the drip. Let's get back here. All right, we're in the middle of the day, so we should be able to rummage around in here still. Let's take a nap so we don't drip while we're looting. And so, we kind of got an idea of what happened in that first run. We lasted about 20 days, went over to Pleasant. We're doing what we were setting out to do. I think we're improving upon making a bow here and animal clothes. And any other things that we could do better from last time, I'm definitely interested in implementing into this run. We got 100 days that we're going to be here. We can't fix our clothes, but we know bear clothes or any animal clothes will come out at 100%. So we're definitely trying to amplify the amount of those we have prepared for. There we go. Got Frosty in the mix. Woo! Trusty brand, accelerant, and underpants. We hit the jackpot bathtub.
I might have to drop some gear.
Yeah. I don't know, though, Will. We might need this gear. Maybe we'll drop some toilet water. There we go! Okay, things are looking up. The only brand I trust in this bathtub. We're gonna make double Davies, don't. Just when you thought it was only going to be one Davy Crockett hat, you made 2. 7 Celsius. Our trusty brand numbers are way better than they've been in the past at this point. We got a decent amount of trusty brand. That doesn't mean we're going to get flippant, because this is an important brand. I'm going to check what the weather's like. We just have to get to Quincy's. Even when I take 1 or 2 hours of sleep, I should try to micro harvest these, or micro cure our hides and maples. Let me toss these down while I loot this place and our neighbor's house. Recycled can.
Wonder if
Nuts
this
and
is any good to
stuff.
eat.
Okay, I think we're going to be getting a goofy storm lantern here. Oh, red tools.
This stuff will come in handy.
All right, getting the bare necessities and planning our travels. Birch along the way, no games.
Could end up being useful.
Whose necessities? Babalu, I think. I think that was his name.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Here we go. Get some rest for an hour, then go check out our neighbor's place. Then probably get a little bit more old-fashioned rest before traveling to Misanthropes and Jackrabbit. I don't know if there's anything better about filing cabinets than desks,
Think straight.
but I always search the filing cabinets and not the desks. I don't know if there's any difference. We always put the bed up front here since it's warmer in this front room. Delicious toilet water. I search it all since it's not a speed run. Yeah. You're better about that than I am, I think, Dunk. I think you go through each drawer. You probably end up with a more prepared battle because of that. Right now, I've never even gotten further than 20 days, so I'm not sure how late game's going to work with this one. I always feel like I'm going to run out of time no matter what I'm up to.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
And I imagine these 100 days will fly by.
Yo, what up, Empress? How's it going? How's the environment doing, Empress? I got a new potato frog emote. Holy. Living the dream over there. I got a dusty floor potato. What do you think of that?
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
How's it going, Empress? All right, see if we can get some trusty brands, something cool in here.
I could use this.
Sure could. Yeah, we're doing pretty good, Empress. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I've beat around the bush with Naku and a few of our other friends. I blew it earlier, Empress. I faded into the long dark after getting mauled by an aurora bear. And I died not using a stim that I had on me. It was sad scenes, and I'm gonna try everything in my power to make it up to everyone by being responsible like the trusty brands are. So we're gonna try to storm the steeds on our second attempt at this thing and be more responsible than we were in the first. I've been asking folks for rose hips all day, Empress. And I'm just hoping that somehow all those pies drown out the sorrows and bring us to soaring in the skies, really. But, well, we'll definitely be soaring after all the pies I'm going to eat. Sounds more like went out in a blaze of glory rather than fading. Thank you, Duncan. And thank you for those hips very much, Empress. You guys are the best. Yeah, I definitely could. You know? I pretty much always could. I love it. A decent supply, too. Thank you, Duncan, for those hips. My man. Oh, my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 7th inning of a baseball game. We've been here for so long because it is a baseball game. Yeah, Johnson, today's just been another hot one out here. You know, we got some serious stuff going on between the Oakland Athletics and the Seattle Mariners at Nintendo Stadium here. And Jose Canseco's in the outfield. One thing he does see is he sees in the sky an environment he loves. But then when he looks to the other side, he sees an environmentalist jumping over the outfield. Security thinks that they can wrangle him in, but literally, there are potato frogs all over the outfield, and they're chasing away everybody. The baseball guys are running off. The security guards don't know what to do. They got potato bodies, and they're kind of hopping around. It's crazy out here. Yeah, this looks like something out of the Old Testament, Johnson. I really don't know what's happening. But what I can see is an environmentalist running nude through the outfield. This is absolutely insane. Whoa, here we go. And everybody's excited. The male audience members seem to be pretty cool with this. And security guard has no chance of wrangling Empress, though they're trying. The potato frogs are hopping. They're dancing and moving, and they got everybody mesmerized. The awesome streaker Rosehip Queen jumps over the outfield and safely away from security guard after a really great streak, I'd say, Johnson. Yeah, if we have streakers like that around here, boy, I tell you, things aren't looking so bad. I'll call as many baseball games as they ask me to. Nice work, Empress. The potato frogs really helped out. Thank you for those hips, Chrisney. That was pretty wild scene in the outfield, too.
Something's gotta go.
So it's a nice, beautiful evening on our second night here. We're in Coastal Highway now. We're going back to Quincy Squanset to get some rest. And then we're going to pick up our curables and move over to Misanthropes.
We're kind of just hitting all the major POIs here in Coastal. And our trusty brand numbers are at a beefy 44. Wow. Lighting up the night. You know, I think we've all heard enough out of you guys for a lifetime. All right, I'm going to eat some of this goofy food over here. Stale chocolate bars and ketchup chips. And beef jerky. Yeah, I hope your ginger cat's doing well, Empress. I saw a really lovely photo. Your ginger cat was sack up. She got treats today. Nice. Well, here are the remains of what went down earlier. Problem is she's got a thing now where she thinks every time in the middle of things that she's going to get one. So even when we go on Tuesday, she was ready. And so she shrieked at me the whole time. I was getting food and a banana. And I couldn't deny her, you know? She has that way. All right, 1 hour at a time. We're getting our rest back. We're getting some good old-fashioned sleep right now. We don't have a bedroll, can't sleep on the go. We're going to be going from house to house right now. Let's eat some banged up dog food. We seek a can opener, too. All right, I'm going to try to get a little more rest here. After the big wolf incident, I spazzed out and took a stim. We lost our fatigue. I think we had a decent amount. Let's get some big chunks. We're remaining as positive as we can, Empress. We've been here for a day and 22 hours. And positivity is about all we got. We're trying to channel our inner Ben Franklin and fly the kite of greatness towards the electric future. Who knows if we'll get there? I'm gonna drink some more toilet water to help me think. Okay, the morning is here, and I would like to take off for Misanthropes. We're going to avoid the big lumbering bear who lives there. Just head on up to the house. Okay, I think the weather broke. Okay, here we go. This is the Everything's Gonna Be Alright theme song.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
So, one lesson that we do remember from last time is to appropriately pick up the bedroll before we leave town. That's a good one. I think we'll be making sure to do that if we're able to get a bedroll. Looks like we got some jabrones on the ice. but I hope everybody's having a good Tuesday. We're here. And we're trying to storm these steeds. Keeping an eye out for Boris. Okay, Boris lives right in there, right there. Haven't seen him yet. I'm just gonna pop in this fishing hut and we're gonna keep moving.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Oh my! There's no middle ground. Some would say you should have started a fire in the fishing hut, and they're right.
Damn. Freezing. Well, thank goodness for that.
He didn't start the fire. It's Billy Joel's song there, Empress. You guys should listen to the song Honesty by Billy Joel. It's a good one. Okay. Carcass harvesting. Any of you pros out there know if it would be wise for us to try to skill up carcass harvesting during a 100-day run? Will we have any sort of amazing thing happen if we did that? This far. Twitch Stewie, you waste less food and harvest faster. How's it going, Twitch Stewie? It speeds up the harvest times, and since you actually need to harvest stuff on this run, it can be worthwhile. You'll harvest enough for it not to really be a problem. Yeah, because we got BT lows over here, and I could get this going. I don't think I've ever seen the benefits of what happens once you get that skill up a little bit to know enough if it'll be wise for me to prioritize reading BT lows. But you guys seem to think it might be pretty good. And we have time is on our side with 100 days. And Duncan's been telling me to slow down, and maybe it's about time I start to listen. So I'll hang on to it for now. I think grinding it won't be needed. Having a cougar knife would be a bigger benefit. Yeah, that... Oh, double the BT lows. Even more serious. Reading books during blizzards is never a bad call. Yeah. So for our particular one, we're going to be burning brine gold stay on target because we like having a low accuracy score so we can get more shots than bears. Cooking, we like getting to level 3 for the empanadas. We're obviously burning any firearm books. Let's see if we get a box of matches in here.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
All right, we're going to rummage through our neighbors' cabinets here at Misanthropes. And we're going to move on to our first opportunity to get the heavy hammer at Jack Rabbit. I got a question for Loot Pool 3 aficionados. Is there another hammer opportunity at Mystery Lake? Because that might change whether I scour the earth for a hammer here in Coastal. If I can be guaranteed I'll get it somewhere over there in Mystery. Looks like it's going to add more variance to our search for it if I look for it in Mystery. According to what Dunk's mentioning. But we do have standard fare crackers. Ravine has its usual spots, but I'd say hit the spots here unless you're interested in a rope climb. Definitely not.
This stuff will come in handy.
All right, I think that toque is going to be worse than our Davy. Yep. We look ridiculous. Look like we went to a hockey game and our wife left us, and then we just never recovered, and we just stayed in our hockey jersey. Ridiculous amounts of toilet water. Although if we did the rope climb, could check the bleak bunker and get a stim for our troubles. Yeah, ever since we've learned about that bleak bunker, I do think it's wise to go down there.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
So it's guaranteed to be in the ravine at the 3 or 4 spots there? Alright, I'm going over to this guy for feathers. 2 things. Level 4 archery halves the bow wear rate. Ooh, that's nice. Level 5 lets you sneak up on your shots or all short range. Both are big benefit in this challenge. Yeah. So we're going to have 2 bows, probably no matter what. The sneak up thing is something we talked about earlier about being able to sneak up on deer and actually maybe try to farm some accuracy with them. That's going to require me learning the tech of deer at level 5.
Take this food.
Oh! There we go.
those wolves are giving you a hard time, and I'm even talking like them right now. But don't worry, you're gonna be all right. You just gotta get up there and get back to it. You got it, Coho Salmon of advice.
It's starting to weigh me down.
I'm so slow. How dare you ditch my Sadie Hawkins shoes? I did, for these trail boots. Guaranteed, could just check the easy spots here and plan on climbing the rope. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Because I don't know if I'm going to go too far off of our trajectory just westward across town. Just checking the easy spots and keep moving. Okay, let's continue. We got plans. Gonna hit up the beach over here and then get on over to Jackrabbit and check for that hammer. Grab our what seems to be a guaranteed matches in every house and just keep moving. I can't seem to get underweight here. Gotta eat all this goofy food. Hook up that coho and some things. Let's see, we get on the beach. It'd be nice if we found some sap action. What's also probably weighing us down is all those hides I'm carrying around.
Freezing.
I see fish. Hey, man. You got all the advice you need. You keep on going. I don't know why he talks like Scruffy. Got Scruffy on the mind.
That'll come in handy.
99%. Help. I've been turned into a fish. These coho are heavy. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do a little fish fry here or something.
Come on, come on. Well, thank goodness for that.
Taking a bit of a negligent drip over here. One of my favorite fish, too.
Well, what the nice thing is, Christy, is that they give you great advice and they pick you up when the rose hips aren't doing the job, you know? Boom. Can't believe we found a 99% wool toque, baby. 8 Celsius warmth bonus on day 2. Okay, so I'm going to try to get this warm-up happening. And then get up there to misanthropes for the hammer and stuff. We're going to plan for a forge in Forlorn Muskeg and drop our stuff up in front of the dam. Until then, the journey's going to take us through the ravine where we're going to gather birch all over the place. I think I found the culprit for what's weighing me down, too. 40 lumps is pretty intense. Was out fishing for coho once and had a seagull fly down and grab my lure. Had to reel it in like a kite. Oh, very apropos, Chrisney, for the Franklin challenge, that you were flying a kite with a seagull attached to it. Holy crap. That's some good old-fashioned fun, I suppose. Just, redneck shenanigans, doing some fishing. Well, I guess fishing isn't really a redneck thing. It happens all over. If I were doing it, it would be a redneck fish. Okay, now we're doing the dreaded stink walk because we have so much salmon we don't know what to do with it all. Nice cops. It was not much fun trying to get the hook out of its beak, though. At least we saw it coming early enough and was able to keep it from swallowing the hook. That would have sucked. Yeah, I bet it wasn't. Sounds intense and kind of sad. Beautiful crystal day here in Coastal. Let's hope the weather remains while we're doing our endeavors. We're here on Jackrabbit Island. We won't be throwing any stones at these local rabbits. Trying to keep ourselves qualified for the old Franklin. We will, however, scour the bushes for rose hips. I'm going to go ahead and do a lap around the house, check for the hammer right away. No hammer. Toasted salmon sandwich. My dad was a sardine on toast guy. Salmon is going a bit far. Well, our boy Duncan loves some sardines, Cactus. There's a game out in Alpha where you play as one of the seagulls here in town. May have to play it on stream before too long. We've done it. Woo! Looking good. You're gonna get another wife in no time here, buddy. Did you just keep on wearing that hockey jersey? I will smash some sardines. Will you, Twitch? Twitch Stewie says he will smash sardines. That is the third super fan of sardines we have. Usually a pretty unpopular thing, and often a gag topping for pizzas. Or maybe that's anchovies. What's the difference between sardines and anchovies? Listen, man.
Feels like a lot of gear.
All right, we're going to rummage through our neighbors' cabinets. This is important. Swooping down on people and generally causing chaos. Oh, you know what it reminds me of, Gobs? It reminds me of Untitled Goose Game. There's actually not much difference between sardines and anchovies. And no anchovies on the pizza, man. I also realized that my Michelangelo accent is very similar to my Keanu Reeves impression.
This'll come in handy.
50 miles an hour and no anchovies on the pizza. You want to talk about a hit movie? You put Michelangelo and Keanu Reeves in the same movie, you got yourself a hit. All right, let's see if there's any weight we can drop. Let's eat some of this salmon. Seagull Simulator sounds like a much elevated alternative to Goat Simulator. All right, we're 10 kilograms over right now. Riding the heavy train. Fresh, there is notable difference. Okay, so the next spot the heavy hammer can be is at the little 3 fishing huts right up there. And since we talked about there maybe being one in the future, I might just check that and head on over to Bear Creek Campgrounds. And forego acquiring the hammer here. Nobody saw that. Larone, you've been at it all day. I had to fix the car. Nice, Metal. You fixed it. I hope she's driving well. And I hope she doesn't turn into like a Christine situation where she takes over and falls in love with you. And then you become a leather jacket wearing Metal. No, it's my can opener. You guys can't use it. And you start getting ornery and lashing out.
My baby boy. I'm that baby's daddy. I'm the pappy.
Bernie's the pappy. Alpha the man. How are you, Alpha? I hope you're doing well. And I hope that your beard is shining today, my friend. I hope you know as well, Alpha, that you're really cool. We're just over here surviving. Hanging out with Twitch Stewie and the gang. Rising through the ranks. Trying to keep it positive. Okay, I was kind of hoping we were going to find a birch sap over here, but no luck. So right now, since this thing is chopped down by Raph, we're still looking for our first birch. I think we want to have at least 3 birch saplings to make into 9 arrow shafts so that we can have enough arrows for that first bear we might encounter once we go into the Winding River entrance and take a right. But in very Loophole 3 fashion, we have found yet another maple, and this is probably the 30th one we've come across in our times. We're going to be leaving this guy behind because we're going to be making 2 total bows. And we have both maple already acquired for that situation. We're looking to get guts from a ravaged deer in the ravine. And Birch City. I might end up going to the far point of the highway so we can check for extra saplings like the ones next to the bear cave.
I could use this.
Oh my gosh, our 3rd copy of BT Lowe's. I guess we're going to have to keep talking about the carcass harvesting situation. It would be so hilarious if almost every skinny thing, pencils, twigs, keys, just looked like French fries to the seagull. It could be. Untitled Goose meets Goat Simulator from another Swedish studio, too. Oh. Anchovies are awesome. Pair with black olives. Unbeatable combo. Oh my gosh. That's a polarizing opinion right there, Cactus. I actually join you in my love for black olives. I think they're good. As a kid, I would eat them out of the can. Exemplifying my poor redneckness in no greater fashion. Okay, Scruffy just got a rabbit up there. If we want our 2nd rabbit hide, we can go play games. We doing this? And no hammer metal. Deep fried, fresh anchovies are amazing street food in Naples. Wow. You've been to Naples, Christy. I don't think I've ever seen a fresh anchovy, come to think of it. I also found a hammer in a blue trailer at the log sort. Yeah, that was a good spot for it. We could have checked. No stones. You're right. That's it. That's why we're doing all these games. Okay, I'm trying to head westward to spot the bear cave, because in front of the bear cave there's usually a family of birch saplings. Flare gun allowed? Unfortunately, no flare gun metal. The little shack here is burnt down. Yeah, when you put the settings crazy, a lot of those places will be burnt. We got one that wasn't burnt for us last time, and it had all this crazy wallpaper in it. It was like a low RNG chance for it to actually be not burnt. It was cool. All right, here's the bear cave, and then right out front might be that family of birch. Well, Looks like they took more birch saps from us. We're here at the bear cave and I don't see them. They should be right around here somewhere. That raft's trying to hold us down, man. It's not gonna work. We're gonna keep looking. It's a premium European wallpaper. I wouldn't expect derelicts to understand its subtle exquisiteness. Well, you know how I don't like to give a snarky raft compliments, but you have to give it to him for that one. Let's eat some fish. Get a pasta with fresh anchovy in Liguria, Italy, Goblin. It's great. Holy. So they actually make fancy foods with anchovies in it. After day 1 of terror, this is going surprisingly well for a Doom loot pool. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I wasn't going to try to jinx it, but I am feeling very breezy about this day right here. And we have Trusty Brand on our shoulders right now as we walk into a new town with plenty of matches, so we won't have that problem kind of looming over us. What we know about Loot Pool 3 is it's rich in maple saplings and Trusty Brand matches. And knowing what's been shown to us thus far, we're about to pass another maple spawn area up here on this shelf, and it'll probably be there. Yeah, I'm actually getting pretty hungry with all this anchovy talk. Okay, so if you're ever looking for a maple and you're in this area, up there on that rock formation in the upper area, you'll see a big, strong green maple hanging out there sometimes. That's where the crows are, is where the maple is. There's a guy up there. So for us, we don't have a bedroll. So if we travel through the ravine exit from coastal here, we're not going to be able to take cheeky 1-hour sleeps with a bedroll on the go. So while this weather is perfect, I'm worried about traveling with this level of fatigue all the way through the ravine without a place to sleep. There's not a bed in sight between this Rabbit Grove cabin and the moldy cardboard bed in Mystery Lake. So maybe I'll go up here and get some rest, and then we'll do some night traveling through the ravine. And we'll drop our curables before we rest so we get some action happening. I thought about saying it, then I didn't say it, and now I am saying it. I'm having a lot of fun. Even after disappointing my friends, I'm having fun. Scruffy doesn't like hearing you're having fun. Get inside.
This bag is getting too heavy to carry.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this guy, this, and then we have a rabbit to harvest, don't we? Let's do it. Here we go. We're making moves towards either a hat or some gloves in the future as well. Italy does fish backwards. Fresh anchovies and sardines and canned tuna and dried cod, but they make it all amazing anyways. Listen, our fish are from back to front. We don't start with the head. The head gives you too much advice. We don't need any advice. We go with the back and then work our way up.
Okay. Oh! Sardines of the hour. Canned tuna in Sicily just hits different. Well, if I were guessing, the boot itself in Italy, of course, the big boot design that peninsula is on is surrounded by water. And of course, the tuna could be transported pretty quickly to those cans. So maybe it's just very fresh. Much like last resort sardines, little fish in a can. Okay, now we're going to do the responsible sleeping. Eat a little fish. Chug some toilet water. Alright, what do you say we go down for a fat Morgan Freeman? Brad, if you don't get your blonde son of a gun butt back here to solve this case with me and eat this Chinese food, I'm gonna tell Gwyneth that you and I went over to the old Bada Bing the other night when we were trying to solve this case. Morgan. I don't know if that's called for, buddy. He's gonna rat out Brad to Gwyneth Paltrow.
Don't listen to him, Brad. These are my Nikes.
Alright, we're fully rested. We're about to do a night walk to the ravine. It's going to be tougher to see any birch on the way, but there's probably only about one shot of us getting it. And then we're going to likely get him from the ravine, the birch saplings, and also right when you get into Mystery, there's a few spots by Allen's Cave. And I think there's a couple opportunities there. Fish in the morning. And I think that got rid of our stank. Now we're walking through with 2 rabbits, 2 maples, and 1 deer. And the maple has this progress on it, 23%. So it should be about 4 days-ish. So we're definitely going to want to get these other 2 curables pretty much right away. Birch saplings and guts. So we're not waiting on those guys. I'd love to go on a trip to Sicily, even just for the cannoli and the arancini. Well, now I definitely want to know what arancini is. I've never really leave the gun, take the cannoli. Nice, Cactus. The arancini will not disappoint. I'm totally saying arancini the right way, too. Everybody knows it. Oh, Ma, you make the best arancini. It's so good. It goes beautiful with the gabagool.
going to check around this rock formation here because I think there's an opportunity for a birch. Nope. We're going this way. Oh, gosh. Don't have torches. Fried rice and cheese balls. Oh, you are close. Arancini.
Can't feel my hands.
Could be birch over here. Alright. We're birchless.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Fried Will and fish heads. Yum.
Turned out pretty well.
Got my HP's butt kicked right there with that little scruffy incident, man. They're just on it today. Let's make some reishi. I hear you rustling around, man. Just about had it. Okay. So, we're just going to chill here by the fire, get warmed up so we can continue on our journey. We still have about maybe 2:30 on the clock over there fatigue-wise, so we got plenty of juice to get us through the ravine and get it going. You so stinky they can't resist, they just want to roll around on your pack. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have stink lines, but I have the stench of failure on me from my run earlier, so I do think they're after me for that. Did you have to drop your salmon? No, we actually were able to eat all that salmon. It was pretty good. And now we're going to the town of Birch, and also a town where we might get a hammer. It's likely while we're preparing for the bow to be cured, we're going to take a trip to the lower ravine and then pop over to Bleak Inlet to see if the bunker's stocked. Oh, cooking too. We're gonna be making the rochnini over here. Cooking too. 10% calories from any cooked food item. And you're getting better at cooking with camp tools. Here we are. Cooking too. Just trying to celebrate the small stuff. Let's get out of here. It's time to walk across the Raven Falls Trestle. It's never an easy task. Just have to take it serious. Got to take auto walk off. Responsibly walk across one thin piece of metal. And avoid falling to our doom.
I might have to drop some gear.
I don't think we'll be doing that. Alright, no auto walk. Okay, so yeah, it's just a normal rail we're going across. And then you look out and realize, oh my gosh, we're not on land anymore. We're going across the trestle. All right, here it comes. You can see how it breaks down right here. It just becomes one small piece. On a clear day, you could see as far as the eye could see into a cool canyon over there. Right now, we're allowing the fog to shield our fears. I like to walk backwards. Hey, yo, Preppy. I like to walk backwards across the trestle. Just a bit cooler that way. Classic AC behavior right there. Gosh, he's cool. Look at his face right there. Leaning in. Those dimples, man. Killing the ladies. It's a handsome fella. You must get a lot of new run height. Okay, so here we're going to go through a cool little cave and get over to the other side of the ravine. I'm going to grab some Big Moose kicks. Alright, so once we pop out on the other side of this, we'll be at the side with the opportunities to grab the heavy hammer. It's not the worst thing in the world if we don't get it in the upper parts the way it was last time, because we have good reasons to go to the lower part. Looks like morning is here as the sun crests over the moon.
My fingers feel numb.
His fingers are definitely feeling numb. Oh, well fed. Here we go. We have officially reached day 3. It's our 3rd day here on Great Bear.
And because of what we've been provided with, we've been able to keep... Is that a new hat? And is that Boris 2 golden desert eagles? Is that Boris is 2 golden desert eagles, huh? Holy. Yeah, we're eating good. We do have a 99% Canadian toque over here to go with our Davy.
Too cold to think.
Uh-oh. We're having to do a lot of spot fires. On your hat in real life. Well, we got it a little while ago, but it is Boris, and you're the first person to notice that, Pac. Nice. And I do believe he's cool. He's got on, like, Giga Chad sunglasses and stuff. Maybe you could see it more if I come in here. It's really sweet. And thank you for noticing, Pac. It is Boris on the hat. I've been calling it a toque this entire time. No problem, bud. We're getting used to the words of the North. I think the only reason I knew it was toque is because I've heard it said by true Canadians.
Goodness. Made it through another night.
R.I.P. this torch. By the time we're done, I'll be bilingual, Southern and Northern. That's it. This summer, QC stars as Abraham Lincoln. I gotta find Benjamin Franklin. The two of us together are gonna solve all these problems. Birch bark, baby. We're also doing Italian lessons today. You are actually quite educated. Wow, that was pretty magical.
Thank goodness.
Little less weight to carry up a rope. Hammer time, baby. parachute pants all day, even on the weekends. Or even on Tuesday. Try to trudge forward. I took a shortcut walking back up here from this way before. I'm going to see if I can go as the crow flies.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Rishi T. When I was a kid, I brought back a box of Captain Crunch from Quebec because it was in French. Whoa. I am the captain. If you think... Well, that's kind of Russian. Try it again. I'm the captain. Oh, I am the captain. I think what we're learning is that I don't have a French accent. Oh, ho, 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 I am the Captain Crunch.
Can't feel my feet.
Yeah, it's all that my impression is French. That part's the only part. We have multiple forms of bilingualism. It's called cereal box bilingual. We get from reading the French on cereal boxes as a kid. Well, it's pretty cool, and I'm learning today that we have quite an international group here at the old Dave's Cave today. Je suis la capitaine. Oh, Tom Hanks, I am the Captain Crunch now. You guys like that crossover reference? Pretty sick, huh? I am the Capitan. How are you, Wolf? What's shaking? Are you enjoying this French accent? Are you feeling like its accuracy has made you want to say, I am the Capitan? I can understand that. We do that to some serious folks. It's good to see you. How are you, Wolf? I'm over here about to tear apart a little deer hide. I'm thinking about it. Also gonna whip up our first cup of birch tea. I just feel optimistic about this one, you know? You guys are really cheering me up and making me forget about my past failures by discussing accents and Italian fish. It's pretty cool, gotta say. I barely remember getting mauled by that Aurora bear. Reishi mushrooms. And for your Italian lesson, ora sono il oh, that one's tough. Let me try it again. Hey. Ora sono. No, that was too gangsta. I'm gonna pretend I'm holding a cat like Marlin behind me. You come here on the day of my family's wedding, and you think you're gonna get me not to say Ora sono il capitano? Well, you're dead wrong. We're gonna get the gabagool, and we're gonna get the other thing, the arch thing, and we're gonna eat it at this wedding. Il primo uomo. I'm doing so bad. Reishi mushrooms. Alright, I'm gonna drink this Sprite. Summit Soda. All right, so check our hide numbers out. We actually now have 2 deer hides and 2 rabbit hides. So we're getting somewhere. Also, I would probably be wise to get the meat and the guts since we're safe. And we can get these guts and cure them for our bow. That'll be our next mission. And these will be the 2 guts we put with our 1 maple to make our bow. We just need to get birch saplings now to actually be able to fire arrows with this bow. Just keeping an eye on everything while we make these long moves. We're heading into the warm part of the day. It's a great time to gather up some birch. I'll tell you, I would kind of love to cure our stuff while I'm doing the birch acquisition and come back to the ravine and get all the birch when we go down to the lower area and go get the bunker and bleak. That might be smarter to get everything curing, to just go straight there and not mess around too much here in the lower ravine, knowing that we could easily circle back to it. You guys think that's responsible? Smart, drop things off, maybe catch some Z's on moldy cardboard. Yeah. Seems like what we're learning, Dunk, is that you loot responsibly and you also get good rest so that you're not sleepy and run into drama when you're traveling around on low fatigue. Quite a responsible approach, I'd say. All right, we're going to drop our curables back off in the trailers in front of the dam then. And then get the rest of the birch here from this area right here, the lower ravine part. Then, well, after we come and get the birch, we're going to climb down this giant rope right here, which I'm going to have to put on there myself. We're probably going to grab it from the cave over here and then put it on that rock, climb down this crazy area, and go down to the lower ravine where there's a transition to bleak. And then if you turn left after getting in there, boom. Yeah, I mean, you move slower when tired, so sleeping just helps you do things faster. Yeah, you feel loose and agile too. All right, we're living off the land. I don't think in the sequence of decoy drops they'll ever put fat behind guts, but I'm going to assume we don't stink.
Okay, so we did have a little bit of a snafu last time where I left behind my bedroll. We had to scrub back through the VOD, and it was a painstaking mistake. If I am to find a bedroll this time, I think I'll hang on to it. Okay, now is when I think about these hides and whether I should get this now or go cure my bow stuff. And I feel like I'm going to come back for this Ravage. Do I get my third deer hide right now or get this stuff down and come back for it? Doing a lot of stuff right now. A lot of hide related things. We're going to have 3 hides for the deer, which gives us the ability to do pants or boots. Given the fact that I'm wearing 70% deer or work boots,
All right.
it might make pants the thing we make. Everybody forgets their bedroll sometimes. Thank you, Don. All right, we're bringing the hide back. We're getting everything curing. We're going to look for just real quick birch on the way in, but we're super slow right now. Let's just get over to this place and drop off all this heavy stuff. Any birch we see on the way back, that'll be the thing we're going to get. Birch saps, of course. Christopher slow walking over here. You're carrying too much gear. You gotta carry less gear. I think another thing we've learned today is that my impressions are terrible. You're being too hard on yourself. You gotta live down the Aurora Bear one of these days, man. Is that how you talk now, Christopher? That's quite a colloquial comment you just said. Yeah, sometimes I take it easy. I left my skillet behind one time and I wanted to cry. You know what cures being too heavy? Oh, here we go. Got a knee slapper coming up. More cowbell. There we go. Not a birch sapling in sight. That's definitely our obstacle. That might be something we have to do even before we come back to the ravine, is go cut down birch saplings so we can actually fire something with this bow we're planning to create. Right now, we are birchless. We got the bark, but not the birch sap. For a while, there was a bug in the game where if you slept in your bedroll on a map and got into a struggle without transitioning to a new level, it would apply the per use condition loss to the bedroll every time frame. almost causing it to be ruined even if you were across the map. Wow, that one's tough for me to understand. Or a snub. Apply the condition loss. Yeah, that's another thing we've learned today, is that this game's come a long way in its 12-year existence.
Bag is getting kind of heavy.
And we've also learned this packs are getting kind of heavy. So I know a lot of you wondered about how luxury beds can get in this game. You've heard about Trapper's bed and bearskin beds that you can make. Well, have you ever heard of the moldy cardboard bed here at the dam? You ever heard of that? It's on the ground. It's got a really thin blanket. Yeah, it's pretty S tier. And we're going straight for it. All I know, Trapper's bed is the second best in the game. Very cool of you to say. Extra comfy, smells like soot and doo-doo. Oh, what an entrance there. Nice. Kane coming through, talking about the old floor bed. Look at this. You think that smells like doo-doo, Kane? Come on. It does smell like mold, though. No question. Okay, let's drop these curables here at the dam and then go on a sap quest after maybe an hour or two sleep. Look at us over here, getting all these hides and everything. Making serious moves.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Alright, well, we can leave a little bit behind. How about that? Alright, then we'll relocate all this stuff to the front of the dam over there in a couple minutes. But we do want to go ahead and sleep in this oft insulted bed over here. Yep, made out of a Scottish guy's kilt. Banged up dog food before bed. I could smell the soot from here, Kane. But I think the mold is empowering any other smells that would be coming from it. I don't know if empowering's the word. Overpowering. But I feel empowered after sleeping in it. It adds to the flavor of the dog food. Oh my gosh, what a combo. Alright, we do feel a lot more limber since we've become unencumbered from all this stuff we got here. We could also use for probably throwing down a few of our lumps. There we go. Alright, let's go get some saps. It's a big rope, gonna need some sleep. Yeah, that's probably the second of the things I'd like to do right now, Dunk. With the first being go get birch saps. I will, though, sleep to try to get better visibility. So Grandpa Simpson back to the best bed in the game for another hour sleep. Try to get out here where it's a little more clear out. Got about 1 hour left to be able to do this. Alright, we seek the birch sap. Just in time for the sun to fully set. That's a bold strategy. Well, you got to be able to see. You guys remember A1 sauce? Whatever happened to that? Do people still put A1 sauce on their steaks? Because they had A1 bold flavored and it'd be a little spicy. Just like that one. Well, it looks like Scruffy's got the news we're in town. No saplings. This is ridiculous. So now I have to go to the Mystery Lake map and find out exactly where the saplings are. We're going to have to go looking. We might have to go to a very sophisticated cave, see what they got over there. Or for HP sauce. HP sauce, huh? Fast Allen's cave. Yeah. If we go down the river... Calls. Bedroll's over by Allen's. Holy! You want to talk about Cal Riley? And he throws him out at second from the outfield. Boy, I didn't think that the runner he had a chance of getting struck out or called out. But boy, a heater from the outfield thrown in. I'm thinking that. I do think this is a good opportunity for us to get some food so that we have a responsible supply. We hit it with the Kobe twitch. I'm a big Chappelle fan, so I've been saying that for a very long time. I love how Karen from The Office is in that too. Quincy Jones's daughter. As a little tidbit, Karen from The Office. Okay, so I have 3 hides. I could get an extra hide and guts, and boy, we got the meats. We got some Arby's all over the place here. I don't even know if I have to micro harvest this thing because it's so substantial. Okay, we might get ourselves a big fat deer supply here at the dam. We still, though, do need birch. We can do all this fancy stuff we'd like to do. We're still unable to fire our bow at this juncture. HB has tamarind. A1 has raisins. They put raisins in A1. More or less, that's a real favor profile change. And now, what exactly is HP steak sauce? Never heard of that one. And they actually put raisins in A1 sauce. That is a mind-blowing fact. So much food, you got it. House of Parliament sauce, probably not very common in the US. Oh. Government steak sauce. If I grab this hide, it's probably a risk.
Something's making me feel
Yep.
tired.
I think I'm coming back for this meat another time when I'm not sleepy, so I can juke out Scruffy if he attacks me on the way home. want to drop it not as a decoy so no wolves eat it too. Another moment where I reflect upon my own voice leaving my face and realizing how nerdy I sound. Whoa! I'm over here dropping the meat, not as a decoy. Back to cardboard, baby. Here we are. Oh yeah, the soot goodness. %43 sardines. Still granola bar. As great as the bed is, I do still want to go look for those birch without messing around too much, because there might be a little bit of a log jam there for the birch sapling cure process. We're 3 days and 20 hours heading into our 4th day. We're going to have 96 more days to get this hunt done. 100 shots, got to hit them all. No mending fails. Live 100 days. I'm going to go check the weather. Yeah, Grandpa Simpson, right back to mold. Commonly known as brown sauce. Have you tried both cactus? And now, am I really going to walk around telling people that there's raisins in A1 sauce? Because I'm taking that as absolute fact. Gosh dang, ketchup stakers, they're just as bad as ketchup doggers. You know people putting ketchup on steaks? Holy, happy drama. And you said there's a bedroll by Allen's Cave. Let's maybe talk about that, Dunk. Because I think it was mentioned that a bedroll isn't for a long time. Maybe that was on our last run. But it could be in the hunter's blind. Okay. I'll tell you though, we're going to want to have reservations if we think we're going to go eat the catch of the day maraschino over there at Allen's Cave. It's a very sophisticated cave, Chrisney. You'll come to learn that Allen's he's a stickler. And you got to come correct if you're going to Allen's Cave, or he's going to turn you away at the door like he has to me so many times. It's a strict dress code. And reservations are tough. Also, the train car. Train loading area. Allen's Cave Hunter's Blind. Or above Dave's Cave. A cave above Dave's Cave? Holy. Leo DiCaprio stars in The Caves. One time we were listening to the auto translations of my voice, and they had a Japanese guy talking for us in a French voice, and they were translating what I was saying, so you'd hear the Japanese voice go, Jana Kendi Strat. It was hilarious. All right, we got another ravage over there. That's 2 more hides we can get if we'd like. I'm doing saps and bedrolls. And a spot fire. My favorite A1 fact is that it was created in the middle of the American Civil War in 1865. That is a cool fact. Alan serves yellow snow lemonade. Oh,
Find some place to escape this cold.
jeez. How dare you slander the name of Alan's Cave like that, Neo? You're one of the derelicts I would never allow in here. You're a Yankees fan. Alright, I'm keeping an eye out for Scruffy.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
We seek the bedroll and roast hips. I'm taking the dreaded 20 HP drip right now. I gotta get into Alan's Cave and light a fire, man. It's European yellow ice, and it takes a refined palate to understand. Yeah, what Raph said. Oh, 86, baby. No time to celebrate because I'm losing 20 HP per hour. But we've done it. We're back in the cheek life. Cheek to cheek. Cheek to cheek. Coming Friday nights on TGI Friday between Urkel and Family Matters, or Step by Step. It's cheek to cheek. One's the left bun, the other one's the right one. Will they ever get along? Here we are at Alan's Cave, baby. It's a very sophisticated cave. Hey, do you have a reservation? I see you trying to light a fire in here. TGI Friday, Twitch. Thank you, Christy, for those hips. Thank you, Pack, for those hips. You guys are killing it. Some might say you could have slept some more and wait for a warmer part of the day. Yeah. What are you giving me advice now, Scruffy?
It's life out here.
Now Scruffy's looking out for us. Yeah, I saw you doing pretty rough out there, kid. You might need someone to help you. My voice is kind of like Rocky's trainer, so maybe I'll help. Wouldn't that be a turn? Scruffy starts being our friend. As Ben Franklin once said, love your enemies. They point out your flaws. You got me there. You got me there, Scruff. And dunk. Home run right there. Cal Riley.
Get off of it!
Not a chance, Bezos.
Get off of it!
All right, now we're going for those birch. Yes, our catch of the day is caught straight from the Mystery Lake. We go to one of the fishing huts with the finest help, and they acquire only the best fish. A very exclusive brand of fish. None of your hooks would ever reel in this type of fish. It's sophisticated. Home run, Cal, in the Big 26. Well, his name's Cal Riley. Stewie, and I think he was named after Ripken, I believe. There's not a lot of Cals, and it's very likely that a current baseball player named Cal was named after the legend Orioles shortstop. He had 3 homers. What? Duncan's very defensive about Cal Riley, apparently. I just learned about him the other night. Okay. Let's go check for these birch saplings. We're long overdue to get those birches down and curing. Fat cup of birch. As we seek the birch sap. He's back, baby. He's all back. Let's go, M's. Nation tearing itself apart, and some guy was like, you know what we need? Some steak sauce with raisins in it. Let's take those old grapes and throw them on top of this grade D meat we're having to eat here with our rations during the big battle. I'll tell you this, after eating raisins on top of my very chewy steak, I'm starting to think that maybe we need to settle this thing amicably. Lincoln's making some good speeches. I don't know if you guys heard it, but when he was talking about a length of time, he used the word score. And that's got to mean something. Good. I got to hit on the birches here. Oh my gosh, they're all chopped. The whole family of them. Look. Okay, now the birch thing has become from something we're just getting passively to kind of a threat level midnight situation. I think it's time we bust out the old map and see where we can find these birch saplings at. I was almost sure we were going to find them along the river here. Tomato puree, vinegar, corn syrup, raisin paste, crushed orange puree. Wow, what in the world are they doing with that sauce? Have you ever tried it, Dunk? It's actually not bad. Now that I know what's in it, I'm very surprised, though. I really never knew. I just knew it was kind of delicious. Thank you, Neil, for those hips. Thank you very much, my friend. Your custom mode is lower than availability than Interloper. Is that intentional? It is. We've set the settings to make it as literally everything. The challenge, the settings, it's all designed to make the game as challenging as possible. And we're feeling... And I sit here and complain like something's happening to me, but yeah, we're the commissioner. We're the committee that did this. Hoisted by our own raisin-filled A1 sauce baton. Is that what it is? You're hoisted by a baton? I just hear phrases said on TV and repeat it, trying to feign some sort of intellect. Okay, I'm about to check the map. Canadian office is right ahead, so we're kind of here on a rock formation, looking for saps. Batard, there it is. Twitch Stewie, the intellect, thank you. Hoisted by a batard. And what the heck is a batard? I don't know what a batard is. All right, I'm pulling up the map of Mystery Lake. And then we're going to get our location zoomed in on and find the closest saps to our spot. Okay, here we are right here. We're at this thing. I wanted to find some birch nearby. We struck out at these two spots, it looked like. Right there. And the other spots are, we got one down here by Dave's Quiet Clearing at the Dave's Cave Bunker. There's one up here. If we're back at the 2 trailers and we go here, then check up in this little crevice, we can check for one there. We're going to need to get a bundle of them at one of these spots. Petard is something you do not want to be hoisted on. No way, the level of embarrassment of being on your own is so much worse. Petard is like a bomb. So basically it's like you lost your hand to your own bomb. Oh. Okay. And we're also, I'm going to tell you this, I've been having such a darn good time. I haven't focused at all on the IRL clock. And we're getting down to the nitty gritty here. So I pretty much have to settle down. Because we're at that time. It's that time again, you know? Maybe one final mission to Dave's Cave. See if we got a stock bunker and check for the birch there. Like it. Dave's Cave. I got my eye on this guy. I think he knows. He can't see me through the grass. Nothing to see here. Just a guy who never really recovered after his wife left him after a hockey game. Just passing through, man. Going down to Dave's Cave, where you can go, but you just have to be chill. Okay. Canadian office. We cannot. Stones are banned. Wolf Games was the #1 reason that I think stones are omitted. Mag Lens is at the camp office. Excellent. We'll use the glorious sun to preserve our bountiful amount of trusty brand. Got a sprinting robot in there. Yeah, we sure do. So we're just going to pop in here, grab the loot, and head on down to Dave's Cave for pretty much the finale of today, where we're going to check and see if it's stocked. For now, let's go get our skillet and potentially our Amelia Earhart hat. That has become the thing I check for first. So I'm going to bend this corner, and right there could be the hat. Okay, no Amelia.
Could end up being useful.
Cooking pot. Cooking skillet. Can't believe I made it just in time for closing time at Dave's Cave. I hope you're doing very well, Versette. You've been in our thoughts today, and
Can always use more food.
I was thinking about it at the top, how it would be tough for you to have to deal with a nonsense thing like that on your way to work, and we totally understand that could be tough. And we think you're the absolute man, Versette. Dusty floor potato. And I hope that tire's fixed up. You got to go down to Valley Forge Auto. They got great customer service over there. My run is at day 760, and I basically only light fires with the mag lens. It takes a lot of planning. Nice, Christy. Do you have on the trader? Or maybe you could hit him up for some matches. Mountain Dew's third ingredient is orange juice. Wow. What a world. I never knew that. Mountain Dew's pretty good, man. I haven't had one of those in a while, too. I need to have a fat steak with some A1 or Parliament sauce on it with a Mountain Dew to wash it down. The picture of health.
What have we here?
Yeah, look at this. It's blue as far as the eye can see. All right, it's a warm part of the day. Maybe I can get away with just walking around with half heat. We're going on to Dave's cave to look for birch saps and a stocked bunker. This is the main event. And I'm glad you're here just in time for all this. I just thought about Will and all his trials and tribulations and thought, man, if he can overcome all of that, so can I. Well, that's the go-getter attitude I love, Verset. We're doing it big. And we're sharpening the iron of our friends with our iron. And we won't be hoisted by our petard because we're going to rise through the ranks. I don't know. I do have the trader, but I'm working on spending 50 days a region. I'm in Forlorn Muskeg, 22nd day in. Okay, that's some serious stuff going on there. We found Maggie Lensman. We sure did. We got this guy right here. 23%, but I don't think mag lenses depreciate. I've got 23 matches to last those remaining 240 days. You can do it, bud. I like a little horseradish mixed in my A1. Oh. How exotic. My question is, have you ever wanted to eat all these crazy derelict foods surrounded by other derelicts and the smell of marble reds unfiltered in the air? Have you ever wanted to see Cal Riley hit a couple homers on a grainy CCTV television in the corner? Have you ever wanted watered down drinks with a glass that has lipstick smudges on it from the lady that drank out of it before you? And it, even though still went through the dishwasher, it still has the smudges on it? Well, come on down. Here we are at the greatest location in the game. This is, of course, Dave's Quiet Clearing. Dave's Cave. It's pretty, humble. Much like the folks who come here. We're a blue-collar group. One of the nice things about Dave is that he rarely cuts you off, given the fact that he knows you're not going to drive. So he just says, it's okay. You're going to just stumble home. Just be on the lookout for ragged, jagged rocks and wear your improvised crampons if you can. Okay, that was a pretty rare thing. We actually got some loot from Dave's cave. I'm going to go check and see the comparison between our 49%. So this one's 8 and 4. And this one's 1 and 5. Wow. 2 Tukes McGee, baby. This guy's Mr. Canada over here. All right, and now, as always, we have to leave a rose hip for Dave. There it is. They don't even have a house salad. Yes, but we do have alternates for you, Raph, if you ever do want to eat at Dave's Cave. Onion rings are vegetarian. You could try those. They're pretty greasy. I think we got some other stuff that you can maybe have. You can maybe get the moose sliders and maybe just eat the toppings.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, listen! I'm not gonna tell you to tell Sandra, but you have to. It's 50 miles an hour. 50 miles an hour. This bus will blow if we don't go that speed. So I'm telling you this. The LA Expressway is gonna have some serious issues if we don't keep this bus going 50. That doesn't mean go 49. That means you see Sandra, you tell her one thing. 50 miles an hour, Sandra. 50 miles an hour. Because if you don't go that fast, the bus, it'll blow. It's true. It will. Thank you, Keanu, for inciting such panic in all of us. Okay, so I've snapped about every limb. 50, you wildcat. All right, stock bunker games. Here we go. Neo, you got any inclinations here? Stale beef jerky. Yeah, we're going for that John Stockton, I think. No, it's not happening. All right, we're going in. Here we go. Mm-hmm. We've done it. Okay, so this is great news. This is the moment where you get really excited. Look at this conspiracy theory board. Listen, man, there's something going on here, man. We got all kinds of things. We got food. Secret safes, I think, back here to check. We got all kinds of crackers and matches and flares and things. And I'm definitely interested in grabbing all this stuff. I think I have to grab it all and go sleep in the cave down there. Because I can't get back up the hill to get back in here. I was going to go check for the birch and then maybe settle down in here. Is there a way to get back up this hill if I would love to go check for the birch and then come back to this place? Because there's a little area down here with the birch sapling potentially in that direction. Wonder if I can get back up here. Maybe if I go along this part and shimmy up there. Oh, some hills are steep. You're here for the crazy ending, PV, and guess what? The bunker is stocked. And there's also conspiracies in there. But we're going to find out about other things. Listen, man. When I put my spare tire on earlier after the blowout, I had to continue down the highway, and it being a spare tire, it kept my speed limit at 50 miles an hour, and believe me, I thought of that clip. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Rossetti.
I don't feel so good.
Okay, so yet again, I believe that we have been spurned on the birch saps. Anybody who has the map up will probably see that it says it should be right here. So we're going to grab this loot and go back to the prepper's cache and settle down. Probably on one of the top priorities on the list, it's going to say...
This stuff will come in handy.
Uh-oh. We're going to have to get saps. We still have 0 birch saplings to shoot arrows with. And we're going to have a major bottleneck. It's still going to take us 4 or 5 days to cure those saps. Tough scenes. It is a bit crazy. Been a long day. Glad you're still going. Looks like things have been going well. Thank you, Fire. Yes, if we take out the part where I completely blew it on the first run, they have been. We've learned about a lot of interesting, unique quirks to our standard cuisine. Things that we thought were just normal things are actually crazy. So I know there's a maple up here on this hill, but I don't think a birch is right next to it. I think the birch is down here in the clearing.
I'm gonna need some first aid soon.
David's came through for us. Sure did. Yeah, so over here we of course have a maple, but no birch. Yeah, the birch is down closer to where the cave entrance was, Chrisney, and I do see it there pretty often. Oh, here we go. We got one. Where's Zert? He knows his saps. He sure does. Zert would have definitely known about this one, Pack. There we go. Maybe get off this drip. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm going to get back into the cache now. All right, let's go settle down. We're going to sleep it off, bro. In our stocked conspiracy bunker. Here we are. So this place has all kinds of goodies we're going to get to loot next time. Right now, we're just going to set ourselves up responsibly with some good notes and make sure that we're prepared. Johnny Cash! I fell in to a stocked bunker full of fire gear. How about that, Versetti? Here we are! Exclamation point on that. Okay. Notes for Friday guy. 1. Praise Mario Lopez to the masses. 2. Find more birch saps. On the way back to the dam. Check map. 3. Continue acquiring hides for animal clothes. Don't miss the socks. Everyone misses the socks. Okay. Any more notes we discussed, I'll add to this list here. Ooh, 87%, baby. There we go. Have fun, but regulate the adventure. Exclamation point. Oh, you want Lopez at the end, too.
tell people how cool it is that Mario Lopez sits backwards in a chair. Okay. Mario Lopez is what happens when the bus goes below 50. It blows. Neo, come on. I know you're in Jacksonville right now, but there's no excuse for Mario Lopez slander. So here's what we got. Carcass harvesting is rising because we've had a lot of nature calling around us, so we've got a lot of deer games going on. Cooking has leveled up to level 2, and we'll get it up to level 3 probably right around the time the bow's done. Fire starting has gotten close to level 2, which is pretty rad. And we got all the other stuff at the starter line. Archery is going to rise a little bit when we make the bow and arrows. Here we go. 4 days that Franklin Will 2 has lasted. He's encountered quite a lot of wolves in that time, and definitely went into some serious situations. The can openers that we found, goose egg. Right now we're sitting with the big fat 0. That's why you hear that jagged, unsightly sound when we open the cans of food we have. Other than that, I think we're set up pretty well. This guy's got a pretty good warmth bonus over here. He's sitting at 9 Celsius, which is rad. Very rad. He did get left, but he's going to figure a way out of this situation ever since the dreaded day of the hockey game. He's going to find a way out of this hole. Tons of hips. Pretty good supply of a lot of stuff here. We got our hammer if we want to go forge right now. We could just pop over there and forge like maniacs, probably. At the Forlorn Muskgeek, since we're down here. Maybe I'll put that as the 4th one. Or the 6th one. Forge right now? I'm Ron Burgundy? So that's a possibility too. But good stuff. This guy's in a good spot. He's going to be able to sleep it off. And I think he should be able to come back with some serious skills, you know? He's got a dusty floor potato. Look how many grain spots are on that. All right, I'm going to double blue outline and get out of here. Save it once, and then save it twice. Nine Celsius, definitely not bad. Holding out hope for a can opener next time. Bean, you're the best. Thanks for talking through our boy's tough day over there and helping him out. He was going 50 miles an hour on the highway with a spare attached to his car. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you for the well wishes, and thank you for spending time with us today, my friend. You always make things so awesome around here. That was a pretty intense one. We had some serious stuff going over there. Ran into a few issues. Almost got eaten by wolves on day 1 or 2 of the second run. I barely lived through that. They went for us early, but we took out the early struggles, you know. You have a good evening too, Neo. You get home safe back to the bayou. And you keep kicking butt, man. You're the best. What I do know is that Aretha would want you to do one thing. She wants you to go to a specific website. A website called... The website is called Larone.net. And it's the best website ever. And you can go over there and check out the YouTube links, the Twitch links, whatever. And of course, our VODs will be there a lot longer on the YouTube. You can check those out. We got highlight videos, a Loney Jabroni that comes out on Sunday, where we do various games and we go to video stores. That's pretty exciting. We got all kinds of adventures. You can find it at Larone.net. It's Aretha's favorite website. She's the one who really loves it. So that's what's going on. And what's going on with me is that I'll be back here on Friday, ready to storm the steeds and ready to take this second Will, divorced hockey game Will, to the promised land. Putting his jersey in the rafters, his hockey jersey, of course, and
making some serious moves happen. Thanks a ton. Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Chrisney. Thank you, Fire. Was catching up the other day. Can't believe Scarlett walked out like that. That was how we all felt. It was a pretty tragic day, and I appreciate your words of condolence for the situation. Thank you, Pack, for those hips. You have a good one, Pack. You're amazing, my friend. Unbelievable. Even after getting mauled by an Aurora bear, you guys have a way of just, making it all seem like not too much of a big deal. Like we can actually manage things. Good times. So what we're about to do is come back on Friday ready to storm the steeds. And what I'm going to do now is go grab some awesome food, hang out with my gal, and prepare for Friday's situation where I do believe we're going to come back ready and willing to go to the mountaintop, really. You may have met your fate with a haunted bear, but at least you can say it was very exciting. Is that true, Bean? I sure felt pretty ridiculous as I was getting mauled in that little barn house, not using my stim. I appreciate that. So I'll be back on Friday ready to hang out, and we're going to have a nice big marathon of excitement. I'll bring the A1. You bring the ptarmigans, and we'll be eating melted raisins and Orange Dew Mountain drinks to go with it. Okay, Fire. I'll see you, Bean. I'll see you guys. Want to go hang with Aretha? You guys are the best. Thank you so much for hanging. I'll be back soon. Back on Friday. We're gonna make so many moves on Friday. It's gonna be unbelievable. We got some serious hides going. Got a stock bunker. Ptarmigans are but a snack. Oh, Joe, I'll see you, buddy. I'm taking off, but it's good to see you, Joe. I'll see you, bud. See you, Joe. See you guys. I'll see you Friday. See you guys.